Chapter 40, 138. Who's there? Fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon's voice had just entered his ears when Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine. 3 murderous intents had locked onto him at the same time. In the next instant, 3 figures suddenly charged out from the surroundings and headed straight for him. There was no warning at all. Duan Lingtian had already seen the 3 of them. However, he had thought that they were passers-by and had brushed past them. He had not expected that when he and fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon had passed by them, the 3 of them had attacked at the same time. The 3 of them were very fast, and their divine powers were raging. They were obviously emperor gods. Moreover, there were 3 intermediate emperor gods. Oh no! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he saw the 3 intermediate emperor gods charging towards him. He did not dare to be careless, and his divine power swept out from his body. The 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand in a flash. Since he had already used the 7 orifices exquisite sword previously, there was nothing to worry about now. Not only that, but a figure also came out from Duan Lingtian's body and stood back to back with him. It was his space law doppelganger. The space law doppelganger also had a sword that was emitting an awe-inspiring aura in his hand. This sword was not an ordinary upper-grade divine sword that he had used in the past. It was a half-soul upper-grade divine sword that his 3rd senior brother Yan Yuchen had given him. Although its power was not as strong as a full-soul upper-grade divine sword like the 7 orifices exquisite sword, it was still far stronger than an ordinary upper-grade divine sword. However, in the next instant, Duan Lingtian realized that he had worried for nothing. The 3 of them were attacking Duan Lingtian and were extremely close to Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to be killed by the 3 of them, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly rang out. "Those who want to kill my junior brother deserve to die." In the next instant, Duan Lingtian only saw a flash in front of his eyes. After that, the murderous eyes of the 3 people who were originally charging towards him suddenly dimmed, and the luster in their pupils began to dissipate. Whoosh! After the young girl's figure transformed into a silhouette that dispersed, her corporeal figure appeared before Duan Lingtian. On her left hand, there was a claw that fit perfectly with her left hand. It looked very sharp, and its whole body was shining with a strange light. There was a blood-red light flowing on it, as if blood was flowing. 4th Master Teacher. Just as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to speak, he saw the bodies of the 3 people who were charging towards him being torn apart like pieces of paper. Blood stained the ground. A pile of bloody body parts that were as thin as paper were brought close to Duan Lingtian by inertia. Then they were directly vaporized by an extremely powerful destructive force. 3 middle-level god emperors had died without leaving behind any corpses. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point the people in the surroundings were unable to react at all. They were still shocked by the fact that the 3 people had tried to kill Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, the 3 people who had just gotten close to Duan Lingtian were directly killed again. The person who had killed them in an instant was not Duan Lingtian, but the girl beside Duan Lingtian. She appeared to be a harmless young girl with a pretty face. However, at this moment, her face was cold and indifferent. Her eyes were flickering with a bloodthirsty luster. She was like an Azura. The destructive force that was radiating from her gave people a suffocating feeling. This is a high-level god emperor. Among the people passing by, there was no lack of god emperors. When they sensed the power and aura that was radiating from the girl, their expressions changed slightly. They had never imagined that this girl who looked so young was actually a high-level god emperor. The 3 people just now seemed to be our teachers from the law school, right? I know one of them. He's my friend's teacher. They actually tried to kill Duan Lingtian just now. Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid of death? Attacking in public in the academy, they will definitely die. Don't tell me they don't know this. This matter is a little strange. Who is this young girl by Duan Ling Tian's side? Why is she so strong? Even if it's a high god emperor, it's rare for him to be this terrifying, right? The people passing by all stopped in their tracks. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their faces were full of shock. More people's gazes fell on the girl. This girl was too strong. She looked harmless, but once she exploded, she was like a bloodthirsty Azura. In the blink of an eye, before they could react, the 3 middle-level god emperors of Myriad Law Academy teachers had all died. Teachers from Myriad Law Academy? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Although he had vaguely guessed the identities of these 3 people, he could not help but sigh in his heart when he heard others confirm it. Earlier, Yang Yuchen had told him about this possibility. The Monarch sect had threatened some teachers in Myriad Law Academy to kill him. There were many ways to threaten them. As long as these teachers had people or things they cared about more than their own lives, they would be easily threatened. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Moments after Lang Chunwan killed the 3 middle-level god emperors of Myriad Law Academy teachers, swift figures broke through the air and arrived. An old man took the lead and appeared. His speed was so fast that Duan Ling Tian could not even catch a glimpse of his figure. One must know that with his current strength and eyesight, even an ordinary high-level god emperor would find it difficult to reach this step. The person in front of him was obviously stronger than an ordinary high-level god emperor. Perhaps he was a supreme god? What's going on? The old man looked at the bloodstains on the ground with a gloomy expression. He glanced at the girl in front of Duan Ling Tian, and finally his gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian? He recognized this young man at a glance. It was the monstrous genius whose name had spread throughout the academy 100 years ago. Humph! Before Duan Ling Tian could speak, Lang Chunwan, whose expression gradually returned to normal, snorted coldly and looked at the old man. Old man, they wanted to kill my little junior brother, but I killed them. You're not convinced? You want to interfere in this matter. Even if I'm not your match, you may not be my 3rd senior brother's match. When Lang Chunwan said this, the old man was first stunned, then his expression changed. The higher divine emperor, who looked like a young girl, addressed Duan Ling Tian as little junior brother, and she said that he was not her 3rd senior brother's match. Duan Ling Tian was her junior brother, so her 3rd senior brother was undoubtedly the same person as Duan Ling Tian's 3rd senior brother. Their Myriad Law Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yuchen. She's actually Vice Palace Master Yang's junior sister. No wonder. So, she's Vice Palace Master Yang's junior sister. I didn't expect Vice Palace Master Yang to have such a junior sister. I've never heard of her before. The Inner Palace branch was too mysterious. Not many people in Myriad Law Academy knew of its existence. After Lang Chunwan entered the Inner Palace branch, she had only left the Inner Palace branch a few times, and each time she did not reveal her identity. Naturally, there were not many people who knew that Yang Yuchen had a junior sister like her. Teacher Yuan. At this time, when a few other figures arrived, a lower god emperor teacher who was passing by greeted the old man in a timely manner. Then he told the old man in full detail about what had happened earlier. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. The 3 of them joined forces to kill Duan Ling Tian. The old man's expression changed, and at the same time anger rose in his eyes. Recently he had been patrolling this area. If the 3 of them really succeeded and killed Duan Ling Tian, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. When the patrolling teachers who had followed the old man heard the whole story, their expressions changed as well. 3 teachers of Myriad Law Academy had joined forces to kill Duan Ling Tian. Had they gone mad? At this moment, the news spread through the entire Myriad Law Academy at an extremely fast speed through the transmission of messages from the people present. In fact, many people in the 10,000 Arts Academy had learned about Duan Ling Tian's assassination attempt at this moment. Failed? In the Monarch spirit sect's encampment, vice sect leader Lu Tianfeng's expression changed and became extremely unsightly when he received the news from Myriad Art Academy. Before the three of them had made their move, he had already known. For this reason, he had been waiting for the good news to come back. 3 intermediate god emperors had tried to kill Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian only had an ordinary-looking girl by his side. Moreover, no one knew who she was. Under such circumstances, who would think she was a threat? As for investigating the girl, it was naturally inconvenient. If they did, they would definitely alarm Duan Lingtian. However, what he did not expect was that not only were the people present mistaken, but he had also mistakenly overlooked the girl. The girl was a higher god emperor. Moreover, she was Duan Lingtian's senior sister and Yang Yuchen's junior sister. She's proficient in the law of destruction and has a full soul high-grade god artifact. She killed 3 intermediate god emperors in half a breath's time? How come I've never heard of Yang Yuchen having such a junior sister before? Does this mean she's also from the Inner Palace Division where Yang Yuchen is? At Lu Tianfeng's level, even if the Inner Palace Division was not well known, he still knew of its existence. At the same time, he also knew that there were not many people in the Inner Palace Division. When Duan Lingtian had joined Myriad Law Academy, Yang Yuchen had personally invited him. Therefore, he had guessed that Duan Lingtian had joined the Inner Palace Division. But who would have thought that the 10,000 Laws Palace's Inner Palace would have such a harmless-looking High God Emperor, who had ruined his plan? Now that I've failed, it'll be difficult to succeed again. Lu Tianfeng's expression became increasingly gloomy. In the face of the spies planted by Myriad Law Academy, who asked if they should continue to keep an eye on Duan Lingtian and let the other Myriad Law Academy teachers threatened by them attack when the girl was not by Duan Lingtian's side, Lu Tianfeng vetoed the idea. There's no need to keep an eye on him anymore. Give up. If we act rashly and alert the enemy, we won't have another chance. Lu Tianfeng was certain that from now on, as long as Duan Lingtian walked around Myriad Law Academy, the godly venerable teachers in charge of patrolling that area would definitely keep an eye on him and escort him. Under such circumstances, there was no chance of success. Chapter 40, 139. Lang Chunwan, Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, Yang Yuchen's 4th junior sister. This time, the attack on Duan Lingtian in Myriad Law Academy made Lang Chunwan famous. It was only at this moment that most people in Myriad Law Academy knew of Lang Chunwan's existence. Even those in the Legacy Division, although they had long known of the existence of Lang Chunwan in the Inner Palace and knew that she was not yet 10,000 years old, they were not too sure of her strength. However, according to past practice, there were no weaklings in the Inner Palace, so they were still mentally prepared for Lang Chunwan's talent and strength. However, even if they were mentally prepared, they still felt that Lang Chunwan, a junior who was not yet 10,000 years old, was at most a middle god emperor. In their Legacy Division, the 2 most outstanding people in the younger generation who were not yet 10,000 years old were the 2 middle god emperors. In their opinion, even if they were not considered the top battle strength of the younger generation in the Xiangang land, they were not far from it. Only those giant, godly, venerable level forces could possibly have stronger existences. A high god emperor who is not yet 10,000 years old. In the past, in their opinion, such an existence could only exist in the giant, godly, venerable level forces. However, today they found out that there was such an existence in Myriad Law Academy. She was from the Inner Palace and was Yang Yuchen's junior sister. Moreover, she had always kept a low profile and had never revealed her strength. Perhaps if Duan Lingtian had not been attacked today, she would not have revealed her strength. How laughable to think that we thought that Duan Lingtian would become Yang Yuchen's capital after he brought Duan Lingtian back to Myriad Law Academy. If we really want to talk about capital, his 4th junior sister is his biggest capital. A high god emperor who is not yet 10,000 years old. Moreover, she specializes in the law of destruction, a law that is not weaker than the 4 supreme laws in terms of killing. Moreover, she has already nurtured a full soul high-grade divine weapon. What a monster! It's said that no one in the inner palace is mediocre. I'm convinced. I heard Duan Lingtian address Yang Yuchen as third senior brother, so there are obviously 2 people before Yang Yuchen. However, I've never heard of those 2 people, nor have I seen them appear in front of anyone. Since they are ranked before Yang Yuchen, they must be stronger, right? Since he's from the inner palace, it's impossible for us from the lineage of legacy to not know about him, right? I'll have to ask my master about this. I want to ask too. After witnessing the skills of Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan one after another, the people of the House of Legacy could not help but feel shocked when they thought of their ages. In addition, there was also Yang Yuchen in the inner palace. Yang Yuchen was known as the #1 genius of Myriad Arts Academy in the past 100,000 years. At the very least, in the past 100,000 years of Wandala Palace, there hadn't been anyone who could achieve achievements comparable to Yang Yuchen's at Yang Yuchen's age, let alone surpassing him. Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Lang Chunwan, Yang Yuchen didn't seem to be as good as them when he was their age, right? Doesn't that mean that when they reach Yang Yuchen's age, they'll be more outstanding than Yang Yuchen? In the past, we only knew that there was a Yang Yuchen in the inner palace, but we knew nothing about his senior brothers and senior sisters. Moreover, they seem very mysterious. Even my grandmaster didn't know about them, only that they were also ultimate god experts. Do you think it's possible that they're more outstanding than Yang Yuchen? That's not possible, right? If that's the case, then the inner palace is too heaven-defying, right? In the past, the lineage of legacy's understanding of the inner palace was mostly based on Yang Yuchen's lack of people. Even when Yang Yuchen brought Duan Lingtian to the inner palace, they thought that Yang Yuchen was lucky to have snatched Duan Lingtian from the hands of the major ultimate god-level factions. It was not until Lang Chunwan's appearance that they realized that they had completely misjudged the inner palace. The inner palace was not that simple. It felt like the water was much deeper than they had imagined. There were not many people, but each and every one of them was an elite. Before Yang Yuchen, there were 2 very mysterious existences. They only knew that there was a first senior sister and second senior brother. As for how strong they were, even the mid-level ultimate god experts in the lineage of legacy were not very clear. Both of them were very mysterious. Senior sister, don't tell me you want to be famous? You're really famous this time. Duan Lingtian continued to take Lang Chunwan around the Myriad Art Academy. At the same time, he glanced at the group of Myriad Art Academy students who had come to join in the fun and see Lang Chunwan. He smiled and said to Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up when she heard that. She seemed to enjoy it very much. Really? Then, am I more famous than you now, junior brother? Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Senior sister, you're a high-level supreme god emperor. In their eyes, I'm only a mid-level supreme god emperor. Even the high-grade, full-soul divine weapon in my hand was nurtured by someone else. Unlike you, senior sister, who nurtured a high-grade, full-soul divine weapon on your own. Duan Lingtian said. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lang Chunwan shook her head and said, My high-grade, full-soul divine weapon was not nurtured by myself. First senior sister gave it to me when I just broke through to the divine emperor realm. I heard from her that she obtained it by killing a mid-level supreme god. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lang Chunwan's words. In fact, he had been wondering if his 4th senior sister's high-grade, full-soul divine weapon was nurtured by herself, because it did not look like it. That high-grade, full-soul divine weapon gave him the feeling that it was not any weaker than his 7 orifices exquisite sword. An ordinary high-level supreme god would not be able to nurture a high-grade, full-soul divine weapon to such an extent. For example, when he fought against the Monarch sect in the Hall of Life and Death 100 years ago, his teacher, Yuan Dongchen, who was on duty at that time, displayed a high-grade, full-soul divine weapon that was much weaker. Also, when the deputy leader of the Mon-Origin sect, Lu Tianfeng, visited him, the high-grade, full-soul divine weapon of his female disciple was also ordinary. She killed a mid-level supreme god. Although Duan Lingtian had already vaguely sensed that his first senior sister, whom he had never met, was very powerful, he could not help but be shocked when he heard that she had killed a mid-level supreme god. Moreover, according to his fourth senior sister, her first senior sister had given her the divine weapon when she had just broken through to the divine emperor realm. In other words, that was a very long time ago. At least a few thousand years ago. A few thousand years ago, his first senior sister could already kill a mid-level supreme god? She must be much stronger now, right? Although a few thousand years was extremely short for an ultimate god, and it was difficult for them to improve. That was only for ordinary people. His first senior sister was from the internal palace, which meant that she was not a mediocre person. Even if she was an ultimate god, she would definitely improve in a few thousand years. It was just a matter of how much she improved. Duan Lingtian had already learned from Yang Yuchen that there had never been an ultimate god or a teacher in the internal palace. Those who entered the palace first were his senior brothers and senior sisters. As for the fact that Yang Yuchen asked him to pull Yi Qinfeng into the inner palace as the fourth brother, it was only a joke. In the internal palace, the order of entry was based on the order of entry. When Yang Yuchen first entered the internal palace, his current first senior sister was not the first senior sister, but the third senior sister. It was only when the first two senior brothers died that the third senior sister became the first senior sister. As for Yang Yuchen, he had also become the third junior brother from the fifth junior brother in the beginning. He also became the third senior brother of those who entered the internal palace later. When the internal palace was first established, it was not like this where there was a master and disciple division. However, after a reform, it was passed down in this way. Senior brothers and senior sisters were actually no different from ultimate gods. They would do their best to help you. For example, according to Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, the current first senior sister was not only a great help to his fourth senior sister, but also to him and his second senior brother. Of course, in the internal palace, only those who stayed in Wanfa Palace could become the leader of the internal palace. The leader position used to belong to first senior sister. However, not long after third senior brother Yang Yuchen entered the sect, eldest senior sister saw that he couldn't stay in the inner palace and kept running out to hang out with the disciples. Therefore, she passed the position of leader to him. She herself had left the inner palace. Second senior brother also left the internal palace after that. At this time, only Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan were left in the internal palace. Until his arrival, the internal palace was revitalized. Along the way in Wanfa Palace, Lang Chunwan, who was next to Duan Lingtian, attracted a lot of attention. In the beginning, Lang Chunwan enjoyed it very much. However, later on, she did not enjoy it and even felt annoyed. She felt like she was being stared at like a monkey. Little junior brother, let's go back. There were many times when Lang Chunwan wanted to get angry and scold the people who came to see her, but she was stopped by Duan Lingtian. Gradually, Lang Chunwan lost her patience. Okay, Duan Lingtian could also see that his fourth senior sister was now at her limit. If this continued, he was afraid he could not control her. When that time came, she would not kill anyone, but it was still possible to cripple 2 or 3 people. When Duan Lingtian brought Lang Chunwan back to the internal palace, the old man looked at the old man. In the sky, the old man glanced at the young man beside him and smiled faintly. Your little junior brother is much more authoritative than you in front of your fourth junior sister. That's not authoritative. The young man glanced at the old man. It's fourth junior sister who thinks she should act like a senior sister in front of her little junior brother. I say, Did you ask me to bring her out with little junior brother so that she can kill those people who were threatened? Yes, the old man replied. No matter what, they are still teachers of the academy. They definitely didn't do it willingly. I can't bear to do it. When the old man said this, the young man shook his head and said, If you can't bear to do it, you can let someone else do it. In my opinion, you asked my fourth junior sister to do it because you want to attack the legacy branch, right? Sometimes I even suspect, are you from the inner palace, a spy in the lineage of legacies? Chapter 4140. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have such a senior sister. A few years ago, the Monarch spirit sect's holy son, Mengyu, had completed enough missions and obtained enough credits to enter the trial grounds of God. Over the past few years, he had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out so that he could provoke him into a battle of life and death. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would indeed come out and be attacked by the God Emperor teachers of Myriad Law Academy under threat of the Monarch spirit sect. However, he did not survive because of the intervention of Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy. Instead, it was his senior sister who made a move. Lang Chunwan, less than 10,000 years old, a higher God Emperor. Previously, even the teachers and students of Myriad Law Academy were unfamiliar with Lang Chunwan. Even among the legacies, very few people knew of Lang Chunwan's existence. However, this time Lang Chunwan had displayed her strength and forcefully crushed 3 God Emperor teachers of Myriad Law Academy. This had shocked everyone in Myriad Law Academy. Only then did they know that Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy, had such a junior sister. A higher God Emperor less than 10,000 years old. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, such an existence has only appeared a few times, right? It's said that not only is she less than 10,000 years old, but she might even be less than 6,000 years old. Less than 6,000 years old? That can't be right. Lang Chunwan feels even more monstrous than Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen back then. Duan Lingtian is about the same. Lang Chunwan's fame spread throughout Myriad Law Academy. The hearts of the people from the various heavyweight forces, the group of young geniuses who were originally extremely arrogant, sank like water. There's such an existence in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Originally, I thought that since we were middle God Emperors, we would be the strongest group of people who entered the trial grounds of God. The others would, at most, be evenly matched with us. But now there's a Lang Chunwan. The Myriad Arts Academy has always been mysterious. First, there was Yang Yuchen. Then there was Duan Lingtian, and now there's Lang Chunwan. Moreover, none of them are mediocre. During this trip to the divine trials, I only hope that I don't encounter her. Otherwise, no matter how good the opportunity is, it will probably be taken away by her. According to what I know, the trial of gods is extremely vast, and there are many new identities in there. It won't be easy to meet her. If you really do meet her, run. Trying to snatch the opportunity from her is simply courting death. If she didn't have a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul, I would still be able to fight her. But now, I don't have the desire to fight her. During this trip to the trial grounds of God, the various major forces' ultimate God prodigies were complacent. They felt that there were not many people who could compare to them, and that they would be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the trial grounds of God. But now, the appearance of Lang Chunwan was like a basin of cold water splashed on their heads, completely waking them up. It turned out that there was such an existence in Myriad Law Academy. This person was no weaker than the most outstanding prodigies of the younger generation of those giant, ultimate God forces. The Myriad Law Academy was in an uproar because of Lang Chunwan. In the distant Mon-Origin divine sect, vice sect leader Lu Tianfeng also heard of Lang Chunwan's existence. Although he was surprised by Lang Chunwan's strength, he was more annoyed by Saint Mengyu's cowardice. Mengyu did not provoke Duan Lingtian and challenge Duan Lingtian to a life and death battle as planned. What the hell is he doing? Lu Tianfeng was a little angry. If the other party was a saint of his faction, he would have already sent a message to curse him. Even so, he still sent a message to ask, "Why didn't you provoke Duan Lingtian and challenge him to a life-and-death battle?" Do you know, once he enters the trial grounds of God, he might advance further and become an emperor god. At that time, you might not be his opponent. Meng Yu did not care about Lu Tianfeng's message. He was even a little annoyed by Lu Tianfeng's tone. After all, his great-grandfather was not any weaker than Lu Tianfeng. "Vice sect leader Lu, I didn't find a chance." Meng Yu replied faintly and did not pay attention to Lu Tianfeng anymore. However, was this really the truth? Of course not. The reason Meng Yu did not provoke Duan Lingtian was that Lang Chunwan was by Duan Lingtian's side. When he found out about Lang Chunwan's strength, he also heard some news that Lang Chunwan had appeared in front of others before. However, at that time, no one knew her identity and strength. There were a few times when a few people offended her. In the end, they either did not end well or were almost crippled. If there were only one or two of these incidents, it could be said that it was a coincidence. However, after so many times, who would believe that it was a coincidence? That Lang Chunwan is obviously a vengeful person. If I target Duan Lingtian, even if I kill Duan Lingtian, I might be killed by him when I just left Myriad Arts Academy. Although I can find someone to pick me up. If I can find someone, can't Lang Chunwan find someone? For example, she and Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, are medium ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen is only their third senior brother. Before their third senior brother, their still eldest senior brother, eldest senior sister, second senior brother, or second senior sister. If they're ranked before Yang Yuchen, they might be stronger than Yang Yuchen. Both of them might be higher godly venerables. If I really kill Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid I'll die. It was also because of this that Meng Yu thought of retreating and did not look for Duan Lingtian again to provoke Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had killed their Monorigin spirit sect's holy son, Wang Yunqing, which was equivalent to offending Wang Yunqing's faction and the entire Monorigin spirit sect. If the Monorigin spirit sect had the chance, they would definitely not let Duan Lingtian go. However, as long as Duan Lingtian stayed in Myriad Arts Academy and did not leave, the Monorigin spirit sect could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. However, it was different for him. He was now in Myriad Arts Academy's territory. Even if he could leave Myriad Arts Academy safely, he might not be able to return safely. It was unlikely that Myriad Arts Academy's higher ultimate gods would personally take action for him and travel thousands of miles to Myriad Arts Academy to escort him back. Moreover, even if they really wanted to come, there would at most be one. However, would a higher ultimate god really be able to bring him back safely? After all, Duan Lingtian still had two senior brothers and senior sisters who were very likely stronger than Yang Yuchen. One of them might even be a higher ultimate god. Even if there weren't, with a few medium ultimate gods together and the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy's higher ultimate god, it would not be difficult to kill him. Perhaps the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy would not make a move openly, but it was possible for him to change his identity and make a move. There were often people from the Monorigin spirit sect who did such things. Even if the other party was suspicious, what could they do? Even if you record a scryer image, it's not me in it. Looks like me? Sorry, if it doesn't look like me, then it's not me. Duan Lingtian's backer is too strong. I can't afford to offend him, but I can hide. Next, I'll break through to the medium divine emperor realm and familiarize myself with it. It won't be long before I enter the trial grounds. As the Monorigin spirit sect's holy son, Meng Yu was not a fool. He knew he could not do it, so he stopped in time. He did not care about what others thought. Even if he had to suffer punishment from the Monorigin spirit sect because of this, he would accept it. It's better for me to control my own life in my own hands. The realm battlefield. Boom! Boom! Two incomparably huge figures crossed the sky as though two gods had descended from the heavens. They were majestic and exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Currently, these two were chasing after a young man who was fleeing in the distance. The young man was dressed in a long green robe. He had a sturdy build and a handsome face. Facing the two chasing after him, his expression was calm and emotionless. This place should be enough. The sturdy young man looked around and saw that there was not a trace of human habitation in the surrounding area. Moreover, the spiritual energy was so thin that even if he wanted to recover temporarily, he would not choose such a place. Thinking of this, the sturdy young man stopped and turned around to face the two figures who were rapidly approaching him. "Boy, hand over what you have obtained from the secret realm, and we'll spare your life." The two incomparably huge figures were at least 100 meters tall. They had a domineering aura as they crossed the sky, causing the void to tremble and the space of the realm battlefield to sway. One could see how powerful they were. "Both of you are medium ultimate gods. Do you think you can kill me?" The sturdy young man smiled faintly. Then, with a sway of his body, he transformed into a giant that was more than 100 meters tall. His aura changed abruptly as though he had transformed into another person. "This place is the burial ground I've found for both of you. You have to like it whether you like it or not." As the sturdy young man smiled faintly, his body shone with a dazzling golden light that seemed to be able to illuminate thousands of miles. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a golden scorching sun. The two giants' pupils shrank sharply as they saw the scene in front of them. Their expressions changed drastically. "The power of the law illuminates thousands of miles. The power of the law illuminates thousands of miles." It was a sign that one's profundity was close to perfection. Generally, those who had mastered the power of law were upper-level ultimate gods. Even ordinary upper-level ultimate gods rarely mastered the power of law to such a level. Run. The two did not even need to communicate. In the next moment, they split up and fled, turning into two rapid streams of flowing light. "Ha! Since you're here, there's no need to leave." The sturdy young man laughed. Then he clenched one hand into a fist and the other hand into a palm. He threw out a palm strike with a domineering aura and chased after the two who were fleeing madly. "If First Senior's sister finds out that two ordinary medium ultimate gods can escape from me, she'll laugh at me for a long time." Chapter 141. The two mid-level ultimate gods fled in different directions. They did not even dare to look back. Their breaths were in a mess, and their nerves were tense. They were worried that the expert with the power of law would chase after them. When they sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation coming from behind them, their expressions changed greatly. How unlucky! Was he really coming after them? Bang! An incomparably huge fist flashed through the void. As the fist landed, a terrifying power of law condensed, smashing down like a setting sun. In the next moment, a mid-level ultimate god took out his full soul high-grade divine weapon to block the attack. The light on his body was extinguished inch by inch. In just 3 breaths, the mid-level ultimate god let out a mournful cry. "Can you let me know who you are before you die?" A mid-level ultimate god with the power of law shining over millions of miles. Even in the realm of gods where he was from, there were only a handful of such geniuses, and each of them was famous. He even knew about the people from the plains of gods and the mystic starland. However, not a single one of those people had such an appearance. He was certain the other party was not in disguise. Therefore, he concluded that the other party was a low-key mid-level ultimate god from the Xianying land. Although his strength was amazing, he was not famous. Before he died, he really wanted to know who the other party was. This way he could die with peace of mind. In the next moment, the young man's voice transmission rang in his ears. "I'm Hong Yifeng from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's Inner Palace." As soon as the burly young man finished speaking, The gigantic fist that fell from the sky like a meteor instantly blew up the mid-level ultimate god in despair. The mid-level ultimate god exploded. He turned into a mist of blood and scattered in the air. Only a full soul high-grade divine weapon was left. To be precise, it was a full soul high-grade divine weapon whose soul had been annihilated along with its owner. Boom! On the other side, after killing a mid-level ultimate god with a punch, another mid-level ultimate god was also killed by the burly young man's palm. He followed in his companion's footsteps. 2 medium-level ultimate gods had fallen in the blink of an eye. Eldest senior sister and third junior brother were right. Mastering the way of control and mastering the embryonic form of the way of control are 2 completely different concepts. The difference is too big. The robust young man was precisely the second senior brother of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace, Hong Yifeng. After he muttered in a low voice, his brows raised, and then he transformed into a golden ray of light that fled 5 million kilometers away. At the same time, 2 incomparably large giants that seemed to hold up the sky shone with dazzling light where he had been standing. Everyone within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers could vaguely see them. Is that an ultimate god expert? 2 medium-level ultimate gods. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, everyone, whether they were in the wilderness or in the barracks, had their eyes fixed on the 2 giants in the distance. In the next instant, they heard the 2 giants let out unwilling roars. Then, with a loud crash, they fell. 2 mid-level ultimate gods have fallen? This strange phenomenon also shocked everyone who saw it. Some of the experts even started to fly towards the place where the 2 mid-level ultimate gods had fallen. Who died? 2 medium-level ultimate gods fell at the same time. Was it a high-level ultimate god? Which high-level supreme god did it? Not long after, more than a dozen people gathered at the remote place where the 2 mid-level ultimate gods had fallen. These dozen, or so people had come alone. Each of them hovered in the void. Even though they did not use their powers, the void around them trembled as though it had sensed a great threat. It's not an ultimate god from the mysterious gangland, the higher-level supreme god of the Xiangang land who was present grinned. I wonder who did it. It's obvious that they didn't give the other party a chance to call for help. The high-level ultimate gods from the other realms of gods who were present did not look too good. At that moment, some people even wondered who the 2 medium-level ultimate gods that had been killed were. Although the 2 of them were already dead, and not even their bodies were left behind, it was not difficult to determine who had died through the voice transmission from afar. At this moment, the high-level ultimate gods from the mysterious gangland were either laughing or trying to stifle their laughter. On the other hand, the high-level ultimate gods from the other realms of gods did not look too good. Of course, the high-level ultimate gods from the mysterious gangland were not worried that the other party would dare to make a move. Even if they were no match for the other party, it would not be difficult for them to escape with their strength. Is the mysterious gangland so unruly now? The realm of gods that intersected with the mysterious gangland to form the battlefield was called the Pilgrimage Grounds. At this moment, a high-level ultimate god from the Pilgrimage Grounds said with a gloomy expression, "Let's not talk about those below the ultimate god level for now." Above the ultimate god level, everyone has a tacit understanding that high-level ultimate gods will not kill low-level ultimate gods unless they have a death wish. Isn't it a little too much for a high-level ultimate god from the mysterious gangland to kill 2 mid-level ultimate gods from the Pilgrimage Grounds? The high-level ultimate god of the Pilgrimage Grounds was a tall old man wearing a loose, fiery red robe. As he stood there, his red robe fluttered in the wind as if it was burning. Not only that, one could feel the rolling heat waves from his body, even from a distance. He was a high-level ultimate god who was skilled in the law of fire. Ha! A high-level ultimate god from the mysterious gangland laughed. Old man Zhu, it's best if you don't know what's going on. Are you so sure that the person who killed the 2 mid-level ultimate gods from the Pilgrimage Grounds is a high-level ultimate god? use your divine consciousness to search for traces of their deaths. Can't you tell the difference between a high-level ultimate god and mid-level ultimate god's divine energy? Under normal circumstances, it was permissible to kill each other in the realm battlefield. However, since godly venerable gods were rare in any realm of gods, godly venerable gods had formed a tacit agreement with each other. High-level ultimate gods usually would not fight with low-level ultimate gods. For example, high-level ultimate gods would not attack mid-level ultimate gods, and mid-level ultimate gods would not attack low-level ultimate gods. Over the years, it had formed a tacit understanding that not many people would easily break. They knew very well how difficult it was for a person to cultivate to the level of an ultimate god. Other than a few high-level ultimate gods who were alone, most high-level ultimate gods had descendants of mid-level ultimate gods or low-level ultimate gods. Naturally, they did not want their descendants to be killed by the enemy's high-level ultimate gods. As soon as the Xiangang Ground's higher supreme god spoke, the faces of the pilgrimage ground's higher supreme gods changed after they scanned the area with their divine consciousness, except for a few higher supreme gods who had already discovered something. It's a mid-level ultimate god. And it's a mid-level ultimate god who's skilled in the law of metal. Just now this area was filled with a golden light that covered millions of miles. The law energy illuminated millions of miles, but it's not a high-level ultimate god? Is there a mid-level ultimate god in the mysterious gangland who's skilled in the law of metal that can illuminate millions of miles? I know of a few mid-level ultimate gods in the mysterious gangland who can illuminate millions of miles, but none of them are skilled in the law of metal. Is it a mid-level ultimate god from the mysterious gangland? While the group of high-level supreme gods in the pilgrimage grounds were discussing this matter, the group of high-level supreme gods in the mysterious gang grounds had also noticed this problem. A mid-level ultimate god who's able to illuminate millions of miles with the law of metal. Do you know who it is? I don't know. I've never heard of such a person in the mysterious gangland. Ha! I didn't expect such a powerful mid-level ultimate god to be hidden in the mysterious gangland. I wonder when he'll enter the level of a high-level ultimate god. With his attainments in the law, his combat strength will be able to crush any ordinary high-level ultimate god once he enters the level of a high-level ultimate god. No matter what, this is a good thing for the mysterious gangland. The group of high-level ultimate gods came to join in the fun and left one after another. No one wanted to fight, as it would be a crisis for any of them if a fight broke out under such circumstances. Anyone who was unlucky enough to be killed by a few high-level ultimate gods would be in danger of dying. Under such circumstances, it was better to keep a low profile. However, as the group of high-level ultimate gods left, the news of a mid-level ultimate god in the mysterious gangland who had mastered the law of metal to the point of illuminating millions of miles began to spread in the planar battlefield. As for the person involved, Hong Yifeng, no one knew where he had gone. The mysterious gangland, the Myriad Arts Academy, the Inner Palace, fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan, who had gone out with Duan Lingtian this time, was no longer looking forward to going out like before. She even wanted to never go out again. This was because she was tired of being stared at. Little junior brother, aren't you annoyed? What are those people looking at? Are they looking at monkeys? Lang Chunwan looked at Duan Lingtian with some resentment. If it were up to me, I'd scare them so they wouldn't dare to follow us and watch us. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he smiled bitterly and helplessly. Fourth senior sister, didn't you say you wanted to be famous like me? Now that you're famous, they've all come to see what you look like and recognize you. Why are you unhappy? Now, Duan Lingtian finally knew why his third senior brother, Yang Yuqin, said this fourth senior sister was difficult to serve. Women were fickle. However, this was the first time he had seen one so fickle. In any case, I don't like them following me and staring at me, Lang Chunwan said grumpily. Then, she said in a lecturing tone, little junior brother, there's nothing interesting outside. You should stay with me and cultivate well. You can go out when the trial of God opens. I don't want to go out. If you go out alone, there might be some blind people who will attack you. Myriad Arts Academy's broken rules are unreliable. Chapter 41-42. The Myriad Law Academy was as peaceful as ever. For ordinary students, although they knew about the existence of the trial grounds, they also knew that it had nothing to do with them. It was a stage for the most outstanding young generation of the Myriad Arts Academy and the Xiangang Land's major ultimate God's forces. Moreover, it was said that the Myriad Law Academy did not have many places left. Of course, some of the places in the Myriad Law Academy could be fought for except for the students from the heavyweight ultimate God forces. However, there were only so many places. Without enough strength, it was impossible to fight for them. As for the 80 places for the heavyweight ultimate God forces, it was up to them to divide them. In recent decades, the outstanding geniuses of the heavyweight ultimate God forces had arrived one after another. Basically, those who came later had accumulated enough points. Those who came later had basically entered the Emperor God realm. Even the Ni Chong Feng Pavilion, which only recruited female disciples, had a few young Emperor Gods. One of them was even Duan Lingtian's old acquaintance, Tuo Xiu. She was a disciple of the Yuan clan of the former 7 prefectures. She was also the strongest female cultivator in the 7 prefectures banquet that Duan Lingtian had participated in and won first place. Although she did not make it into the top 3, no one underestimated her strength. Moreover, it was said that she was much younger than those who ranked ahead of her, except for Duan Lingtian. After the 7-mansion feast, Tuo Xiu was taken away by people from the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, a heavyweight ultimate god sect in the Xiangang land, before she could return to the Yuan clan in the Netherworld Mansion. At that time, Tuo Xiu was facing a certain crisis. A group of emperor gods had gathered to kill her. Although she had many emperor gods protecting her, she was still in danger. At the critical moment, a high-level emperor god from the Ni Chong Feng Pavilion came and took her away. After Tuo Xiu went to the Ni Chong Feng Pavilion, she became a disciple of an ultimate god. Although the ultimate god's cultivation level was ordinary and she was only a newly promoted mid-level ultimate god, her position in the Ni Chong Feng Pavilion was extremely high. That was because her master was a high-level supreme god of the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as Tuo Xiu entered the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, she already had a high-level supreme god as her grandmaster. Because of this, she was treated very well even though she had just entered the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to become a celestial emperor in just 100 years. Now, Tuo Xiu was already a lower god emperor. At the same time, she had also come to Myriad Law Palace and had accumulated enough academic credits. She was qualified to enter the trial grounds of God. Of course, whether they could enter the trial grounds in the end would depend on the competition with other heavenly prodigies from other godly venerable level factions. Junior sister Xiu, Yu, and that Duan Lingtian both came from the 7 prefectures and participated in the 7 prefectures feast together. Are you familiar with him? Recently, Tuo Xiu had come to Myriad Law Academy with 3 other disciples of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. They were the most outstanding of the younger generation of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. 2 middle god emperors and 1 lower god emperor. Right now, the person who had come to Tuo Xiu's residence and was chatting with Tuo Xiu was one of Tuo Xiu's disciples, a mid-god emperor. Senior sister, I am not familiar with him. Tuo Xiu gently shook her head. Her eyes were filled with indescribable emotions. Originally, she thought that with the extraordinary treatment she received in the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, she would be able to catch up with him or even surpass him. She did not expect that in the end, she would still be inferior to him. Although he had not entered the divine emperor realm and was not even a middle god emperor, he had once killed the Monarch divine sect's holy son, Wang Yunsheng, and 4 other young prodigies of the Monarch divine sect. As a middle god emperor, his strength was not weaker than most lower god emperors. Moreover, that was a matter of 100 years ago. Now his cultivation had most likely already stepped into the realm of upper god emperor. His strength was definitely even stronger. I heard that he is only slightly over 800 years old, not even 900 years old. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion disciple who was talking to Tuoba Xiu was a young lady. She had a graceful figure and a pretty face. When she mentioned Duan Lingtian, her eyes shone with curiosity. Ever since she was born, she had grown up in the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Although she had gone out to train and met some men, she felt that those men were not even comparable to her. She did not even feel that she was inferior to the male prodigies of the major ultimate gods' forces. There was almost no one who could convince her. As for the major ultimate gods' forces, there were many young prodigies who were around the same age as her and stronger than her. However, she was not convinced by them. She felt that they were stronger than her because they had enjoyed better resources since they were young. However, Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Art Academy was different. Duan Lingtian had a humble background. He had walked out of the mundane realm and relied on himself all the way. He was not even 1,000 years old, yet he was able to achieve what he had today. It could be said that he was extremely monstrous. In her opinion, only such a man was worthy of her. She was moved by a man for the first time. Even though she had not seen him in person, she had only seen him through the floating image pearl. The information from the pavilion should not be wrong, Tuoba Xiu said. At the same time, her gaze became more and more complicated. She had thought that Duan Lingtian was less than 3,000 years old, but she did not expect that he was less than 1,000 years old. Junior Sister Xiu, the girl who was chatting with Tuoba Xiu, was the #1 young prodigy of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, Zhang Tianjiao. She smiled and asked Tuoba Xiu, "Duan Lingtian is so outstanding. Are you moved by him? If you are moved by him, I will not fight with you." Hearing Zhang Tianjiao's words, Tuoba Xiu's heart shook imperceptibly. She then shook her head and said, "Senior sister, what are you saying? I have only seen him a few times. How can I be moved by him?" Thinking of the information collected by the pavilion about Duan Lingtian in the lower secondary realm, Tuoba Xiu sighed. It turned out that he already had a family. He had a son and a daughter and 2 wives. "Junior Sister Xiu, if you are not interested in him, then I will take him." Zhang Tianjiao smiled again. Her smile was even more brilliant, as if Duan Lingtian was already in her bag. "Senior sister." Tuoba Xiu smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't you read all the information collected by the pavilion? He already has a family in the lower secondary realm. He has 2 wives and many close female friends. Moreover, his 2 wives have already given birth to children for him." Tuoba Xiu thought that her senior sister did not know about Duan Lingtian's situation. Who would have thought that Zhang Tianjiao did not care at all when she heard Tuoba Xiu's words? "I have read all the information about him, including the fact that he has a family. But so what? I, Zhang Tianjiao, am not an ordinary woman. Ordinary women only have a short life span of a few decades. It is normal for them to be jealous in such a short lifespan. But for cultivators like us, as long as we continue to be strong, our lifespan can be as short as tens of thousands of years. So what if he has a few more women? Even if a weak man only loves me, Zhang Tianjiao, I will still disdain him." Zhang Tianjiao's words didn't conceal the slightest bit of her tolerance of Duan Lingtian already having a family. Tuoba Xiu was stunned when she heard this. Her heart was in turmoil. She felt that her senior sister's words made sense. Even if a weak man only loved her, she might not take a liking to him. Up until now, the only man who could arouse her feelings of adoration was Duan Lingtian alone. "Senior sister, if that's the case, why are you still considering me?" Tuoba Xiu asked. Earlier, her senior sister had told her that if she was interested in Duan Lingtian, She would not fight with her for Duan Lingtian. When Zhang Tianjiao heard this, she smiled nonchalantly and said, "I'm just worried that you won't be willing to share a husband with me, junior sister Xiu. If you don't mind, I have no objections." Senior sister, Tuoba Xiu was a little speechless and a little helpless. Why didn't she see that her senior sister, who is usually like an ice beauty outside, had such a side to her? Junior sister Xiu, I'm serious. Don't miss out on such a good man. Zhang Tianjiao chuckled. Days passed by. The number of people who would head to the trials of God was also slowly decided. There were a total of 100 slots to enter the trial of God. 10 of them were from the 10,000 Arts Academy. 8 of them were from the Legacy Progeny, and 2 were from the Internal Palace Progeny. Under normal circumstances, the Legacy Progeny would have 9 slots, and the Internal Palace Progeny would have 1 slot. However, when the trial of God opened 10,000 years ago, the Internal Palace Progeny did not occupy any slots, and the Legacy Progeny took away 10 slots. This time, they were merely returning the slots that they had taken away previously. Naturally, even if no one from the Internal Palace Progeny entered the trial of God for 2 consecutive 10,000 years, they would not be able to accumulate 3 slots. At most, they would be able to accumulate 2 slots. The Legacy Progeny did not have any objections to this. As for the remaining 10 slots of the 10,000 Arts Academy, they would be fought for by all the prodigies under the age of 10,000. Even those from the Legacy Progeny who did not obtain a slot could fight for these 10 slots. Of course, prodigies from the Legacy Progeny who were above the Emperor God level were not allowed to fight for these 10 slots, unless all the internal slots were occupied by Emperor God level prodigies. Once the 10,000 Arts Academy's 20 slots were decided, the other heavyweight ultimate God forces also decided on the other 80 slots through their own methods. Some heavyweight ultimate God forces obtained 7 or 8 slots, while others only obtained 3 or 4 slots. Of course, any heavyweight ultimate God level force would have at least 3 quotas. The 3 spots were fixed. There was no need to compete. If not, how could those heavyweight ultimate God forces who did not have any outstanding prodigies among the younger generation be willing to accept this? On the day before the opening of the divine trial grounds, a loud and clear voice spread throughout the entire Myriad Arts Academy in a timely manner. At noon tomorrow, all those who have obtained a slot to enter the trial of God are to gather at the central square. Chapter 41-43. Duan Lingtian was in the independent dimension of the inner palace branch, so he naturally couldn't hear the voice that had spread throughout Myriad Arts Academy. However, when Yang Yuchen returned to the inner palace branch and personally told him about this matter, he found out about the gathering tomorrow. "Third senior brother, we're going in directly tomorrow." "Yes." Yang Yuchen nodded and smiled. "Tomorrow is the day the trial of God opens." When he finished speaking, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and became somewhat solemn. "Little junior brother, after entering the trial of God, don't trust anyone. Even if you meet someone who says she's your 4th senior sister, don't believe her before she's completely confirmed. Also, in the trial of gods, once you die, you'll truly die, even if your identity and face in there isn't your own. Inside, opportunities are important, but the most important thing is still your life. The trial of God will last for 3 years. During these 3 years, there's no need to cultivate and improve. What you need to do is to travel everywhere and look for opportunities. If you meet anyone who blocks your way, don't hold back. Just kill them. Among them, most of them aren't the people who are participating in the divine trial with you. They are all illusions created by the strongest. You can't tell that they are illusions. Of course, they might not be humans, but other races. In short, when you're inside, be careful." Now, Yang Yuchen could be said to be earnestly and patiently explaining all this to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen's words, he couldn't help but feel a little shaken. At the same time, he faintly realized that when Yang Yuchen told him last time about entering the trial of God, it might not be his own words. At the same time, he also realized that there should be many humans and other life forms in the trial of God. However, apart from the people who were entering the trial of God with him this time, the other humans and life forms were all illusions created by ultimate powerhouses. Furthermore, from what his senior brother said, it was impossible to tell whether those people were fake or not. In other words, I have to be careful of anyone I meet in there. The people I met could have been people who participated in the divine trial with me, or they could have been people created by the strongest. Thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yuchen and asked, "Third senior brother, the last time I went out with fourth senior sister, I heard people talking about the trial of God. They said that even if you kill inside, you can obtain a corresponding reward?" "Yes." Yang Yuchen nodded. "In the divine trials, there are more people created by supreme experts. Once you're inside, you'll be rewarded for killing people. That's a reward given by an utmost powerful being. Furthermore, when the utmost powerful beings give out rewards, there will be a heaven and earth phenomenon." At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. "It's not just you who are participating in the trial of God who are rewarded for killing. Even those who are participating in the trial of God will be rewarded for killing. Also, to the people in the trials of God, they're not created by others. They feel that they have a complete body and soul. They feel that they are born in that world." As Yang Yuchen continued to speak, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, he became even more curious about what kind of place the trial of God was. There are only 3 years. After 3 years, as long as you're still alive, you'll be forcefully sent out by the supreme experts. Yang Yuchen continued. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. "Third senior brother, what you said, you should tell fourth senior sister and I, right?" Only now did he remember that fourth senior sister would be entering with them. However, his third senior brother had told him so much, but his fourth senior sister was not present. "She understands the trial of God better than you." Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, "When that girl first arrived, she was filled with curiosity about everything. That time, when she heard me mention the trial of God to eldest senior sister, she pestered eldest senior sister to tell her about the trial of God." It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to notice that every time his third senior brother mentioned eldest senior sister, there would be a flash of sincere respect in the depths of his third senior brother's eyes. This made him even more curious. What kind of person was the first senior sister? It's also because you didn't ask that girl about the trial of God. Moreover, she definitely thought that I told you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pestered you and talked to you for 3 days and 3 nights. Yang Yuchen said somewhat helplessly, "In my opinion, there's actually not much to say about the trial of God, because the scene inside is not the same every time. It's constantly changing. There are many things that are actually not very useful even if you tell them. Moreover, the people who enter can be directly affected by the things they learn. If you encounter something similar the last time, you could choose one of the 2 choices and survive. However, this time, it's not necessarily the case. You might choose the same choice again and die." Duan Lingtian listened to every word Yang Yuchen said seriously. At the same time, he became even more vigilant. The trial of God was no different from a scourge. In there, he could only trust himself and rely on himself. The others could not be relied on. Perhaps the others approached him to kill him and obtain the rewards of the rules of that world. That was right. The rewards of the rules. The world where the trial of God was located was jointly created by a few strongest people. Everything in there was also prepared by them. There were rewards for killing in there. This was also one of the rules they had set for that world. This sounds somewhat similar to the games I played on Earth in my previous life. They all used a new identity to explore the new world. However, in the games, if you die, you can either revive or not. Even if you can't revive, it won't affect you at all. In this trial of God, once you die in there, you're really dead. 3 years. In such a short time, can I really improve so much? Duan Lingtian's own extravagant wish was to consolidate his cultivation as a high-level divine emperor in the trial of God and break through to the emperor god realm. In this regard, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen also said that as long as he was not particularly unlucky, it would not be difficult. Third senior brother has been to the trial of God before. His words are definitely not baseless. I only hope that I can really enter the Emperor God realm in 3 years, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, there was not much time left for him. Originally, he still had more than 200 years. Now that he had stayed in the myriad jurisprudence palace for 100 years, there was less than 100 years left for him. Although Kerr might be trapped in the dimensional battlefield now and might not return to the world of divine remains even after 1,000 years, I can't take the risk. Once Kerr returns to the world of divine remains in time, it would be a joke if I slacked off and did not have enough strength. Moreover, even if Kerr doesn't return to the world of divine remains by then, she'll definitely be in trouble in the dimensional battlefield. She might even be in danger of dying. Normally, once the 1,000-year period is up, the planar battlefield will close. Anyone who's still alive in the planar battlefield will be forcibly sent out of the planar battlefield and returned to their respective realms of gods. At that time, Kerr will also be forcibly sent back to the world of divine remains. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but feel slightly depressed. He still had more than 100 years left. He was only a high-level divine emperor now. If there was no shortcut, how could he enter the emperor god stage and attain a higher cultivation base? When it was close to noon, Duan Lingtian, his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, and the others left the independent realm where the myriad jurisprudence palace was located. They made their way to the central square of the myriad jurisprudence palace. They had been to the central square the last time they came out of the myriad jurisprudence palace. It was also at that time that Lang Chunwan began to dislike being the center of attention. This was because there were too many people paying attention to her. Little junior brother, after we enter the trial of gods, we'll send a voice transmission to everyone we meet. We'll leave behind a secret signal. When the time comes, we'll know it's you and you'll know it's me. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Lang Chunwan's words. Then he felt it made sense. However, he felt it was unrealistic. Fourth senior sister, although it's useful to do that, you can't just send a voice transmission to each person you meet, right? Could it be that every time he met someone, he would have to send a voice transmission to him saying, "The heavenly king covers the earth tiger"? How strange would that be? Moreover, they did not know how many people there were in the trial of God. According to his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, if they entered the trial of God, they might not necessarily become humans. Instead, they might become other life forms in the trial of God. It could be a demon beast or a plant or even a rock in the trial of gods. There were all kinds of life forms, all-encompassing. Of course, most of them were humans. That's true. Then, little junior brother, what do you think we should do? Lang Chunwan asked Duan Lingtian. Although she was asking Duan Lingtian, she continued without waiting for Duan Lingtian to reply. Why don't one of us wear something? The other person will see that thing and send a voice transmission to the person wearing it. That will match the secret signal. There's something and the secret signal matches. It can't be wrong. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up after she finished speaking. She looked as if she was the smartest person in the world. Duan Lingtian shook his head mercilessly. Although it's possible if you and I go in, won't we be humans? If we're demon beasts or plant life forms, do we have to wear that thing too? Isn't that a little strange? It's not strange. Lang Chunwan smiled. Who said that demon beasts and plant life forms can't wear human things? I like to hang my spoils of war for everyone to see. Can't I? Duan Ling Tian felt slightly speechless when he heard this. It seemed that it made sense. Chapter 41-44 Myriad Law Academy Central Square. It wasn't even noon yet, but a large crowd had already gathered here. They were all students of Myriad Law Academy. Of course, only 100 people had won a spot to enter the trial grounds. Most of them were here to watch the excitement. 100 people who had won a spot to enter the trial grounds were about to gather and enter. Such a grand occasion had only happened once in 10,000 years in the history of Myriad Law Academy. I won't have a chance in this lifetime. The next time the trial grounds open, I'll be over 10,000 years old. A student of Myriad Law Academy who was only 3,000 years old and hadn't even broken through to the lesser God-Emperor realm side. Born at the wrong time, born at the wrong time. In the future, when I have a son, I'll definitely be born at the same time as the trial grounds open, so that my son will have a chance to enter the trial grounds. In fact, many students of Myriad Law Academy had the same idea. There was no lack of geniuses in Myriad Law Academy, and geniuses were generally full of confidence in themselves. Although they hadn't won a spot to enter the trial grounds this time, they didn't feel that their talent wasn't enough. They only felt that they hadn't arrived at the right time. Of course, most of these people were relatively young. The nearly 10,000 years old students of Myriad Law Academy were quiet and low-key at this time. They had no choice but to keep a low profile. If they were born a few thousand years earlier, they could also complain. But the problem was that they were at the right age. Most of the 100 people who had won a spot to enter the trial grounds were younger than them. The Monarch sect's holy son, Murong Haitang and Mengyu, are here. A group of 5 people came from afar, attracting the attention of many students in the blink of an eye. Hulanqi is actually very powerful. However, he's overshadowed by these 2. That's natural. Didn't you see Hulanqi, who usually walks with 2 followers, also become followers now? Now that you mention it, I suddenly realize that Hulanqi is following Murong Haitang and Mengyu. And behind Hulanqi are 2 tails. The 5 from the Monarch sect arrived. 2 youths walked in front, followed by another youth. It was the Monarch sect's disciple, Hulanqi. Behind Hulanqi were 2 other disciples of the Monarch spirit cult. I heard that before Murong Haitang came to our 10,000 Law Palace, she had already stepped into the middle-level God-Emperor realm, and Mengyu is also about to break through. Your news is outdated. Mengyu has already successfully stepped into the middle God-Emperor realm. Mengyu also broke through? The group of 5 from the Monarch spirit cult had all won a spot to enter the trial grounds. In fact, in terms of strength alone, among the 5 of them, only the 2 holy sons, Hulanqi, and the other 2 would be able to secure a spot. The other 2 were a little uncertain. However, with the help of Murong Haitang, the holy son of the Monarch divine sect, the 2 of them managed to obtain a spot. This time, 5 people from the Monarch spirit sect would enter the trial grounds. The Monarch divine sect occupied 5 out of the 80 spots available to the heavyweight ultimate god forces. It was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small number either. If not for the death of Wang Yunsheng, the Monarch god cult's holy son, the Monarch god cult would definitely have one more slot. Many people sighed. Speaking of Wang Yunsheng, do you think Duan Lingtian will enter the trial grounds this time? Duan Lingtian was also the person who had killed Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Monarch divine sect. Even though he had been in seclusion for the past 100 years and lived in seclusion, no one had forgotten about him. Definitely, many people thought so. I think so too. Although Duan Lingtian doesn't seem to be participating in the competition for a spot as the junior brother of Vice Palace Master Yang, and with his monstrous strength and talent, he definitely has a spot. Even if we know about this kind of secret spot, we can't say anything about it. We're even convinced. I heard Duan Lingtian's senior sister isn't even 10,000 years old yet. She's even stronger than Duan Lingtian. She's a higher divine emperor. If she also enters the trial grounds, I'm afraid she'll be the strongest person to enter this time. When the people from the Monorigin divine sect arrived, many people thought of the former holy son of the Monorigin divine sect, Wang Yunshen, and then of Duan Lingtian. Then they thought of Lang Chunwan. The people from the Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace are here too. That's the prodigy of the Nine Mamas Valley. It's the people from the Hanlin Divine Mansion. As the 5 people from the Monorigin Divine Sect entered, more and more people from the heavyweight, godly, venerable level forces entered the trial grounds. Moreover, the prodigies of each force received a lot of attention. The prodigies of the heavyweight, godly, venerable level forces entered the trial grounds one after another. Most of the 10,000 Arts Academy students' attention was on the top prodigies from the major, godly, venerable rank forces. Most of these prodigies were not weaker than the Monorigin divine sect's holy sons, Morong Haitang and Mengyu. The people from the legacy are here. Soon, as one of them cried out in surprise, everyone's attention was immediately diverted to him. They saw a group of 8 people flying over from afar. They were the people from the legacy who had obtained a spot to enter the trial grounds this time. 3 of them were leading the group. The 3 people at the front of the group were a middle-aged man and 2 young men. At this moment, one of the young men faced the attention of the crowd with a calm and casual expression. Everyone, I'm sure you've heard of Lang Chunwan from the Inner Palace, right? She's not even 10,000 years old, but she's already in the upper divine emperor realm. She's nurtured a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul. Her mastery of the law of destruction is also extremely shocking. I heard from my teacher that she's even younger than I am. As the young man spoke, although his expression was still calm, there was a complicated look in the depths of his eyes. Everyone has their own path and opportunities. There's nothing to compare, another young man said indifferently. Another young man said calmly, moreover, let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that his inner palace has a relic of an ultimate powerhouse that completely belongs to him. That's not something we can compare to. Therefore, I don't think I'm worse than her. It's just that my conditions are not as good as hers. The young man's tone was somewhat arrogant. Actually, you can't say that. The only middle-aged man among the 3 shook his head lightly. She's not worse than us, that's for sure. If she's worse, the Inner Palace wouldn't have accepted her. There are only a few people from the Inner Palace in every generation. From what I know, the number of people from the Inner Palace has never exceeded 10 in the history of the Inner Palace. Moreover, without exception, they're all people from the lower planes. You said you're not as good as her, but you're talking about the ultimate expert relic that only belongs to the Inner Palace. What about other things? You have more resources than her in every other aspect. The 3 people leading the group from the legacy were the most outstanding young prodigies of the current generation of the legacy. They were all intermediate god emperors and were not even 10,000 years old. The Myriad Laws Academy's lineage of inheritance was not inferior to any of the major god-venerable level sects and clans. In fact, many people regarded it as a sect within the Myriad Law Academy. The people from the legacy of legacy are here, and the people from the student faction are almost all here. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? Could it be that he's not coming? As the people from the major forces arrived one after another, the people from the legacy of legacy were also present. Most of the onlookers began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian again. As for Lang Chunwan, although there were people paying attention to her as well, they did not pay as much attention to her as Duan Lingtian. After all, compared to Duan Lingtian's actions in the Hall of Life and Death, there was a process that left a deep impression. Lang Chunwan killing 3 Myriad Law Academy teachers was very sudden and no one was prepared for it. In fact, not many people even saw the process clearly. They're here. After about a dozen breaths of time, when noon was about to arrive, a cry of surprise suppressed the surrounding noise. In the next instant, as everyone's eyes swept over, the originally noisy central square suddenly fell into a dead silence. Even the god emperors and prodigies present at the scene fell silent at this moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two people who were flying in the sky from afar. One was a handsome young man in purple, and the other was a pretty girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. The duo looked more like a pair of brother and sister. If one did not know the relationship between the two, few people would have imagined that they were actually a pair of senior and junior brother. The girl who looked like a younger sister was actually the young man's senior sister. Little junior brother, is there something on our faces? Are these people all right in the head? Why do they keep staring at us? Lang Chunwan asked with a frown. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Fourth senior sister, in my opinion, it's because of your previous actions that they're so interested in you. Not many people were present that day, and not many people came to see you. Now that so many people have come, perhaps half of them are here to see you. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, teasing his fourth senior sister. However, he did not expect his fourth senior sister would actually take it seriously. I see. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have killed them. I should have stopped them and stalled them for a while before letting the patrolling teachers kill them. Seeing the serious look on his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan's face, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Now, it could be said that the arrival of Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan had overshadowed all the other prodigies. Among the two of them, one was a middle-level god emperor who was not weaker than a lower-level god emperor 100 years ago. She might have already become a high-level god emperor by now. The other was a high-level god emperor who had killed 3 middle-level god emperors like killing chickens. He's here too. Soon, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure in the crowd. He could not help but smile and nod at the other party. At this moment, the other party was also smiling brightly. Tan Fei, you know Duan Lingtian. Beside Tan Fei, a young student looked surprised. You weren't bragging earlier? Tan Fei was the student who stayed in the dormitory next to Duan Lingtian's dormitory 603. Chapter 41-45. Of course, Tan Fei was only here to join in the fun. Although he had participated in the competition for a spot to enter the trial of God, he did not get a spot. Little junior brother. While Duan Lingtian's attention was still on Tan Fei, he heard his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan's voice. There are 2 women over there who are staring at you, especially one of the 2 in the middle. Her eyes seemed to be glowing. Hearing Lang Chunwan's words, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses. He immediately followed her gaze and saw a group of people flying over from afar. There were 6 people in the group, all women. 4 of them were in the lead, while the other 2 followed behind them. However, when he glanced over, he could not help but be stunned when he saw the person on the left. Tuoba Xiao? That was right. Duan Lingtian recognized her. The woman in front of him was Tuoba Xiao. He had seen her in the 7 prefectures before. She was the most outstanding female genius in the 7 prefectures banquet. She was also recognized as the most outstanding female genius among the younger generation in the 7 prefectures. Later on, before he came to the Myriad Law Academy, he heard that Tuoba Xiao had been recruited by the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, a heavyweight ultimate god sect that was on par with the Myriad Law Academy. It seems that the other 5 are also from the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, he arrived at the center of the central square and got closer to the crowd. He heard many people talking about Tuoba Xiao and the other 4. It's the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion has 6 people who got a spot this time. They are 2 intermediate god emperors 2 lower god emperors, and 2 upper god emperors. Speaking of which, one of the 6 is an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. What do you mean? I'm afraid you guys don't know this. Among the 4 god emperors who came to the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion recently, one of them came from the 7 prefectures, just like Duan Lingtian. She also participated in the 7 prefectures banquet, but she didn't make it into the top 3. Those who aren't in the top 3 can enter the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the 7 prefectures. Moreover, what kind of resources can a place like the 7 prefectures have? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about this female genius from the 7 prefectures. After entering the Neon Phoenix Pavilion, she stepped into the lower god emperor realm in just over 100 years. Do you think she's mediocre? Lower divine lord? In that case, he stepped into the god emperor realm earlier than Duan Lingtian. This isn't strange. After all, when Duan Lingtian participated in the 7 prefectures banquet, he was only a middle divine emperor, and she was already a high divine emperor. I feel that it's meaningless to talk about cultivation. If you want to talk about something, you should talk about strength. Don't tell me all of you think Duan Lingtian is weaker than Tuoba Xiu. That's true. When Duan Lingtian heard their conversation, he was slightly surprised. Tuoba Xiu had stepped into the God Emperor realm? That was fast. She was very efficient. It seemed like she had made the right choice to enter the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. She had stepped into the God Emperor realm so quickly and had become one of the most outstanding young geniuses of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. After a while, the 6 people from the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion arrived at the center of the central square. They were much closer to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Tuoba Xiu was about to greet Duan Lingtian, he smiled and said, "Miss Xiu, I didn't expect to meet you again in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. It's only been 100 years since we last met, and you've already stepped into the God Emperor realm. Congratulations." Duan Lingtian smiled and congratulated her. "Thank you." When Tuoba Xiu saw that Duan Lingtian was the first to speak, she no longer hesitated. She forced a smile and said, "After all these years, you should have stepped into the upper divine emperor realm, right?" When Tuoba Xiu asked this question, everyone's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian was only a middle divine emperor 100 years ago. Now, 100 years had passed. He should have stepped into the upper divine emperor realm, right? Moreover, when Duan Lingtian was a middle divine emperor, he was as strong as most of the lower divine emperors. Once he stepped into the upper divine emperor realm, it would be difficult to find a lower divine emperor realm opponent. Even if he was a middle divine emperor, he would be able to compete with him. Faced with Tuoba Xiu's question, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "I was lucky to have a breakthrough a while ago, but I can't compare to Miss Xiu's breakthrough." This time, before Tuoba Xiu could speak, the woman beside her smiled and said, "Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be so humble. Now that you've stepped into the upper divine emperor realm, you should be able to defeat a middle divine emperor realm expert, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at the woman in front of him and was stunned. "Do I know her? Why does she seem to be very familiar with me?" At this moment, Tuoba Xiu saw that Duan Lingtian was stunned, so she introduced, "Duan Lingtian, this is my senior sister, Zhang Tianjiao." Zhang Tianjiao. Duan Lingtian didn't react to Tuoba Xiu's introduction, but the group of 10,000 Arts Academy disciples was in an uproar. "She's Zhang Tianjiao?" Zhang Tianjiao, the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion. She was once a lower divine emperor, but she killed an upper divine emperor? Someone said that once Zhang Tianjiao steps into the upper divine emperor realm, she might be able to kill an ordinary lower divine emperor. Some time ago, I heard that the 7 prefectures had produced a high god emperor capable of killing a godly venerable. If the people of the 7 prefectures can do it, then the #1 genius of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion should be able to do it as well. This time, Even Duan Lingtian was shocked. She was once a lower divine emperor and killed an upper divine emperor? It wasn't easy to kill an enemy who was two upper divine emperors. Even if it was a weak upper divine emperor, it wouldn't be easy. Of course, he was confident. However, he was confident because he had a lot of things to rely on. For a moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Tianjiao differently. Senior Sister Zhang, it's an honor to meet you. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's far-fetched words, Zhang Tianjiao laughed. I think you haven't even heard of my name before, right? Isn't it a little hypocritical to say that I've heard of your name before? Faced with Zhang Tianjiao's straightforward words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He didn't expect the genius of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion to directly expose him. Generally speaking, people would know that it was just a polite greeting. Moreover, it was a compliment. However, the genius of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion didn't play by the rules and had caught Duan Lingtian off guard. In the end, it was Tuoba Xiu who spoke up to resolve the awkwardness. Senior Sister, how do you know that Duan Lingtian hasn't heard of you before? In the entire mysterious gangland, there are many people who know of you. Tuoba Xiu wasn't lying. This was because Zhang Tianjiao's reputation was not small. As the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Ni Chang Phoenix Pavilion, Zhang Tianjiao's cultivation level was only at the lower god emperor realm. When the news of her killing an upper god emperor spread, it caused quite a stir in the mysterious gangland. Of course, those who knew about this were basically people from Godly Venerable's forces. Some people from Godly Venerable's forces had also heard of this matter, but they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they were at a different level, so there wasn't much point in paying attention to it. This also caused Duan Lingtian, who had just arrived at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace and rarely interacted with others, to not know of Zhang Tianjiao's existence. Is everyone here? As soon as Tuoba Xiu finished speaking, a loud voice came from afar. It was getting closer and closer. After a while, a person wearing a loose robe that resembled a Taoist robe flew over. This was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He had a kind face and a pair of bright eyes. As soon as he arrived, many students of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace immediately bowed to him. Vice Palace Master Yin. Vice Palace Master Yin. Vice Palace Master Yin. Hearing how everyone addressed him, Duan Lingtian guessed who this person was. He was one of the 4 Vice Palace Masters of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. There were a total of 4 Vice Palace Masters in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. 2 of them were from the Legacy Branch, and the other 2 were his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen. The last one was the Vice Palace Master from the Student Branch. The positions of Vice Palace Master in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace had always been allocated in this way. The Legacy Branch occupied 2 positions. The Internal Branch occupied 1 position. The Student Branch occupied 1 position as well. Compared to the Internal Branch's low profile and the Legacy Branch's strictness, the Academy Branch was much more casual. It was also because of this that the Academy Branch's Vice Palace Master was usually the one that the students of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace saw the most. Usually, if there was a major event in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace that required someone to preside over it, he would basically be the one to step forward. Last time, when 3 teachers from the Student Branch died under coercion, he was the one who dealt with it. Of course, it was the 3 teachers from the Academy Branch who broke the rules and made a move first, so their deaths were in vain. Duan Lingtian heard from his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace had left the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace for a period of time because of this matter. During this period of time, many of the Monorigin spirit sect strongholds outside had been uprooted by an expert, causing heavy losses. It was said that in the end, the Monorigin spirit sect had even dispatched 2 mid-level godly venerable experts, but they were unable to track down who that person was. He's also a ruthless person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the kind-looking old man in front of him. If one only looked at him, it would be difficult to see that this old man had such a side to him. Indeed, a dog that bites does not bark. Since everyone is here, I'll send you all into the trial grounds of the gods. The myriad jurisprudence palace's vice palace master, Dreamcloud Mountain, announced loudly after counting the number of people. Then he threw out a formation plate at the right time. This formation plate looked different from an ordinary formation plate. It flashed with a 7-colored light, and as soon as it appeared, a huge light pillar emerged and enveloped the 100 people in the center of the square. As for some of the spectators who were closer to the square, they were forced to retreat by the oncoming airwaves. A large empty space appeared in the center of the square. In the next instant, everyone saw that the 100 geniuses in front of them had all disappeared under the 7-colored light pillar. From the beginning to the end, Dreamcloud Mountain did not say anything superfluous and directly sent them away. Chapter 41-46. Although the 100 people had disappeared, the array disk was still floating in midair, including the 7-colored light pillar. It had not disappeared yet. No one is allowed to come close for 3 years. Anyone who comes close will be killed without mercy. Myriad Law Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yun Mengshan, was sitting cross-legged at a higher point above the formation disk. He glanced around coldly and sternly, making it impossible for anyone to doubt the authenticity of his words. At this moment, the group of Myriad Law Academy students' faces turned solemn. I heard that the entrance to the trial of God is under the formation disk given by an ultimate expert. Moreover, the formation disk within the formation disk must always be there. Once the formation is broken, the people in the trial of God will be lost inside and unable to come out, unless an ultimate expert is willing to rescue them. But that's not realistic. In the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, there had only been one time when someone had tried to deliberately destroy the array disk array. That time, that person had almost succeeded. In the end, it was fortunate that the Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy acted in time to stop the other party. Of course, the person who acted was killed on the spot. Furthermore, the one who made the move was a member of the 10,000 Arts Academy, a teacher of the Academy's branch. It was obvious that the other party had been coerced into acting, just like the 3 Myriad Law Academy teachers who acted against Duan Lingtian earlier. As for outsiders, even if they could break into Myriad Law Academy, they would be intercepted before they could reach the central square. As the name implied, the central square was located in the center of the entire Myriad Law Academy. It was precisely because of that incident that a medium ultimate god would be sent to guard the divine trial grounds after it opened. Since then, no one had caused trouble. Who am I? Where am I? After being enveloped by the 7-colored light beam, Duan Lingtian's consciousness had temporarily disappeared. It felt like only a moment had passed, but it also felt like a century had passed. He finally woke up and gradually regained his consciousness. However, at first, Duan Lingtian looked at his surroundings blankly, only feeling that the environment was extremely unfamiliar. At the same time, he did not remember who he was. Of course, after a while, plenty of time passed, and Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. I am Duan Lingtian. I came from 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace. I came here through the teleportation array of the Trial of Gods. My current identity is Weo City Lord's Boy, Toy. When Duan Lingtian recalled who he was, another memory appeared in his mind. It was a handsome young man who was also the male pet of the Weo City's city lord. The only male pet, the city lord of Weo City, Lu Weo, was a cold and arrogant woman. She was the overlord of a city, but at the same time, she was under the control of the city lord. In the past, the son of the mansion master, a playboy, came to Weo City and took a fancy to Lu Weo. In order to reject the other party, Lu Weo captured the body that Duan Lingtian's soul had possessed and pushed it to the front, saying that he was her boy toy, so that the son of the mansion master would give up. After that, although the act did not become real, the original owner of Duan Lingtian's body continued to live in the city lord's mansion as the city lord's boy toy. However, he did not see the city Lord Lu Wuyo again. It was as though Lu Wuyo had completely forgotten about him and never came to see him again. The city Lord Lu Wuyo must have used him as a shield. As for why she still allowed him to stay in an empty house as a boy toy, it must be because she was worried that someone would see through his disguise. According to his memory, the place where he lives now is a remote courtyard in the backyard of the city Lord Lu Wuyo's independent mansion in the city Lord's mansion. The city Lord Lu Wuyo is a lower divine emperor? Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about the boy toy he possessed. The city Lord of Wuyo City was a higher divine emperor who was in charge of a city. There were many cities around Wuyo City that belonged to a place called the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. Above the Heaven's Spirit Mansion was a divine nation. City, divine nation. Now that Duan Lingtian had obtained the memories of the boy toy he possessed, he roughly knew the geography of the place he was in. Of course, the furthest place that the original owner of the body that he was currently possessing had been to was the city next door. The rest was all from what he had heard from others. He was handsome, but his cultivation talent was average. He was barely a divine emperor and belonged to the lowest class in Wuyo City. It was because of his good looks that Lu Wuyo brought him back to the city lord's mansion and used him as a shield so that the son of the mansion master could leave in anger. The son of the mansion master was interested in Lu Wuyo because he knew Lu Wuyo had never been with a man before. After learning that Lu Wuyo had a boy toy, he stopped bothering Lu Wuyo. He doesn't know much. All I know is that he was born and raised in Wuyo City. Of course, this place was not called Wuyo City in the past. Every time a new city lord takes over, the name of the city lord will be changed. The relationship between the cities is not harmonious, and there are often conflicts. In the wild, not only do people from different cities kill each other, but even people from the same city kill each other for the rewards of the rules. In this world, anyone who kills will be rewarded by the rules to strengthen themselves. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed that he did not know much. However, when Duan Lingtian sensed the divine energy in his body and slightly activated the power of law, a smile appeared on his face. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian's new body was too handsome, he looked a little devilish when he smiled. Huang Duan Lingtian sensed the presence of the 7 orifices exquisite sword and greeted Huang at the same time. Huang quickly responded, Master. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment before he took a deep breath. He had a complicated expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Supreme powerhouses are really amazing. A few supreme powerhouses are able to create such a realistic, illusory realm. I don't feel like I'm in an illusion at all. Duan Lingtian had used his divine energy to form needles to pierce himself earlier. The intense pain made him realize that this did not feel like a dream, but more like reality. It was too real. It was no different from the outside world. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian felt like he could not distinguish between illusion and reality. At the same time, he felt that the strength of the ultimate powerhouses was completely beyond his imagination. A few ultimate powerhouses could create such a space. Moreover, according to his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuqin, every time the trial of God opened, the environment and place would be different. The background would be completely different as well. Although 3rd senior brother didn't say much about the last time he entered the divine trial grounds, he still told me about the environment of the divine trial grounds. In the environment he was in, there were no cities, no prefectures, and even more so, no divine nations. There were only sects in the trial of God. It was a world of competition between sects. The place I'm in now should be the divine kingdom world. However, I'll have to ask someone about the specific situation. In Weo City, the strongest person is the city master, Lu Weo. He's also the only lower divine emperor in Weo City. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then he made his way out of the backyard. The courtyard he was in was just a secluded corner of the backyard. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian stepped out of the courtyard, he was stopped by someone. It was an old lady with an ordinary appearance. However, her eyes shone with a terrifying light. Yu Wenfeng, the city master, has ordered that without her permission, you're not allowed to leave this courtyard. Did you turn a deaf ear to the city master's words? Duan Lingtian glanced at the old lady indifferently. Based on the owner of this body, it was not difficult for him to recall that this old lady was sent by the city master of Weo City to keep an eye on him, a lower divine emperor. As for why she was keeping an eye on him and not allowing him to leave, it was because she was worried that the city master's son would find out about it. Get lost. The current Yu Wenfeng was no longer the Yu Wenfeng of the past. His body had been completely taken over by Duan Lingtian's soul. Even Duan Lingtian's strength, techniques, divine weapons, and spatial rings had all been taken over. All of this was one of the reasons why Duan Lingtian was shocked by the strength of an ultimate expert. HM? The old lady's expression changed drastically. Did Yu Wenfeng just ask her to get lost? At this moment, she even wondered if she had misheard him. This Yu Wenfeng, a puny little god, the little brat who used to bow and nod respectfully to her, actually dared to speak to her in such a manner? Was he seeking death? Or did he think the city master would not let him die? Yu Wenfeng, without the city master's order, I don't dare to kill you. However, I'm confident that I can severely injure you and make you bedridden for a few years, the old lady said coldly. At the same time, her divine energy surged as though she was really going to make a move. Noisy! This time, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath on the old lady. With a sway of his body, he charged toward the old lady without making a move. At the same time, his divine energy surged and a spatial storm swept out. Bang! With a loud bang, the old lady was sent flying. She spat out mouthfuls of blood while she was in the air. There was only horror in her eyes. It should be known that she had already mobilized the divine energy in her body and was ready to attack. Even a higher divine king would not be able to send her flying, let alone a mere divine being. However, Yu Wenfeng's attack made her feel as though a ferocious beast was charging toward her. Moreover, the energy that swept into her body made her feel helpless and hopeless. This is a god emperor expert. No, he seems to be a higher divine emperor. Isn't Yu Wenfeng just a divine being? How did he suddenly become a higher divine emperor? At this moment, the old lady suddenly felt as though her brain was not enough to process all of this. Chapter 4147. Yu Wenfeng. It was the name of the previous owner of Duan Lingtian's body, the male puppet. Bring me to see your city master. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he glanced at the old lady who was staring at him in disbelief. The old lady no longer dared to treat the person in front of her as a divine spirit. What a joke! He was obviously a high-level divine emperor. Moreover, he was even more terrifying than the high-level divine emperors in Weo City. She even had a feeling that this high-level divine emperor was even more terrifying than the city master of Weo City. A high-level divine emperor was even more terrifying than a low-level divine emperor? The old lady wondered if she had hit her head. Otherwise, why would she have such a ridiculous thought? Yes, yes. Seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze becoming sharper, the old lady hurriedly took out a few divine elixirs and consumed them. After recovering from her injuries, she led the way for Duan Lingtian. Along the way, the old woman gradually calmed down after the peak of the fear in her heart passed. Thinking about the interactions she had with the person behind her today, she suddenly realized something. Yu Wenfeng seemed to be a completely different person today. He was no longer as shy as a woman. Although he still looked like a gigolo, his aura was undoubtedly that of a man. Moreover, the temperament he exuded had changed greatly. It was as if he had been possessed by someone. Yu Wenfeng. Could it be that he has been possessed by some almighty? That's not right. Even if he has been possessed, his strength couldn't have increased to such a level in a few days. 2 days ago, Yu Wenfeng was still a sickly gigolo. The more the old lady thought about it, the more she couldn't figure it out. Forget it. I'll leave this matter to the city master. Of course, the premise is that the city master can suppress him. The old lady felt that she might really be crazy. No matter how much Yu Wenfeng had changed, he was still a high-level divine emperor. The city master was a low-level divine emperor. How could he not suppress him? Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the old woman was thinking. The only thing he wanted to do now was to meet Lu Wuyo, the city lord of Wuyo City, and learn more about this world from him. This world was too strange. Moreover, the previous owner of this body only knew the tip of the iceberg. His level was too low. But if that city lord found out that the boy toy she had always used as a shield was actually stronger than her, I wonder how she would feel? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile when he thought about this. A boy toy that could be crushed to death with one finger in the past. Now he was suppressing her instead. Although Duan Lingtian did not know much about Lu Wuyo's strength, he had seen Lu Wuyo make a move before. It was precisely because of that memory that Duan Lingtian knew how strong Lu Wuyo was. He was not bad among the low-level divine emperors. However, he was just not bad. He was not the best among the low-level divine emperors. At most, he was in the middle of the low-level divine emperors. Soon, the old lady brought Yu Wenfeng to the gate of the inner mansion of the city master mansion. The inner mansion of the city master mansion was the residence of city Lord Lu Wuyo, the original owner of Duan Lingtian's body. Yu Wenfeng lived in a small corner in the backyard of the inner mansion. City Lord. The old lady stood outside the gate and said respectfully, Yu Wenfeng said that he wants to see you. Now he is suspected to have the strength of a high-level divine emperor. The old lady revealed Yu Wenfeng's background as soon as she opened her mouth. At the same time, she wanted to warn her city lord. Of course, what she didn't know was that Yu Wenfeng was no longer the Yu Wenfeng of the past. His body had been taken over by another person. The current Yu Wenfeng was Duan Lingtian from the outside world, the genius of the inner mansion of Wanda Law Palace, high-level divine emperor. In the inner mansion, a slightly surprised and cold female voice sounded. Then a figure flew out like the wind and arrived at the gate of the inner mansion in the blink of an eye. A beautiful figure stood in the air. It was a woman in a loose robe. Although she was a woman, she was dressed like a man. She was beautiful, and her eyes seemed to be able to charm all living things. Even though it was the first time Duan Lingtian saw her, he couldn't help but sigh. The city lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, was indeed a beauty. No wonder the son of the city lord had confidence in her. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she was a beauty that could be found in 10,000 people. But the original owner of my body is really a good-for-nothing. In the past, he didn't even have the courage to look Lu Wuyo in the eye. He completely respected Lu Wuyo as a superior and inviolable god. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the memories of this body that he had read. Of course, on second thought, he could understand Yu Wenfeng. After all, he was the lowest person in Wuyo City. He was just a small divine spirit. On the other hand, Lu Wuyo was the city lord of Wuyo City. She was the supreme existence in Wuyo City. As soon as Lu Wuyo came out, she realized that this male pet of hers was different from before. In the past, he didn't even dare to look at her. But now, he was staring at her without letting go. Of course, his eyes were not like those of other men. They were not filled with possessiveness, so she didn't feel disgusted by him. Even so, She couldn't help but frown when she saw the change in this male pet. "You Wenfeng, you've become bolder. How dare you look at me in the eye?" Lu Wuyo didn't believe what the old lady said about Yu Wenfeng having the strength of a high-level divine emperor. She knew her male pet better than anyone else. "You can leave now." Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Wuyo and instead looked at the old lady beside him before he glanced at her indifferently. The old lady didn't respond, but she still left. This was because she felt threatened by Duan Lingtian's gaze. After the old lady left, only Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo were left outside the gate of the inner mansion. Lu Wuyo. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Wuyo and said indifferently, "Tell me about what happened outside Wuyo City." Lu Wuyo frowned. She didn't understand what Duan Lingtian was asking, but she couldn't help but feel angry when this male pet of hers spoke to her in an arrogant tone. "Yu Wenfeng, are you courting death?" Lu Wuyo said indifferently. She didn't have any feelings for this male pet of hers. He was just a shield. As long as he was good-looking, nothing else mattered. However, a flower vase should have the awareness of a flower vase. She, Lu Wuyo, would not allow a flower vase to act presumptuously in front of her. "It seems like City Lord Wuyo won't cooperate with me if I don't take action." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he unleashed his divine energy. The divine energy of a high-level divine lord swept out in all directions. Lu Wuyu's expression changed drastically when he sensed Duan Lingtian's presence. High-level divine emperor. He was really a high-level divine emperor. Yu Wenfeng was actually a high-level divine emperor? How could he hide so deeply? "No. I've investigated Yu Wenfeng's background. It's impossible for him to hide his strength, but this..." Now, after the old lady, Lu Wuyo, the city lord of Wuyo City, was also confused. Who could tell her what was going on? However, when she saw the spatial storm raging around Yu Wenfeng as he approached her step by step, Lu Wuyo felt a certain amount of pressure. She didn't think too much about it. Divine force erupted from her body, and a divine sword appeared in her hand at the right time. However, even though Lu Wuyo was fully prepared and didn't hold back, she still attacked. However, she soon discovered that her attack was like a piece of paper in front of her opponent's attack. It was instantly crushed. Then her opponent's power spread out and suppressed her. At this moment, the divine energy in her body was completely suppressed. A high-level divine emperor suppressed a lower divine emperor if she hadn't experienced it herself. She wouldn't have believed it. How is this possible? This kind of strength, even an ordinary middle divine emperor might not have it. At this moment, Lu Wuyo's heart was in a mess. However, on the surface, she still maintained the last bit of her pride. She stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. "You're not Yu Wenfeng. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am." Duan Lingtian stood in the air. The energy that swept out from his body pressed Lu Wuyo to the ground. Both of her feet sank into the ground, leaving only her calves exposed. "You just need to answer my questions. I won't get any rewards for killing that old lady, but I'll get quite a lot of rewards for killing you." Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Wuyo with a gaze that flickered with dense, threatening intent. When Lu Wuyo heard this, her expression changed again and again. This high-level divine emperor in front of her was too strong. He was so strong that she felt despair. When did such a heaven-defying existence appear in this world? Even the top geniuses in the divine kingdom were not as strong as him, right? Lu Wuyo took a deep breath. She didn't dare to treat this person as her pet anymore. What a joke! If her pet had this kind of strength, she wouldn't use him as a shield. She would treat him as an honored guest. With this kind of strength, standing on Wuyo City's side was tantamount to giving Wuyo City a huge boost. In the future, they would have an advantage when competing with other cities. "Sir, if you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask." Lu Wuyo humbled herself. She had no choice but to do so. Now, her life was in the hands of this person in front of her. "Okay, Seeing Lu Weio's cooperation, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Why didn't you do this earlier? Tell me about Voidless City, the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, and the Divine Kingdom above. Just treat me as an outsider. Duan Lingtian said casually. However, in Lu Weio's ears, it was no different from a fantasy story. An outsider? What was that? Chapter 41-48. Although Lu Weiyo did not know who the extraterrestrial visitor in front of him was, he was sure of one thing. The Yu Wenfeng in front of him was no longer her pet. He had been possessed by someone else, and this person had the strength of a high-level divine emperor after possessing Yu Wenfeng. He has only possessed Yu Wenfeng for a few days, and he already has such strength. How strong was he at his peak? Lu Weiyo was shocked. An ultimate god? Or was he one of the best among the ultimate gods? At the same time, Lu Weiyo did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's inquiry and told him everything that Duan Lingtian wanted to know. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally understood a lot about this world. There were many divine kingdoms in this world. He was now in a place called the Tianen continent. There were a total of 9 divine kingdoms in the Tianen continent. The divine kingdom where Wuyo City was located was only one of them. Wuyo City was under the jurisdiction of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion. There were a total of 28 cities like Wuyo City under the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, and each city lord was an emperor god. Most of them were lower-level emperor gods. There were only a few middle-level emperor gods. The people in this world knew that killing could be rewarded. This was the rule of this world, and they were born with it. However, if the strong killed the weak, there would either be no reward or very little reward. Under such circumstances, the strong would not kill the weak. Moreover, there were many things in this world that required the weak to do. Otherwise, how boring would it be if there were only a group of strong people left in this world? When that time came, where would they find servants to serve them? Where would they find servants? Where would they find servants to do all kinds of manual labor? The existence of a divine kingdom was to maintain order in the divine kingdom. The prefectures were administrative units placed in various places by the divine kingdom and were responsible for governing the various cities in the prefectures. The city lords were lower-level emperor gods and a few middle-level emperor gods. The prefectures were about the same. The prefectures were lower-level emperor gods and were the best among them. The divine nation's monarch was an ultimate god. Lu Weiyo did not know how strong an ultimate god was. In her eyes, no matter how strong an ultimate god was, he was an existence she could only look up to but could not reach. Because of the rules and rewards, other than the relatively safe cities, the wild is very dangerous. The weak and the strong are disdained to kill, but they can capture and sell them for money. For example, if I'm a lower god emperor, I won't get any rewards for killing a high-level god emperor. However, I can capture them, imprison them, and then sell them to high-level god emperors, middle-level god emperors, lower-level god emperors, or even weaker existences to kill. They can obtain rewards for doing so. As long as you kill them with your own hands, you will more or less get the rewards of the rules. It's just that you won't get as many as you normally kill. After listening to Lu Weiyo's explanation, Duan Lingtian also understood the situation in this world. It was truly the law of the jungle. Due to the existence of the rule chosen reward, anyone would want to kill someone of the same cultivation level as them, or kill someone of a higher cultivation level than them. As for what the rule chosen reward was, Duan Lingtian did not ask Lu Weiyo because he already knew. The rule chosen reward could be some comprehension of the laws, some energy that could help increase one's cultivation level, or a drop of divine power from an omnipotent expert, the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Once the divine power of an omnipotent expert was used, it could increase one's divine power by 1 level in a short period of time. Although the duration was not long, the sudden increase in divine power by 1 level could definitely play a role in turning the situation around in an evenly matched battle. Even if one used the divine power of an omnipotent expert, One could kill someone who was slightly stronger than one. Even a high-level god could increase one's divine power by one level in a short period of time after using the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Although it would not reach the level of an omnipotent expert's own divine power, it was still not comparable to an ordinary high-level god's divine power. It was at another level. Because of this, it was most cost-effective for a high-level god to use the divine power of an omnipotent expert. Of course, the divine power of an omnipotent expert could only increase one's divine power. It could not increase one's profundity of laws, for Tao of heaven and earth or other means. This world is truly a cruel one where the strong prey on the weak. Although the outside world was also a place where the strong preyed on the weak, it was not as cruel as here. Here, one did not even need to seek opportunities. One only needed to kill to be rewarded. Of course, one had to kill those of the same level of cultivation or those stronger than oneself. But in the outside world, even if one knew that a person had opportunities or treasures, killing them would cause their storage ring to self-destruct, and one would not be able to obtain anything. As for the rule chosen reward, sorry, there was no such thing. The rule chosen reward is most likely similar to the heaven-chosen reward I received from the ruins of an omnipotent expert of the inner palace that I entered earlier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "My lord, do you have any other questions?" Lu Wio looked at Duan Lingtian warily. At the same time, there was a complicated look in the depths of her eyes. In the past, the person in front of her did not even dare to look her in the eye. Now, it was her turn to not dare to look him in the eye. Every dog had its day. Are there many secret zones and treasure grounds in the southern sky divine nation? Duan Lingtian asked again. Lu Wio shook her head. I'm not too sure about that. Anyone who comes across such a thing will basically keep it for themselves. Once a faction obtains it, they will definitely not publicize it. However, it is said that even the strongest ultimate god in the divine nation cannot keep these secret zones and treasure grounds. It is suspected that they are born from heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian was speechless at Lu Wio's words. Born from heaven and earth? Were they all so naive? Of course. Duan Lingtian also knew that these people most likely did not know about the existence of omnipotent experts. It was impossible for them to know that everything here, including them, was just an illusion created by an omnipotent expert. Such a realistic environment, and the people inside all have their own intelligence. Are the methods of omnipotent experts so powerful? No wonder third senior brother said that no matter how much divine power a higher ultimate god obtains, after activating and increasing his divine power, even the weakest ultimate god can be crushed to death with a single finger. Omnipotent experts have completely surpassed the category of god. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In order to confirm, Duan Lingtian asked again, then, do you know about supreme powerhouses? Omnipotent experts. Lu Wio shook his head. What's that? Never heard of it. Do you know what's the realm above ultimate god? Duan Lingtian asked again. Above ultimate god? Lu Wio was stunned for a moment when she heard that. Then she said with a burning gaze, Legend has it that the realm above ultimate god is the god of creation. Those secret zones and treasure grounds that are born from heaven and earth are left behind by the god of creation. The god of creation is the supreme existence of our world. He may not necessarily be a living being. Perhaps he is just the natural order of our world. The natural order rewards are also bestowed by the god of creation. I don't know about others, but I believe in this legend. After listening to Lu Wio's words, Duan Lingtian was silent for a while. All right, you guys are amazing. Anyone would be able to guess most of it. It seems almost there. This world was indeed created by an omnipotent expert, but it was not just one omnipotent expert. As for the natural order rewards, they were indeed left behind by an omnipotent expert. It was the same for the secret zones and treasure grounds. omnipotent expert, the god of creation? It's just a change of name. Of course, according to Lu Wio, the people in this world were not sure if the god of creation really existed. Everything was just a legend, and no one had heard of anyone who had seen the god of creation. This was different from the outside world. The outside world knew and was certain that omnipotent experts existed. After getting the information he wanted from Lu Wio, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay here for long. He had an impulse to kill Lu Wio and obtain the natural order rewards. He wanted to see if the natural order rewards were the same as the ones he obtained from the ruins of the omnipotent expert in the inner palace. However, he resisted the urge in the end. No matter what, she had cooperated. It would not be good to kill her. The people in this world were all transformed by omnipotent experts. Even if there was no grudge between them, Duan Lingtian would not feel any pressure to kill them. There was no moral problem. City Master Wio, goodbye. Duan Lingtian nodded at Lu Wio, then teleported and disappeared in front of Lu Wio. From the beginning to the end, he ignored the formation in the City Master's mansion. In fact, there was a formation in the City Master's mansion that was set up by the Heaven's spiritual mansion experts. It was not difficult to trap a lower god emperor. It could even make it difficult for a middle god emperor to escape if it was activated. Even if it was not activated, it would be difficult for a lower god emperor to escape if it was not closed. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored the formation in the City Master's mansion. His true strength is comparable to a middle god emperor? Now this was the only possibility. Lu Wio's heart trembled, and her face changed color. At the same time, she was secretly glad that she had cooperated with the other party. Otherwise, she would have been gone. A guest from another world? He doesn't understand the situation in the divine nations. Is he not from the heavenly South Continent? Legend has it that the heavenly South Continent is not the only continent in this world. Duan Lingtian did not know what Lu Wio was thinking, but he did not care. Even if his identity was exposed, he would not feel any pressure. In this world, his biggest competitors were not the people of this world, but the geniuses from other forces like him in this world. Even if there was a place of opportunity, it was limited. Whoever was lucky and strong would get it. Once a place of opportunity was taken away, it meant that there was one less opportunity to get more opportunities. Wuyo City. Duan Lingtian immediately teleported out of the city. After leaving the city, he turned around to look at Wuyu City. It was neither too big nor too small, and the strongest person in the city was only a lesser divine emperor. It was meaningless for him to stay in such a place. Chapter 40, 149. Now that I'm out of the city, won't I be targeted? However, I'm a high-level celestial emperor. Even if people see me, I'm afraid they won't target me or even attack me. According to Lu Wio, the city master of Wuyo City, there are very few lesser divine emperors around Wuyo City. Most of them are divine emperors. However, there aren't many high-level divine emperors either. After all, the people in this area aren't very strong. The strongest is Lu Wio, the city master of Wuyo City. There are no experts around, only weaklings. There's no point in killing people who are stronger than them. Even for those high-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors who stayed in this area, the reason they stayed here was more to intercept people who passed by, capture them alive, and then sell them for divine crystals. Duan Lingtian learned from Lu Wio that the currency of this world was divine crystals. Divine crystals were also used for cultivation, but the effect of cultivating with divine crystals was far inferior to the rewards of the laws. Even so, divine crystals were still the main currency. After all, not everyone had the ability to kill people of the same cultivation level or even stronger. Most of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy used divine crystals to cultivate. Duan Lingtian's destination was the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's prefecture city. The Heaven's Spirit Mansion was the administrative unit above Wuyo City in the Divine Kingdom he was in. The Heaven's Spirit Mansion's prefecture master, was a high-level divine emperor. There are quite a few people. However, after discovering that I'm a high-level divine emperor, they all retreated. After leaving secluded city, Duan Lingtian made his way to the heavenly spirit mansion's mansion city. He noticed many people were staring at him, but they quickly left. On the afternoon of the second day, a figure appeared on Duan Lingtian's path like a ghost. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. In fact, he had indeed appeared out of thin air. Teleportation! Even if the other party wasn't skilled in the law of space, he must have comprehended the law of space to a certain extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teleport. High-level, godly emperor. The person who came was an old man in a gray robe. His face was thin and his eyes were like lightning. Surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some physical pain. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised at first, but then he smiled and said, "You are also a high-level godly emperor, right? Are you sure you can defeat me? You think I'm the only one." The old man sneered. As soon as the old man finished speaking, two swift sounds of wind whistling were transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, a middle-aged man and another old man arrived. One of them seemed to have transformed into fire, while the other flew over with wind. Clearly, one of them was proficient in fire laws, while the other was proficient in wind laws. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had formed a triangle with Duan Lingtian in the middle. Divine power wreaked havoc on the three of them, and the laws of space manifested. Their cultivation bases were clear, and they were all high-level god emperors. 3 high-level god emperors surrounded Duan Lingtian, intending to capture him alive. "Just the 3 of you." Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 of them indifferently, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Is there anyone else? If there is, call them over together. I'm afraid 3 people aren't enough." Duan Lingtian said casually, but in fact, this was what he was thinking. He couldn't wait for the 3 of them to call a few more high-level god emperors over. That way, the rewards would be greater, right? Uft. The only middle-aged man among the 3 of them sneered. "Boy, we've killed many high-level god emperors over the years. Some of them were smart, like you. They were deliberately mystifying. In the end, they only had 2 endings. Either they died or we captured them and sold them. So, this little trick of yours is useless against us." As he spoke, the sneer on the middle-aged man's face grew wider. At this moment, the other 2 old men looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of mockery. "Don't waste words with him. Just capture him. If he wants to die, we'll send him on his way." The old man who came later said in an indifferent tone. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he moved and attacked Duan Lingtian. The other old man and the middle-aged man also attacked at the same time. The 3 of them didn't hold back at all when they attacked, and they even took out their high-quality god artifacts. 3 attacks of different colors swept out and enveloped Duan Lingtian like they were covering the sky and the earth. When they got close to Duan Lingtian, they saw that Duan Lingtian was only floating around his body with divine power, and he didn't show any signs of attacking. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would be killed, so they quickly withdrew most of their power. Boom! Rumble! The 3 attacks landed on Duan Lingtian, causing the space to tremble. At this moment, the 3 people who launched the attacks frowned slightly. Was he dead? However, when their attacks dissipated, their expressions changed again. The purple-clad young man in front of them was unharmed. Their attacks couldn't hurt him at all. Whoosh! When the 3 people's expressions changed drastically, they saw Duan Lingtian's body gradually turning illusory. Oh no! The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian appeared behind the old man who had teleported. He didn't use his god artifact, but he casually struck out with his palm. Bang! The seemingly casual strike was infused with the profundity of the law of space and the Tao of control. He didn't use his god artifact, but the old man exploded with a single strike. He really did explode. He exploded into a bloody mist, leaving only his god artifact and spatial ring behind. He didn't destroy his own spatial ring. While Duan Lingtian was still in shock, the other two people finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they fled in two different directions. Run. This was the only thought left in their minds at this moment. At the same time, their hearts were filled with regret. Why did they have such thoughts about the purple-clad young man? Were they not digging their own graves? Of course, they also knew that the reason they were interested in the purple-clothed young man was entirely because the purple-clothed young man was only one person while they had three people. In their opinion, the three of them were high-level godly emperors. Whether it was capturing or killing the high-level godly emperor, it wasn't difficult at all. However, what they didn't expect was that they would end up kicking a steel plate. A high-level divine emperor who was much stronger than them without using his god artifact. For such an existence, even if there were a few people who were as strong as them, they wouldn't be able to kill him even if they joined forces, let alone the three of them. He's no weaker than a lesser god emperor. The two people fled madly, and at the same time, various terrifying thoughts appeared in their minds. Without using his god artifact, his strength is comparable to a lesser god emperor who uses his god artifact. I don't think there's a high-level divine emperor like this in the entire heavens spirit mansion. Why would he appear in such a small place? Who can tell me what's going on? How can a high-level divine emperor who hasn't completely consolidated his cultivation have such terrifying strength? Too slow. In the next moment, just when the two of them thought that they had escaped, they heard an indifferent voice with a hint of mockery in it. Then they realized that the purple-clad young man had caught up with them, and every time he teleported, he would seamlessly connect them. Second teleportation. This time, they were in complete despair. Second teleportation. In the entire divine nation, they had never heard of a middle god emperor who had mastered it, right? Not to mention a lesser god emperor. This high-level divine emperor who hadn't completely consolidated his cultivation had mastered the space law technique that only high-level god emperors in the divine nation could master. Moreover, this high-level god emperor was the ruler of their divine nation. Bang! Bang! Two more palms fell. Duan Lingtian's original body and the space law doppelganger caught up with the two people at the same time and killed them at almost the same time. After killing the two people, Duan Lingtian also took their god artifacts and storage rings. 3 high-grade divine artifacts were now in his possession. In addition, 3 storage rings. However, the current Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to look at their storage rings. Instead, he was bathed in the pillars of light that fell from the sky, and it was 2 pillars of light. As for the person who killed the first 2 people, the reward of the rules had already fallen from the sky to Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was chasing after the 2 people behind him. More accurately, it was given to Duan Lingtian's original body. That reward of the rules seemed to be able to distinguish between Duan Lingtian's original body and his doppelganger. 3 rewards of the rules. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take half a day to completely digest them. Duan Lingtian secretly said in his heart when he saw the situation inside his body. However, it won't affect my journey. Duan Lingtian continued on his way. During this process, as time passed, the shock on his face grew stronger and stronger. My understanding of the space law seems to have improved a lot. I feel like my attainments in the space law have improved a little. That's not the main point. The main point is my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor is actually stabilizing at such a fast speed. If this continues, the rewards of the rules given to me by the 3 high-level divine emperors will probably be more effective in stabilizing my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor than before. After half a day, Duan Lingtian had completely digested the 3 rewards of the rules this time. His cultivation had also further stabilized, and his comprehension of the space law had improved significantly. It wasn't just the space law. The other laws had also improved correspondingly. It seems like the supreme powerhouses who left behind this place are proficient in different types of laws. However, I'm certain that at least one of them is proficient in the space law. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to benefit so much from the space law. As for my cultivation, any supreme powerhouse should have the means to help me improve. However, this kind of improvement has its drawbacks. The consolidation of my cultivation feels like it's on the verge of collapsing. I need to calm down and digest it for a while. However, this is a small matter. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian casually took out a divine pill from his spatial ring and tossed it into his mouth. In the next instant, the process of stabilizing his cultivation that was on the verge of collapsing calmed down. An ultimate royal-grade divine pill that specialized in stabilizing one's cultivation was no joke. If all the high-level divine emperors can give me such a reward, I'll be able to completely consolidate my cultivation as a high-level divine emperor after killing another 10 or 20 high-level divine emperors. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more. End of chapter. Chapter 4150. The 3 high-level celestial emperors had given Duan Lingtian 3 rules as a reward. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of the rewards, suddenly had a crazy idea. If they don't come looking for me, can I take the initiative to look for them? Now, there are many people who have been spying on me along the way. Although these people's cultivation levels are low and there's no reward for killing them, there might be high-level celestial emperors behind them. These people are spying on others in the wild. They have evil intentions. There's no psychological burden if I kill them. Moreover, everything here is caused by the strongest experts. There's no need for me to bear any moral burden. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Then he teleported and disappeared from where he was standing. At this time, the low-level celestial emperor who was spying on Duan Lingtian from afar discovered that Duan Lingtian was a high-level celestial emperor. He did not continue spying on Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the low-level celestial emperor who had been spying on Duan Lingtian from afar discovered that the purple figure had disappeared from his sight. When he instinctively regained his senses, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. There was another person. Was this not the purple-clad young man whom he had been spying on earlier? Swoosh! Instantly, the low-level celestial emperor's expression changed completely. This low-level celestial emperor was a middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he was old enough to be Duan Lingtian Sr. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, his face was filled with fear and panic. My lord, I'm only a low-level celestial emperor. There's no reward for killing me. It's useless to you. His expression changed. This was because there were many experts in the wild who had killed people like them. They did not do it for the reward of the rules. They only wanted to get rid of the evil. In their eyes, they were the evil. Of course, it was rare to encounter such people. Not everyone was so free. Experts had their own things to do. Even if they were being spied on, as long as they did not take any further action, they would not be too calculative. Killing you is useless. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a mocking smile and said, "However, if I capture you, I should be able to sell you for a good price, right?" When the middle-aged man heard this, his expression changed again. In their line of work, the last thing they wanted to meet was this kind of person. Not only was he strong, he was also bored. "My lord!" The middle-aged man wanted to cry. "I'm just a low-level god emperor. Even if you sell me, you won't be able to get many divine crystals. To a high-level god emperor like you, those divine crystals are like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. They're not even worth mentioning." Duan Lingtian nodded. "That makes sense." The middle-aged man subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. However, What Duan Lingtian said next caused his expression to change again. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, right? When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man no longer had any hope of escaping. The divine energy that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly burst out, and a scorching flame ignited on his body. In the next instant, the middle-aged man turned into a ball of fire and fled at an extremely fast speed. However, as soon as he moved, he hit the side of the void, and a loud rumbling sound rang out. Following this, a series of faintly discernible spatial ripples fluctuated in the void. With the middle-aged man as the center, it formed a spatial cage, a spatial prison. The middle-aged man had a look of despair on his face. He took out a divine artifact from his spatial ring and launched his strongest attack. Boom! However, even though the middle-aged man's strongest attack landed on the cage, it did not show any signs of damage. Instead, it was as firm as before. Only the middle-aged man in the cage was left. His expression became more and more unsightly. In the end, his face was filled with despair. It's over. It's over. At this moment, apart from despair, the middle-aged man's heart was filled with regret. He regretted that he had rushed out to patrol this area today. Otherwise, he would not have come across such a powerhouse. One should know that he was not supposed to be on duty today. It was because he wanted to cultivate after a period of time. Therefore, he had discussed with the people in his team to change the time on duty. Do you want to live? Just when the middle-aged man thought that there was no way for him to survive, a voice entered his ears, causing his entire body to tremble violently. My lord, I want to live. I want to live. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. He wanted to live. This time, if he could survive this, he would definitely quit this line of work. It was too dangerous. Although sometimes, if he was lucky, he would be rewarded handsomely. However, if he was unlucky, he would fall into a situation where he had no chance of survival. His life was completely in the hands of his opponent. If I can survive this tribulation, I'd better cultivate honestly and dutifully in the future. The middle-aged man thought to himself, Do you have a high-level divine emperor and divine emperor behind you? Duan Lingtian stared at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, Think carefully before you answer me. I will only give you one chance. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he smiled bitterly and said, My lord, the strongest people in my team are only 2 mid-level divine emperors. The rest are low-level divine emperors like me. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, In that case, you have no value. Originally, I thought that if you have any clues about a high-level divine emperor or divine emperor, as long as you lead me to them, I will spare your life. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian slowly raised his hand. His killing intent instantly spread out, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly said, My lord, our team does not have a high-level divine emperor or above. However, I know of a few other teams that have high-level divine emperors. There are a total of 12 high-level divine emperors in those teams. My lord, I can lead you to them. Really, I can lead you to them. At this moment, the middle-aged man was completely terrified. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him when he saw that he had no value. Now he vaguely realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian should be an anti-hunter. These people killed or captured people in the wild. They called themselves hunters. As long as they set their eyes on their prey, as long as they were confident, they would not be able to escape. However, there were also some people who specifically targeted hunters like them. Some of them even liked to get to the bottom of things. They would dig out the information of the hunters' teams and destroy them one by one. In his opinion, this purple-clothed high-level godly emperor should be a member of the anti-hunter team. The reason why he asked about the high-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors should be because he wanted to lead his team to do something big. Not bad. You are very tactful. Duan Lingtian nodded satisfactorily. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had leaked the information in advance, he was not worried at all. This was because in the trial grounds left behind by the ultimate experts, communication was not allowed. Whether it was through ordinary communication or through soul orbs, it was not allowed. This was also to prevent the geniuses who had entered the trial grounds from grouping up as soon as they entered. That would be unfair to those who did not have many friends. Under such circumstances, the people in the trial grounds of the divine realm were naturally unable to communicate with each other. Even if they communicated with each other at close range, there would be some traces left behind. Of course, unless one was a realm higher, it would be very difficult to hear the contents of the communication. For example, Duan Lingtian was now a high-level divine emperor. In order to hear the communication between him and others in the trial grounds, one had to be at least a high-level divine emperor. This kind of ability depended on the strength of one's soul power. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "Take me there. If you kill a high-level divine emperor, I will not kill you. If you kill 2 high-level divine emperors, I will reward you with a medium divine emperor. If you kill 3 high-level divine emperors, I will reward you with 2 medium divine emperors, and so on. If you kill a low-level divine emperor, I will reward you with 10 medium divine emperors." When Duan Lingtian first spoke, the middle-aged man did not think much of it. However, halfway through, his eyes lit up. There was such a good thing. Was it true? He naturally understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Giving him a medium divine emperor meant that he would severely injure the medium divine emperor and leave him for him to kill. At that time, he would be rewarded according to the rules. It should be known that under normal circumstances, when their small team killed a medium divine emperor, he would not get a share. He would only be given a low-level divine emperor. After all, he was only a low-level divine emperor. As if sensing the suspicion in the middle-aged man's eyes, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "If you doubt what I said, why don't you take me on a mission or 2? It would be best if it was a team that could kill 2 high-level divine emperors at once. After you kill them, I will give you a medium divine emperor." Duan Lingtian said casually, but the middle-aged man's blood boiled when he heard it. "My lord, I know of a team with 2 high-level divine emperors. I will take you there now." The middle-aged man was looking forward to it because he did not look like he was joking when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Moreover, with his strength, there was no need for him to joke with him, right? "My lord, my name is Du Huan." On the way, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart gradually disappeared. Soon, he found the courage to speak to Duan Lingtian again. "My lord, the team I will take you to next has 2 high-level divine emperors and a medium divine emperor. That medium divine emperor is the 3rd person in the team, and he is usually in charge of negotiating with other teams." The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he continued. He might know the location of some teams with low-level divine emperors. When Du Huan said the first part, Duan Lingtian did not react. But when he heard Du Huan's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Low-level divine emperor. That's right. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Du Huan with satisfaction and praised, "You are very good. Now follow me. If you can kill a low-level divine emperor, I will give you a high-level divine emperor." Chapter 4151. In the trial ground of God. Even if Duan Lingtian did not personally kill a high-level divine emperor, as long as he was seriously injured, he would get the biggest reward. Of course, the person who killed the high-level divine emperor would also get the corresponding reward. It was just that it would not be as much. However, to a low-level divine emperor, it was still a very shocking reward. Even if he killed 10 low-level divine emperors with his own strength, he would not get such a reward. Low-level divine emperor Du Huan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then, she became even more enthusiastic. Not long after, Du Huan brought Duan Lingtian along as they flew across the mountains and finally arrived outside a huge canyon. Du Huan only came to a halt when she looked at the canyon from afar. "My lord, the team with 2 high-level divine emperors I mentioned earlier has a stronghold in the big canyon in front. I don't dare to go near now. Once I do, I'll be discovered. My lord, you should ask your team's helpers to come over and go in together. I'll follow behind you," Du Huan said to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the person in front of him was also a high-level divine emperor. It would be difficult for him to kill 2 high-level divine emperors, as well as many mid-level divine emperors and low-level divine emperors by himself, unless his teammates from the anti-hunter team came over together. If it was just him alone, he would not dare to follow him. Helpers? When Duan Lingtian heard Du Huan's words, he was stunned and did not react for a moment. "What helpers?" "The helpers of your anti-hunter team," Du Huan said matter-of-factly. "Anti-hunter team?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "What's that?" This time, it was Du Huan's turn to be stunned. "This lord, do you know what the anti-hunter team is?" "Are you kidding me? Am I not a member of the anti-hunter team?" In the next moment, something that made Du Huan even more stunned and shocked happened. He saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand and bring him along to directly charge into the gorge ahead. This caused him to be filled with terror, and he even suspected that this lord wanted him to come here and give his life away. In this way, could he renege on his promise and not help him kill the mid-level divine emperors? Who is it? Enemy attack! Just as Duan Lingtian brought Du Huan in, a few more exclamations came from within the great canyon. A moment later, Duan Lingtian and Du Huan were surrounded by a group of people. The 2 people at the front, an old man and a middle-aged man, were obviously the leaders of this group. Du Huan. At this time, someone recognized Du Huan. It was a low-level, godly emperor from the hunter team. He had dealt with Du Huan before, so he recognized him. "Du Huan?" The old man in the lead frowned and looked at the person who shouted. Second leader, the person who spoke hurriedly, said, "This Du Huan is also a member of the hunter team. However, the strongest members of his hunter team are only 2 mid-level divine emperors. Moreover, they have never cooperated with us before. It's normal that you don't know them," second leader. At this moment, Du Huan was standing beside Duan Lingtian. Her face was pale and she felt powerless. It was over. It was really over. Why did he bring this madman here? This guy was simply a madman. She had believed that he would help her kill a mid-level godly emperor to repay her for leading the way. Naive. He was too naive. Du Huan, who is he? What are you doing here? The low-level godly emperor, who recognized Du Huan, asked coldly. At this time, everyone realized that the person in front of them did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the other party was obviously a high-level godly emperor, not a member of Du Huan's team. Now, Du Huan really did not know what to say because he was scared out of his wits. He also regretted bringing this madman here. "We're here to kill you." Du Huan did not answer, so Duan Lingtian answered for him. "Not bad. 2 high-level godly emperors. 5 mid-level godly emperors. As for the low-level godly emperors, I'll leave them for you to kill." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the people who surrounded him thought that this high-level godly emperor in front of them was arrogant. Could it be that he wanted to kill all of them with his own strength? Of course, there were also people who looked out of the canyon cautiously. Did this mean that the other party had other helpers? However, they quickly realized that the other party did not have any helpers and did not need any helpers. Space law, the way of control. With a thought, Duan Lingtian's divine power vibrated and a spatial storm swept out in all directions. It directly locked the space in the canyon, making it impossible for the other party to teleport. Moreover, the space was completely confined by him. Not only could they not teleport, but it was also difficult to leave. Whoosh! An ordinary high-level godly sword flashed in Duan Lingtian's hand. It bloomed with a cold sword light that was dazzling and dazzling. One of the two high-level godly emperors, had just opened his mouth to speak when the divine power that rose from his body was completely annihilated. Whoosh! When the high-level godly emperor fell with a pair of lifeless eyes, the sound of a sword whistling rang in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Before they could react, another sword whistling sound rang in everyone's ears. When the group of people, including Duan Lingtian and Du Huan, came to their senses, they found that the two high-level godly emperors who had been confronting Duan Lingtian were dead. In the next instant, two rewards fell from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian. It made Duan Lingtian look like a high and mighty emperor. No one dared to look at him directly. Great leader. Second leader. Other than Du Huan, who was in a daze, the other people's faces changed drastically. The two most powerful people in their team had been killed in the blink of an eye by this high-level godly emperor in front of them. Who exactly was he? How could he be so strong? Run! Seeing that the two high-level godly emperor leaders had died, the other people, who were at most mid-level godly emperors, were terrified. They did not have any intention to fight with Duan Lingtian. However, they soon found that they could not get out of here. A powerful space energy had confined the surrounding space and formed a space cage. They were locked inside, and there was no way out. The person you mentioned earlier, is he among them? At this time, Duan Lingtian asked Du Huan. My lord, it's him. As for Du Huan, she immediately pointed at a young man who was standing in the distance with an ugly expression. The young man was wearing a blue robe and had a handsome appearance. However, at this moment, there was panic between his brows. Okay. When Du Huan pointed at him, the young man in the blue robe's face changed. When Du Huan's voice sounded, his face changed drastically. In the next moment, he looked desperate. He subconsciously thought that the person in front of him was going to get even with him. However, he did not know why Duan Lingtian was targeting him. After a while, he knew that he was wrong. Swoosh! The sword whistled and cut through the air. Except for the young man Du Huan was pointing at, the other mid-level godly emperors were seriously injured. Then, when they all turned pale, another sword attack killed most of them. Only one mid-level godly emperor was left. He was seriously injured, but not killed. However, although he was not killed, he looked desperate at this time. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the mediocre divine emperor was brought to Du Huan like a puppet at Duan Lingtian's mercy. Du Huan's eyes lit up as he killed the severely injured mid-level godly emperor. At the same time, he received a rule reward. Before this, Duan Lingtian had killed several mid-level godly emperors. Although he also received a rule reward, it was very weak. For him, it was almost the same as nothing. Du Huan felt that it was a pity. If all the mid-level godly emperors had killed him, he would have been really happy. However, he could only think about it. He could not say it out loud. Whoosh! With another sword attack, Duan Lingtian killed a group of low-level godly emperors present. Of course, Du Huan, who was on his side, was excluded. This scene made Du Huan's head hurt. If this lord could injure these people and let him kill them, how good would that be? Of course, he also knew that he did not have the right to ask this lord to do so. In fact, Duan Lingtian did this on purpose. Even if he could seriously injure these people, it would be easy for him. However, he did not want to let Du Huan off so easily. Previously, he had said that for killing two high-level godly emperors, he would give him a mid-level godly emperor. If he wanted him to give him another reward, he would have to continue to show his sincerity. Why didn't you kill me? The blue-robed young man who survived saw that Duan Lingtian had not killed him after killing the other members of his team. His expression changed, and he could not help but ask. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him indifferently. I heard that you often represent your team and cooperate with other hunter teams. You know the locations of many hunter teams. My request is not high. As long as you bring me to kill a low-level, godly emperor, I will spare your life and let you go. If you can help me kill 2 low-level, godly emperors, not only will I spare your life, I will also give you a high-level, godly emperor. Duan Lingtian promised the blue-robed young man generous conditions. The conditions were much better than what he had promised Du Huan. Du Huan's eyes turned red when he heard this. However, he also knew that this lord made such a promise because he wanted the other party to bring him to find a low-level, godly emperor hunter. No, this lord, don't tell me that you also want to kill a lower god lord realm hunter by yourself. Suddenly, Du Huan thought of this problem and felt his scalp go numb. A high-level, godly emperor, killing a low-level, godly emperor? Could he succeed? I promise you. The blue-robed young man who survived heard Duan Lingtian's words, and his eyes lit up. He immediately agreed to bring Duan Lingtian to find a low-level, godly emperor hunter. As a mid-level godly emperor, his vision was higher than Du Huan's. Naturally, he could see that this purple-robed high-level, godly emperor in front of him was not an ordinary high-level godly emperor. He was not weaker than a low-level, godly emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 4152. You can continue to follow. Duan Lingtian looked at Du Huan and said, "Next, as long as you lead the way to kill a high-level divine emperor, I will give you a corresponding reward." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Du Huan smiled bitterly and said, "My lord, how about? I lead you to the high-level divine emperors I know first. Lower god emperors. Can you bring Lord Qin, who to find them later?" Du Huan said, although the young man in front of him had shown great strength, killing high-level divine emperors like killing chickens, but god emperors were not comparable to god emperors. To put it bluntly, even the weakest lower god emperor could do what the young man in front of him had done. At first, he thought that the young man was from the anti-hunter team and had teammates. But now, he knew that the young man had no teammates. Without teammates, he wanted to kill a lower god emperor alone. Moreover, that lower god emperor had a group of high-level divine emperors under him. Sorry, I won't keep you company. Are you worried that I will be killed by a lower god emperor? Duan Lingtian could see through Du Huan's thoughts. After smiling faintly, he said, "Let's do as you say. Let's find the high-level divine emperors you know first. After dealing with them, I will go with Chen Hu." Qin, who was the only person in the anti-hunter team that Duan Lingtian did not kill. The reason why he did not kill Qin Hu was because of Du Huan. Du Huan told him that Qin Hu was mainly in charge of the cooperation between the anti-hunter team and the other anti-hunter teams. He knew the locations of many anti-hunter teams. Then Duan Lingtian took Qin Hu and followed Du Huan to the various anti-hunter teams that Du Huan knew. Then he killed all the anti-hunter teams. He killed all the high-level divine emperors with his own hands. The mid-level divine emperors were only seriously injured and killed by Qin Hu. As for Du Huan, he killed a few high-level divine emperors and gave him a few mid-level divine emperors. He did not even get as many benefits as Qin Hu. Although he could see that Du Huan was resentful, he did not dare to say it out loud, so he did not care. However, at the same time that Chen Hu was dealing with the low-level god emperors, Chen Hu also couldn't bear to watch. He seriously injured the low-level god emperors one by one and then handed them over to Du Huan to deal with. At this time, Du Huan's mood rose a lot. "Sir, that's all I know." Du Huan's eyes were shining, and his divine power aura was vibrating. It was obvious that he was about to make a breakthrough. He was all smiles. "All right, you can go now," Duan Lingtian said. "Thank you, my lord." Du Huan thanked Duan Lingtian profusely. At the same time, he thanked Qin Hu, who was behind Duan Lingtian. "Lord Qin Hu, thank you for injuring so many lower god lords for me. If there's a chance in the future, I, Du Huan, will definitely repay you." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Huan left without looking back. At the same time, he thought to himself, the premise is that you, Chen Hu, can still live until then. From his point of view, if Chen Hu were to follow Duan Lingtian to find a lower god emperor, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would fall along with Duan Lingtian. In the east of Wuyu City, which was also the direction from Wuyu City to the Heavenly Spirit Mansion, Prefecture City. Recently, many hunter teams discovered that most of the hunter teams that were originally active in the vicinity had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Not long after, another hunter stood up and said that the hunter team he was in had all been killed except for him, who had been investigating outside. Moreover, they were killed in their base camp. Most importantly, their leader was a lower god emperor. A lower god emperor was an overlord in the surrounding area. How could such an existence be gone? In the beginning, many people did not believe it. After all, how could a lower god emperor be killed so easily? What a joke! Even if Wuyu City Master of Wuyu City were to attack, it would be difficult for him to kill a lower god emperor. Maybe he's not a match for Luyu, but can't he escape? Most people did not believe it. However, as time passed and the hunters who were lower god emperors died one by one, the hunters in the surrounding area realized that it was not a false rumor. It was true. There was really someone who was counter-hunting them. Up until now, the ones that have fallen are all hunter squads that didn't keep their headquarters a secret. Hunter squads that kept their headquarters a secret, including our own hunter squads, are all fine. Someone is specifically counter-hunting us hunters. It seems that the anti-hunter team has made a move. This anti-hunter team must be very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many lower god emperors to die in their hands. A group of hunters thought that those lower god emperor hunters had died in the hands of an anti-hunter team. They did not know that it was only one person who had made a move. My lord, in a mountain range, Chen Hu looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Next, I know where a hunter team with a lower god emperor is. Shall we go now? Let's go. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian's face was glowing. After this period of hunting, he had killed many lower god emperors and dozens of upper god emperors. His cultivation base as an upper god emperor had been completely consolidated. In fact, his cultivation base was continuously advancing toward the emperor god realm. In this place I have 3 years, and now it has only been less than 2 months. If this continues, I will definitely be able to enter the emperor god realm in a few months at most. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. His eyes lit up even more. Now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to killing another lower god emperor. However, when he followed Chen Hu to a remote place, he realized that the place was empty. Not only was there no one, but even when Duan Lingtian used his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, he could not find anyone other than himself and Chen Hu. My lord, Chen Hu's expression did not look too good. I am certain that I did not lead you to the wrong place. This hunter squad should have left this place and gone somewhere else to build a base camp. Chen Hu said, It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's continue to the next stop. There are no lower god emperors, but an upper god emperor is fine too. However, although Chen Hu was leading the way for the next few stops, the two of them did not find anything. After a few times, Chen Hu's expression became uglier and uglier. My lord! Chen Hu looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him anxiously. He wondered if this lord would vent his anger on him and kill him in a fit of rage. After all, he was already an upper god emperor. If this lord killed him, he would be rewarded handsomely. That was right. Chen Hu, who was close to becoming an upper god emperor, had successfully broken through half a month ago. This was because after killing a lower god emperor, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Other than the upper god emperors that were assigned to Chen Hu, Duan Lingtian did not kill the rest of the middle god emperors. Instead, he severely injured them and handed them over to Chen Hu to be killed. As a result, in less than 2 months, Chen Hu had benefited greatly. He had even broken through to the upper god emperor realm. Currently, Chun Hu and Duan Lingtian had the same cultivation level. However, although Chun Hu and Duan Lingtian had the same cultivation level, he still treated Duan Lingtian with respect. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. What a joke! Although Duan Lingtian was only an upper god emperor, he had seen him kill a lower god emperor before. He thought that even though Duan Lingtian could kill an ordinary upper god emperor as easily as killing a dog, it would not be easy for him to defeat a lower god emperor. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian could kill a lower god emperor as easily. Not a single lower god emperor could withstand a single strike from him. A upper god emperor can kill a lower god emperor as easily as cutting grass. Even the most outstanding upper god emperor in the divine nation's imperial family does not have such ability, right? Qin, whose heart trembled. Who exactly is this lord? The hunter teams that we are looking for now are empty. It should not be a coincidence. He must have heard the news and felt that someone else knew the location of his base camp, so he changed the location in advance. Qin, who was relieved when he thought of this. It seems that everyone has heard the news. If Chen Hu could think of this, so could Duan Lingtian. He glanced at Chen Hu and said, "Since that is the case, we will part ways here." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he teleported and disappeared before Chen Hu's eyes without waiting for his reply. Lord, Chen Hu was stunned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to leave just like that. At this moment, even he did not expect that he would be reluctant to part with Duan Lingtian. It was not relief. This 1 month is undoubtedly a great opportunity for me. I'm afraid I won't be able to find such an opportunity in the future. Chun Hu sighed. After parting ways with Chun Hu, Duan Lingtian teleported all the way to the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, Prefecture City. Of course, while he was on his way, he did not forget to extend his divine consciousness to check if there were any hunters who were worth his time. This divine training ground is really a good place. Killing can increase one's strength. And this place was created by a supreme expert. The power of a supreme expert is simply inconceivable. When Duan Lingtian was getting closer to the Heaven's Spirit Mansion Prefecture City, Lu Wuyo, the city master of Wuyo City, received the news from the outside world. There's an anti-hunter team that specializes in hunting down high-level divine emperors and above. Now, all the hunter teams that exposed their whereabouts previously have changed their nest? Lu Wuyo was surprised. He did not expect there to be a hunter team that could kill a low-level divine emperor near Wuyo City. No. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Lu Wuyo's mind. Could it be him? He's a high-level divine emperor now, and he can only obtain the reward from killing high-level divine emperors and above. Chapter 4153. In half a year, he had gone from a high-level divine emperor to a god emperor without fully stabilizing his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian wouldn't have dared to imagine it in the past. But now, in the trial grounds of God, he saw a glimmer of hope. I only have 3 years here. It's too short. Duan Lingtian was on his way to the prefecture city of the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. On the way, he didn't forget to capture the hunters who were hiding in the dark. Then, under their lead, he overturned their nest. Of course, he would capture anyone who had information about a low-level divine emperor hunter team. Not only would he spare their lives, but he would also give them corresponding benefits. In this process, the one who benefited the most was naturally Duan Lingtian. It seems there's no need to go to the prefecture city so early. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and muttered to himself. Now, they were already far away from the surrounding area of Wuyo City. Some of the hunter teams in the vicinity had exposed their whereabouts to the outside world. The entire team hadn't left their nest. In just a few days, he had killed 2 low-level divine emperors and 7 high-level divine emperors. I'm getting closer to the god emperor realm. Duan Lingtian realized that he really liked this place. He didn't want to leave after coming here. At least, he didn't want to leave before he reached the ultimate god realm. My lord! Duan Lingtian once again caught a hunter who was secretly investigating him. It was a high-level divine emperor. Duan Lingtian rarely encountered any high-level divine emperors who came out to scout. When the other party saw Duan Lingtian appear, he didn't panic because Duan Lingtian was only a high-level divine emperor. However, after he was casually suppressed by Duan Lingtian, he became well-behaved. Our team has 2 low-level divine emperors and 1 mid-level divine emperor. This person also saw Duan Lingtian as a member of the anti-hunter team. When Duan Lingtian asked him to lead the way to the headquarters, he was also waiting for Duan Lingtian's team to arrive. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian barging into their headquarters alone, he was completely stunned. Is he courting death? However, when he saw Duan Lingtian killing the 2 low-level divine emperor vice leaders with just a swing of his sword, he was dumbfounded. A high-level divine emperor instantly killing a low-level divine emperor? If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. You're courting death. When an angry roar rang out, a burly figure appeared. It was a 2-meter-tall, middle-aged man. He had a strong back and a strong waist and a murderous aura. As soon as he appeared, he revealed a strength that was much stronger than the 2 people Duan Lingtian had killed earlier. Mid-level divine emperor? As for Duan Lingtian, when faced with the strong attack of the middle-aged man, not only was he not afraid, he was even excited. He finally met a mid-level divine emperor. Duan Lingtian knew that in this area, the mid-level divine emperors in the anti-hunter team were basically ordinary mid-level divine emperors. However, no matter how ordinary they were still mid-level divine emperors. Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword that he hadn't used since entering the trial grounds of God. He realized that the high-level divine weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was a half-soul high-level divine weapon. If he didn't exchange it for a divine weapon, he would be at a disadvantage. A full-soul high-level divine weapon. When Duan Lingtian revealed the divine weapon in his hand, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. However, after a while, his eyes were filled with greed. This magical card, I want it. The middle-aged man's attack grew even stronger. Like a raging wave, it swept towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to drown Duan Lingtian. This middle-aged man was an expert in water laws. A full-soul high-level divine weapon. As for the high-level divine emperor, who led Duan Lingtian here, his face was filled with shock. Although he didn't have such a divine weapon, not even a half-soul high-level divine weapon, he knew what such a divine weapon meant. A full-soul high-level divine weapon. Even for a high-level divine emperor, not everyone had one. As for existences below a high-level divine emperor, some of them were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But today he actually saw a person who had not even entered the realm of Upper God Emperor yet, but already possessed a high-quality divine artifact with a complete soul. No, it should be said that he had a full-soul high-level divine weapon before entering the high-level divine Emperor realm. Sword principle. The way of control. Facing the middle-aged man with the cultivation of a mid-level divine emperor, Duan Lingtian used all his strength. He didn't dare to be careless, even if his opponent was just an ordinary mid-level divine emperor. Whoosh! With one strike, Duan Lingtian frowned. Pucci! In the distance, one of the middle-aged man's arms flew out, and he had strangely dodged to the side just a moment ago. It was because he had dodged in that instant that he had escaped a calamity. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. How is this possible? At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was filled with shock after escaping a calamity. How can a high-level divine emperor have such strength? He could see that his opponent was powerful not only because of the full-soul high-level divine weapon in his hand, but also because of the spatial laws that he had mastered and sword principle. Run! The middle-aged man who had suffered a loss not only lost his anger, but he didn't even have the courage to continue fighting with Duan Lingtian. Even if he was a mid-level divine emperor, he had no choice but to run when facing a high-level divine emperor. Too strong. This high-level divine emperor was too strong. He believed that it would be difficult to find a second high-level divine emperor as strong as him in the entire divine nation, let alone the heavenly spirit mansion. No, perhaps in the entire heavenly south continent, there might not be a second high-level divine emperor as strong as him. Second, teleportation. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and then he teleported twice in a row, blocking the middle-aged man's path first. At the same time, his sword whistled through the air and slashed toward his opponent. This strike not only carried a swift and fierce sword intent, it also carried a devastating spatial storm. The middle-aged man now only wanted to escape, and he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to appear in his path first. Even if the spatial laws that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier were extraordinary, he didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have mastered the spatial laws' second teleportation. This was because he subconsciously felt that a technique like the second teleportation could only be mastered by powerful high-level divine emperors who were proficient in the spatial laws. No, the middle-aged man didn't have time to block at all. Before he died, the divine power in his body was annihilated, leaving behind only a despairing and helpless cry. An intermediate divine emperor had fallen. In the next instant, an incomparably huge pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Duan Lingtian's body, causing the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body to surge. Even his mind became much clearer in an instant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian didn't move, but with a thought in his mind, numerous sword lights flashed out with a whistle, and they killed all the hunters that had just reacted and wanted to flee the base camp. In the end, Duan Lingtian looked at the high-level divine emperor who had led him here. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. "My lord, I have been very cooperative with you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Duan Lingtian only looked at the middle-aged man deeply, but he didn't kill him. Although the middle-aged man had betrayed all his teammates, which could be considered as an ungrateful act, if they were in the outside world, Duan Lingtian would most likely not be able to hold himself back and kill him. However, in this place, he wasn't so obsessed with enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. After all, everything here was an illusion created by the supreme expert. In addition, it was thanks to the middle-aged man that he was able to obtain such a great harvest this time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man who had teleported away. Only then did the high-level divine emperor who had led him here heave a sigh of relief. When he looked at the bloodstains again, his expression changed drastically. High-level divine emperor. Is he really just a high-level divine emperor? A high-level divine emperor killed an intermediate divine emperor so easily? They were both high-level divine emperors, but at this moment he felt that all his years of cultivation had been a waste. An intermediate divine emperor who could kill him with a flick of a finger was actually killed by a high-level divine emperor who was of the same cultivation level as him. Moreover, the entire process was very easy without any pressure. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the high-level divine emperor was thinking after he left. Now he found a secluded place and began to digest the reward that fell from the sky after killing the intermediate divine emperor. This reward is too generous, isn't it? It's even more than the reward of the lower divine emperors I killed before combined. Could it be the reward of killing someone who is 2 cultivation levels higher than the reward of killing someone who is 1 cultivation level higher than the reward of killing someone who is 2 cultivation levels higher? When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. I feel the reward this time might even help me enter the Emperor God realm. Let's try to break through. While Duan Lingtian was trying to break through to the Emperor God realm, in another place of the trial grounds, the sky was filled with blood and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Massacre. Only massacre was left. Third senior brother said that everything here is an illusion. I don't need to restrain myself here. It's best if I can break through to the ultimate God realm here. Once I break through to the ultimate God realm, I'll be able to protect junior brother better. A young lady broke through the bloody mist like an azura. The vast city behind her was almost dyed in blood. She's finally gone. I was worried that she would kill me. She's too strong. The monarch is definitely in seclusion, and almost all the upper divine emperors in the capital were killed by her. She's also a upper divine emperor. How can she be so strong? Everyone looked at the back of the figure that was disappearing into the distance. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. More people's faces were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Luckily, she didn't attack us, other than the upper divine emperors. She didn't even kill the intermediate divine emperors who didn't attack her first. It's obvious that she's here for the reward. She's so unruly. I'm afraid she'll die soon. It's said that someone will awaken the monarch who is in seclusion soon. When the monarch wakes up, he'll definitely not let her off. Chapter 4154. In the Tianan continent, there were many holy kingdoms. In any holy kingdom, the monarch was recognized as the strongest person. Only the strongest person could lead a holy kingdom. In this world, due to the existence of the rules and rewards, there were killings everywhere. As long as one was outside the city, no matter who it was, they could be killed. In the city, it was relatively peaceful, but it was not 100% peaceful. For example, this time, in the capital of Feiyong Divine Nation, which was recognized as the safest place in Feiyong Divine Nation, there was a bloodbath. A young girl entered the capital and killed upper, ranked god emperors like an azura. She came and went like the wind. If the monarch is here, he will definitely kill her. In the capital of Feiyong Divine Nation, not long after the young girl left, some middle-rank god emperors and lower-rank god emperors gathered together. They stood in the air and looked in the direction the young girl had left in. However, they did not know that the young girl had left. Although the young girl had left, she did not stop there. The direction she was heading in indicated her destination. Previously, one of the upper-rank god emperors she killed told her where the monarch of Feiyong Divine Nation was cultivating in seclusion. The monarch of Feiyong Divine Nation was a lower-rank ultimate god. Lower-rank ultimate god. As long as he is not ridiculously strong. Even if I can't defeat him, I can still survive. If I can kill him, the rules and rewards will be very generous. The young girl was Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. It was a coincidence. Perhaps it was not a coincidence. After Lang Chunwan entered the trial ground, the person she possessed was also a young girl. However, the young girl looked completely different from her. She was originally a nameless young girl from a small village near the capital of Feiyong Divine Nation. After being possessed by Lang Chunwan, she became an upper-rank god emperor. Moreover, after entering the capital, she killed more than 10 upper-rank god emperors. At the same time, the geniuses of various forces who entered the trial ground with Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan were like fish in water. All of them were reluctant to leave this world and felt that 3 years was too short. As for the weaker ones, they would either be hunted down or die. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It wasn't a metaphor that was casually made up by the outside world. It was a true world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were weak and I killed you, you would be gone. I had rules to reward you. There is no enmity between us, but I have the ability to kill you. There is a reward for killing you. That is the reason why I want to kill you. In this world, there was an irresistible reason to kill. Rule reward. Increase strength in all aspects. I really don't want to go out. Unfortunately, when the time is up, we will be automatically teleported out. What a great place. Now I'm about to break through. In this world, opportunities aren't just rewards obtained from killing people. It said that there are also various mystic realms and opportunities left behind by powerful beings. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the others. Right now, Duan Lingtian only knew that he was about to break through. Before entering the trial grounds of God, he was only a high-level celestial emperor who had not completely consolidated his cultivation. Now, in just half a year, not only did he consolidate his cultivation, but he also had the ability to break through to the Emperor God realm. Lower Emperor God within reach. I hope I can break through in one go this time. When he realized that he was getting closer and closer to the lower Emperor God realm, Duan Lingtian's emotions calmed down instead. He was unusually calm. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian randomly found a secluded place to cultivate. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura gushed out and spread rapidly, causing the weaker people and demonic beasts in the vicinity to move away. At the same time, figures left the vicinity quickly. That's the aura of someone breaking through to the Emperor God realm. The aura of the Emperor God realm, a lower Emperor God who has just broken through, and his cultivation hasn't stabilized yet. Although some of the people nearby were only celestial emperors, they could tell from the aura that the owner of the aura had just broken through to the Emperor God realm. Since someone has entered the Emperor God realm, it means that Emperor God's secret realm is about to open. Let's hurry back and get the sect leader to come over. Emperor God, secret realm. If we bring this news back to the prefecture city and bring it to the prefecture master, we should be able to get a good reward, right? The Emperor God's secret realm is about to open. We must think of a way to inform the Emperor God experts. As long as we send the news over and get their confirmation, there will definitely be a lot of benefits. In this world, people who broke through to the Emperor God realm would be rewarded by the heavens and earth. Emperor God's secret realm. Duan Lingtian did not know about this before, nor had he heard of it. The moment he broke through to the Emperor God realm, a portion of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Moreover, the cave in front of him was instantly shattered by a sudden force. Along with it, a large mountain range where the cave was located was also shattered. Boom! Rumble. As Duan Lingtian stepped into the air, there was a lingering fear on his face. This power that appeared out of nowhere gave him a feeling of powerlessness. At the moment it erupted, he even felt that he would die without a doubt. However, what surprised him was that the force did not cause any damage to him. It only destroyed the mountain range around him. However, when the mountain range was destroyed, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that many lives had withered. It was obvious that the force was not directed at living beings, but it was not directed at him. It was just that it was not directed at him. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. Emperor God, secret realm. When a high-level godly emperor broke through to the Emperor God realm, he would be rewarded by the heavens and earth in the Emperor God, secret realm. The Emperor God, secret realm required 20 Emperor Gods to open it at the same time before one could enter it successfully. Moreover, one had to enter through teleportation. There was no requirement for the Emperor God's cultivation level as long as one was an Emperor God. This information, Duan Lingtian was certain that he did not know about the information in his mind in the past, nor had he come into contact with it. It was as though it had appeared out of nowhere. Apart from being surprised, he was also pleasantly surprised. Emperor God, secret realm. It was a secret realm that held great opportunities for Emperor Gods. Only Emperor Gods could enter it. It requires 20 Emperor Gods to open it at the same time. However, when he thought of this, Duan Lingtian was a little depressed. Doesn't that mean, even if the Emperor God's secret realm appears, I have to wait for the other 19 Emperor Gods to arrive before I can open it? 19 Emperor Gods. Where can I find them? Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling depressed, the space in front of him vibrated. Following that, a huge door appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. The door in the void was incomparably huge. On top of it, there were 20 palm prints arranged neatly. Moreover, they were all right-handed palm prints. 20 emperor gods press their hands on it and inject their emperor god power into it to open the emperor god's secret realm. This was the information that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. If I'm not mistaken, this information came from an expert. The emperor god's secret realm will appear when a divine emperor enters the emperor god realm. Will there be a divine emperor secret realm when a divine emperor breaks through to the ultimate god realm? Moreover, will there be a divine emperor secret realm when a divine king breaks through to the divine emperor realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was pondering, a figure flew over from afar. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was as though it had turned into a stream of water and flowed all the way to Duan Lingtian. After a while, the water-like figure revealed itself. It was a middle-aged man in a blue long robe. After the middle-aged man appeared, he frowned slightly and looked at Duan Lingtian. Then he asked in a condescending tone, "Young man, is this emperor god's secret realm a reward from heaven and earth after you break through to the emperor god realm?" Duan Lingtian was originally sizing up the middle-aged man in front of him. When the middle-aged man came over, he could tell that he was a medium god emperor from his divine power aura. Now, seeing that the middle-aged man was speaking to him so rudely, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. A murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Should he kill him, or should he wait until he had gathered 20 god emperors and opened the emperor god's secret realm before killing him? In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to wait for a while. It was not that easy to gather 20 god emperors. Even if he could, it would take a long time. A medium god emperor. Is he from the heavenly spirit mansion's prefecture city? Duan Lingtian guessed. This place was not far from the heavenly spirit mansion's prefecture city. If he's from the prefecture city, as long as the news of my breakthrough spreads far enough, he should be able to gather 20 god emperors very quickly. Now, Duan Lingtian also knew that the prefecture city had the most god emperors within the heavenly spirit mansion's territory. Every big city under the heavenly spirit mansion only had 1 god emperor each, and most of them were lower god emperors. In the wilderness outside the city, there were many god emperor realm hunters. However, these people were very scattered, and it was difficult to gather them together. "Boy, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" The middle-aged man saw that Duan Lingtian was ignoring him and instantly felt that he was being humiliated. He was a medium god emperor, and a boy who had just broken through to the lower god emperor realm dared to ignore him? Was he courting death? If you don't want to die, shut up. However, facing the middle-aged man's anger, although Duan Lingtian was ignoring him, the moment he opened his mouth, the middle-aged man was stunned. Then his face was filled with disbelief. Obviously, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would speak to him in such a manner. "Ha ha!" Just as the middle-aged man had not completely recovered from his shock, a loud laughter was heard. Then a golden light flashed, and a medium god emperor who was skilled in the law of gold arrived. This medium god emperor looked like a young man. After he arrived, he looked at the blue-robed middle-aged man with a mocking expression. "Tan Wu, you're a medium god emperor. I didn't expect that there would be a day when you would be threatened by a lower god emperor. To be precise, I was threatened by a lower god emperor who had just broken through today." As he spoke, the smile on the young man's face became brighter and brighter. In the brighter smile, there was a strong sense of mockery. End of chapter. Chapter 4155. The middle-aged man, Tan Wu, had an ugly expression. When he heard the words of the young man who had just appeared, a cold light suddenly shot out from his eyes. "Boy, according to the rules, this is the Emperor God mystery realm that was triggered when you broke through to the Emperor God realm. You should have a share. But now, Since you're looking for death, I can only fulfill your wish." Tan Wu was already infuriated by Duan Lingtian. With the young man who came later fanning the flames, he finally couldn't hold it in and attacked Duan Lingtian. The moment he attacked, the void shook and a vast ocean pressed down on Duan Lingtian. Tan Wu, a medium emperor god, was good at water law. Humph! In the face of Tan Wu's attack, Duan Lingtian merely snorted coldly in disdain. He did not even move from his original spot. After that, he casually waved his hand, and a 7-colored sword ray shot out from his palm. Swoosh! The short-lived sword whistle contained the divine power of a god emperor. It was infused with the profound laws of space, as well as the sword Tao and the Tao of control. The sword left a white mark in the void. It was as if it could tear the space apart. Whoosh! When the 7-colored sword glow came into contact with the vast ocean formed by Tan Wu's attack, it seemed to give rise to an extremely terrifying temperature. In the blink of an eye, it caused the vast ocean to evaporate into water vapor before disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? Tan Wu's expression changed, and his pupils contracted rapidly. At that moment, he clearly felt that his powerful attack was dissolved by the lower emperor god in front of him. One should know that although it wasn't his full power, it wasn't a weak attack. At least, it wasn't too difficult to kill a lower emperor god. He even used the power of a divine weapon for that attack. His divine weapon was a glove on his hand. Moreover, it was a high-grade half-soul divine weapon, **T. At the same time, Tan Wu's expression changed. Before he could finish his thought, he saw the rainbow light spot that was coming at him, and it kept growing bigger in front of his eyes. As the rainbow sword light was aimed at Tan Wu, in Tan Wu's eyes, the tip of the rainbow sword light and the sword body merged into one. It was a rainbow light spot. Whoosh! Tan Wu had just subconsciously raised his hand. Before he could even launch an attack, that flash of 7-colored sword light had already entered his body. It did not pass through his body. Instead, it rapidly swam and revolved around his body, causing blood to spurt out from all over his body. In the end, his body and his clothes turned into a bloody mist and fragments that filled the sky. A moment ago, he was still incomparably tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, he had already died. Whoosh! At this moment, a gigantic beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was bathed in white light. In the next instant, the white light entered Duan Lingtian's body. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile. This was the second god emperor he had killed. The previous god emperor was killed by him before he had broken through to the god emperor realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that the rule reward for killing a god emperor this time was slightly lesser than the rule reward for killing a god emperor before. Obviously, the rule reward for killing someone 1 level higher than him was far less than killing someone 2 levels higher than him. Duan Lingtian was still feeling the power that the rule reward in his body had given him. In the next instant, he was suddenly awakened by a sudden voice. "Brother! Good kill!" At this very moment, the second young god emperor who had arrived was looking at Duan Lingtian and cheering, "That Tan Wu! I have long disliked him. He is a person who deserves to die." "Brother, you have killed him. In the future, you will be my friend. In the future, if you have any problems, you can look for me at the Wu family in the prefecture city. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely not decline." When the god emperor Wu Xiangqin looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a big smile on his face, appearing very friendly and enthusiastic. However, the fear and terror in the depths of his eyes betrayed his inner heart. Obviously, he was frightened by Duan Lingtian's method of killing Tan Wu. A lower god emperor who had just broken through to the realm of lower god emperor was actually killed instantly by Tan Wu, whose cultivation level was 1 level higher than his? Just now, even if it were me, I would not be able to escape death. Why do I feel that this lower god emperor is even scarier than an upper god emperor? Even an ordinary upper god emperor would have to put in a lot of effort to kill Tan Wu and me. It is impossible to do such an instant kill. Wu Xiangqian's strength was on par with Tan Wu. It was also because of this that he was really frightened. If the other party could kill Tan Wu like that, it meant that he could also kill him like that. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and glanced at Wu Xiangqian indifferently. In the depths of his eyes, there was a glimmer of light, subconsciously. Should he kill this person as well? There were many rules and rewards. However, if he killed him, wouldn't he have to wait for another 19 god emperors to arrive? In the end, Duan Lingtian still did not make a move on the person in front of him. The most important reason was naturally because he needed the other party to open the God Emperor Mystic realm together. The second reason was that the other party did not provoke him like the previous person. Have you entered the God Emperor Mystic realm before? Although he did not kill the other party, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let the other party stay idle. He glanced at the other party indifferently and asked, "Yes, yes." At the same time that Wu Xiangqian hurriedly answered, the huge rock in his heart also slowly put down. At least for now, the other party did not plan to kill him. Now that the other party asked him, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. "Tell me about the situation inside the God Emperor Mystic Realm," Duan Lingtian said. "Every God Emperor Mystic Realm is different?" Wu Xiangqian shook his head and said, "Including the God Emperor Mystic Realm that appeared when I broke through to the God Emperor Realm, I have entered a total of 4 God Emperor Mystic Realms. Everything in the God Emperor Mystic Realm is completely different every time. Entering any God Emperor Mystic Realm does not have any reference value. However, I can still talk about the situation of the 4 God Emperor Mystic Realms that I have entered." Now Wu Xiangqian had to be more cooperative and cooperative. It was also because there was no one present who knew him. Otherwise, their jaws would definitely drop. The usually arrogant God Emperor of the Wu family actually had such an obedient side, and while Wu Xiangqian was explaining the God Emperor Mystic Realms to Duan Lingtian, the 3rd God Emperor also arrived. It was an old man wearing a long gray robe. He was a lower God Emperor. After the old man appeared, he saw Wu Xiangqian and immediately greeted him warmly with a smile. "Young Master Wu, I didn't expect you to come as well." The old man's seniority was higher than Wu Xiangqian. When Wu Xiangqian was young, he respectfully called Wu Xiangqian Young Master. Although he had become a God Emperor now, he was only a lower God Emperor. Facing Wu Xiangqian, who was already a middle God Emperor, he did not dare to be disrespectful. However, what he did not expect was that Wu Xiangqian did not pay attention to him and was still explaining the situation of the God Emperor Mystic Realms to Duan Lingtian. At this time, the old man's attention shifted to Duan Lingtian. This lower God Emperor, although he did not personally witness Duan Lingtian's attack, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air. After he had just broken through and had not stabilized his cultivation, he inadvertently released his divine power. This allowed the old man to see that he was a lower God Emperor. He broke through to the lower God Emperor realm and opened the God Emperor Mystic Realms. The old man thought to himself, "I feel that Wu Xiangqian is very careful in front of him. Could this young man have some shocking background? That should be it. If he did not have a shocking background, would Wu Xiangqian be like this?" When the old man thought of this, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in his eyes. Although he wanted to greet the young man in front of him, he did not dare to interrupt because Wu Xiangqian was still talking to him. He was afraid of offending both the young man and Wu Xiangqian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Wu Xiangqian told Duan Lingtian about the 4 God Emperor Mystic Realms that he had been to, 3 rapid sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the scene. The 3 of them were led by a middle-aged man wearing a long golden robe with silver edges. The middle-aged man was tall and had a dignified aura between his eyebrows. Every movement of his seemed to carry a noble aura. behind him, there were two ordinary-looking old men. Upper God Emperor? When the three of them arrived, Duan Lingtian could see their cultivation levels. The two old men behind them were only middle God Emperors. However, the middle-aged man in the lead was Upper God Emperor. Young man from Wu family, you are really well informed. You have arrived so quickly. After the middle-aged man in the lead appeared, his gaze swept past Duan Lingtian before landing on Wu Xiangqian. He smiled slightly. Obviously, he knew Wu Xiangqian and was quite familiar with him. Mansion Master. At this time, Wu Xiangqian bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The lower God Emperor, who was the second to arrive, also followed behind Wu Xiangqian and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Greetings, Mansion Master. Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. This person was the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion? The publicly acknowledged #1 expert in Heaven's Spirit Mansion? The best among the Upper God Emperors? Although Duan Lingtian was confident that he could fight with an ordinary Upper God Emperor after entering the God Emperor realm. However, he was only an ordinary Upper God Emperor. Moreover, he might not be able to win. If the person in front of him was really the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion, he would not be able to deal with him now. Congratulations on entering the God Emperor realm. After the Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion nodded at Wu Xiangqian and completely ignored the lower God Emperor old man, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. The smile on his face was like a spring breeze. Thank you. Duan Lingtian thanked him. However, he was not as respectful as Wu Xiangqian and the old man in front of him. He had seen many ultimate gods before, so he did not feel anything strange when facing an Upper God Emperor. In fact, his fourth senior sister was a High God Emperor. Moreover, she was a top existence among the Upper God Emperors. The Mansion Master of Heaven's Spirit Mansion might be strong, but if he were to face his fourth senior sister, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves. Chapter 4156. Duan Lingtian was calm as he faced the Spirit God Mansion Master. The person in question didn't seem to have any reaction. However, the two old men behind him, who were intermediate God Emperors, were glaring at Duan Lingtian with hostility in their eyes. The Patriarch of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion was calm, not because he had learned of what had happened from Wu Xiangqian, but because he was adept at hiding his emotions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was calm. It was impossible for him to not care. He was just a lower God Emperor, and he had just made a breakthrough. The reason why I'm so warm towards you and congratulate you is because the God Emperor Mystic Realm with its tightly shut door appeared because of your breakthrough. I'm giving you some face. After all, your God Emperor Mystic Realm is also my opportunity. As the strongest God Emperor in the Spirit God Mansion, the Spirit God Mansion Master was sure that if he entered the God Emperor Mystic Realm, as long as it was based on strength, he would definitely get more benefits than the other God Emperors who entered with him. Wu Xiangqian stood there, his eyes flashing. He was considering whether to tell the Spirit God Mansion Master that the purple-clothed young man had killed the middle God Emperor Tan Wu. Tan Wu wasn't a nobody in the Heavenly Spirit Mansion. He was also related to the Spirit God Mansion Master in front of him. Forget it, I won't say it. In the end, Wu Xiangqian decided not to say it. Once he said it, the Spirit God Mansion Master would probably kill Duan Lingtian personally. Even if he didn't do it directly, he would definitely try to rope him in. However, the chances of that were not high. The God Arch Mystic Realm was opened by such a person. If one were to take too many of the opportunities inside, they might harbor a grudge. They might not be a match for you now, but they might attack you on a whim in the future. As for why the Spirit God Mansion Master might kill Duan Lingtian, he was also clear. Once I say it, he might not be able to kill this person. If he can't and I sell him, he might find trouble with me in the future. Because of this, Wu Xiangqian didn't say anything. Otherwise, with his cultivation, Duan Lingtian, a lower god emperor, wouldn't have been able to discover anything when he communicated with the palace master of heaven's spirit mansion, who was a higher god emperor. Whoosh! After the three of them, more people arrived. Most of them recognized the heaven's spirit mansion's mansion master and took the initiative to greet him. A ray of blade light illuminated the heavens and the earth as it whizzed down from the distance, heading straight for the mansion lord of the heavenly spirit mansion. At that instant, the dazzling saber glow caused the entire place to lose its color. "How dare you! How dare you!" The patriarch of the heaven's spirit mansion didn't react, but the two old men behind him were alarmed. They both tried to stop the blade light from falling from the sky. However, their attacks were not worth mentioning at all in front of the saber light. They were destroyed in an instant. The saber light continued to envelop the heaven's spirit mansion. "Wu Ping, I didn't expect you to come as well." The heaven's spirit mansion's patriarch raised his head. He casually reached out and extinguished the saber light. Then he looked towards the horizon, where the saber light had come from. A tall and burly figure stepped through the air. This was a middle-aged man wearing a jade-green long robe. His face was full of beard and his eyes were like copper bells. He looked extremely rough. "Mannerhead M.O., your strength is indeed tyrannical. I have completely consolidated my cultivation as a high god emperor, but I was still easily crushed by you when I used my full strength." The middle-aged man with curly hair sighed. It was obvious that he was quite familiar with the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's patriarch. M.O. Win, the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's patriarch, smiled faintly. "You didn't use a divine weapon just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block your attack so easily. Wu Ping, think about it again. Why don't you come under me?" M.O. Win said, trying to rope him in. "Forget it. I'm used to being free." Wu Ping shook his head. "If I wanted to, I would have done so back then. I wouldn't have waited until today." "That's true." M.O. Win nodded slightly. Judging from his expression, he was not surprised that Wu Ping would say such a thing. At this moment, Wu Ping looked at the two people behind M.O. Win. He grinned and said, "The two of you, after so many years, you still haven't improved. I remember that back then, any one of you could have easily defeated me. But now—" Although Wu Ping did not continue speaking, the expressions of the two people behind M.O. Win had turned slightly gloomy. Wu Ping had indeed lost to them in the past. They had even questioned why the palace master valued Wu Ping, an ordinary medium god emperor. But today, it seemed that the palace master had long seen through Wu Ping's extraordinary abilities. The ability that Wu Ping had displayed today was already beyond their reach. Even if the two of them joined forces against Wu Ping, they would only be killed. "That's enough." M.O. Win could not take it anymore. He said lightly, "Wu Ping, although I love talents, it doesn't mean that I can watch my people be humiliated by you. Some words are enough to be said once. Why don't I look for you to spar with next time?" When M.O. Win said this, the two people behind him looked grateful. Wu Ping smiled awkwardly when he heard this. "Palace Master, I was just joking with the two seniors. It was just a joke." "Seniors." Wu Ping's words caused the expressions of the two people behind M.O. Win to change. Their gazes also became particularly complicated. Perhaps they were really old. "Who broke through to the Divine Emperor realm and opened the Divine Emperor Mystery realm." Soon, Wu Ping's attention began to wander around the others. In the end, it landed on Duan Lingtian. "Is it this little brother? Congratulations, congratulations! This time, if I, Wu Ping, gain anything in this Divine Emperor Mystery realm, I will definitely owe you a favor. I will definitely repay you in the future." Wu Ping promised as he congratulated Duan Lingtian. "Senior, you are too kind." Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Wu Ping. Although this Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was opened because of me, if the other 19 Divine Emperors were not present, it would not have been opened. As for the opportunities inside, it all depends on one's luck. Senior, you don't have to feel that you owe me a favor, Duan Lingtian said frankly. When Duan Lingtian said this, not only did Wu Ping look surprised, but even the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's palace master, Mo Wen, the two people behind him, and the old man in the lower-level Divine Emperor realm were shocked. Obviously, they had not expected Duan Lingtian to reject a favor from a higher-level Divine Emperor. Moreover, it was a higher-level Divine Emperor who had completely consolidated his cultivation. On the other hand, although Wu Xiangqian was also looking at Duan Lingtian, he did not show too much surprise. This was because, in his eyes, this youth in purple had a shocking background. Perhaps the faction behind him had a godly, venerable, strong practitioner? Someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, or even surpass him. Good, very good. Wu Ping regained his senses and laughed. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with friendliness. Little brother, I feel that you're becoming more and more to my liking. Next, if we meet in the Divine Emperor's secret realm, I'll definitely protect you. This is also my way of repaying your favor. Don't reject me. I, Wu Ping, am also a reputable person in the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. My words are as good as nails. Since Wu Ping had said so, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to reject him, it was difficult for him to open his mouth. However, deep in his heart, his impression of Wu Ping had grown even better. Although Duan Lingtian had changed into a purple robe, his appearance had not changed. He still looked like Yu Wenfeng, the male pet of Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wuyo City. The city governor of Wuyo City probably won't come, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This time, the opening of the Divine Emperor's secret realm required 20 Divine Emperors to open it together. Moreover, only the 20 Divine Emperors who participated in the opening could enter the Divine Emperor's secret realm. However, even so, it was not easy to gather 20 people. Now, apart from him, there were a total of 6 people present. Including him, there were only 7 people. They were still short of 13 people. 13 Divine Emperors. Naturally, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion did not lack them. However, these Divine Emperors would only come when they received news. If they don't continue to send messages to their friends, I'm afraid it will be difficult for another 13 Divine Emperors to come. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the few Divine Emperors before him. Of course, he was just thinking about it because he knew that these people would definitely call their friends to enter the Divine Emperor's secret realm when they saw that no one else was coming. As expected, after waiting for about 2 hours and no one came, Mo Wen, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Spiritual Mansion Lord, spoke up. Everyone, how about we call our friends over for the remaining 13 Divine Emperors? 13 spots. As the host, this little brother will take 3 spots. Everyone should have no objections, right? After Mo Wen glanced at Duan Lingtian, he looked at the others. When they heard this, they naturally shook their heads to show that they had no objections. Little brother, what about you? Mo Wen looked at Duan Lingtian again and asked with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he shrugged and said, I don't have any friends. Forget about the 3 spots. I only want 1. I'll have to trouble Mansion Lord Mo to ask the city, Lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo, to come over. Duan Lingtian said to Mo Wen. The city, Lord of Wuyo City, Lu Wuyo? When Duan Lingtian said this, Mo Wen was first stunned. Then he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Little brother, you know the city, Lord of Wuyo City? Meanwhile, Wu Xiangqian and the others looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of ambiguity in their eyes. Sensing their gazes, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Why are they looking at me like that? I really don't know anyone. When I came to this world, before all of you, I only came into contact with one Divine Emperor, Lu Wuyo. Well, other than those who have died at my hands. Call for help. Mo said, although there were no soul pearls to transmit messages in this world, there were still things that could be used to transmit messages. However, the security was far less reliable than soul pearls. It required a special jade called a communication jade. It was similar to the messenger pigeon and had the risk of being intercepted halfway. Chapter 4157. Since little brother has said so, I'll leave 6 of the remaining 12 spots open. Wu Ping will take 3, Wu Xiangqian will take 2, and I'll leave the last one for you. Do you have any objections? Mo Wen, the governor of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, looked at the elder in the lower God-Emperor realm and asked calmly. I'll listen to the governor's arrangements. The elder hurriedly shook his head, indicating that he had no objections. What objections could he have? Or rather, how would he dare to have any objections? Among the God-Emperors present, he was the weakest so far. Perhaps he was more powerful than the purple-robed youth who had just become a God-Emperor, but the latter had a powerful background. Didn't he see that even Wu Xiangqian, a middle God-Emperor, was respectful to him? Anyway, he could not afford to offend him. He did not want to offend him either. As for what the other party had said about him not having any God-Emperor friends, perhaps he really did not have any. The people behind him might all be godly venerables and above. If they are all godly venerables, then the faction they belong to must be a faction above the divine nations. The elder thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Taking a deep breath, the elder saw that the governor of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, Mo Wen, and the people behind him had sent out many messaging jades. He did not stay idle and immediately took out a messaging jade and threw it out. However, the speed of the elder's messaging jade was obviously not as fast as Mo Wen and the others. The speed of the messaging jade was also dependent on one's cultivation. However, the elder's messaging jade was different from Mo Wen's. His messaging jade was similar to the messaging jades of the 2 people behind Mo Wen, flying behind the clouds. The messaging jades flew behind the clouds, so the chances of them being intercepted were lower. After all, no one would squat there for no reason. If they were really squatted, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Wu Xiangqian sent out the last 2 messaging jades, also flying behind the clouds. He and the 2 people behind Mo Wen were both medium God Emperors. In theory, their messaging jades could be easily intercepted by any medium God Emperor and above. Swoosh! 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 Wu Ping also threw out 3 messaging jades. Like Mo Wen's, he did not fly above the clouds. Mo Wen's and Wu Ping's communication jades were within the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's territory, so they didn't really need to be intercepted. This was because there weren't many high-level God Emperors in the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. Moreover, even if there really was a high-level God Emperor who saw their communication jade, they wouldn't easily intercept it because it was a taboo. When the communication jade was intercepted, the person who sent the communication jade would have sensed it. At that time, if they delayed the important matter, they would become enemies. Any high-level God Emperor, if they could choose, would not easily become enemies with another high-level God Emperor. Little brother, I've sent a communication jade to City Governor Wu. I'm sure she'll be here soon. After everyone sent out their communication jades, Mo Wen, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Speaking of which, last time when City Lord Wu Yu broke through, she opened the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. I also entered it. That time my luck was pretty good. I got some things. This time around, little brother, I hope that you will be able to gain something from your Emperor God's secret realm. Mo Wen was the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord. Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wuyu City, had not been Mo Wen's subordinate before she broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. She had only become Mo Wen's subordinate after she had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm and had invited Mo Wen over. Furthermore, she had given Mowen more than 10 slots to enter the divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Mowen was also generous. After Lu Wuyo had consolidated her cultivation as a lower-level god emperor, he had appointed her as the city governor. One look and I can tell that the mansion lord is someone with great luck. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Lu Wuyo, the city governor of Wuyu City. That city governor of Wuyu City probably didn't expect to see me again so soon, right? Wuyu City, the city, Lord's Manor. Lu Wuyo was originally cultivating when suddenly a communication jade came from afar. It directly passed through the main door of the city, Lord's Manor, and entered the city, Lord's Manor. However, it was blocked outside by a stratagem. Someone sent me a message through the communication jade. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Lu Wuyo raised her eyebrows. Who could it be? The communication jade couldn't accurately fly to a person. It could only reach an approximate location and could only be transmitted through the location. For example, if you weren't at home and the communication jade was sent to you, the communication jade would go to your home. However, if you weren't at home, you wouldn't be able to receive the communication jade and see the content inside. This limited many things. At the very least, outsiders like Duan Lingtian couldn't communicate with other outsiders who came in together. If they wanted to be together, they could only rely on luck. Very quickly, the communication jade was sent to Lu Wuyo's hands. When Lu Wuyo's deified soul entered it, immediately, a hearty laugh reverberated in her ears. Wuyo, the divine Emperor Mystery Realm has opened. Come over immediately. The location is Lord Mansion Lord. Lu Wuyo could tell that this was the voice of the heavens, spiritual mansion's mansion, Lord Mowen. Also, the voice could be faked, but when the voice came, the familiar aura mixed with it couldn't be faked. This aura came from the fusion of deified soul and divine power. It couldn't be faked. The divine Emperor Mystery Realm has opened, and the Lord Mansion Lord is inviting me over. What's the situation? Lu Wuyo knew her place. She was just a small city lord. Moreover, she had become a city lord by playing petty tricks. Even if the mansion lord owed her a favor and allowed her to become the city lord of Wuyo City, this favor could be considered repaid. Could it be that the Lord Mansion Lord wants to set me up with his son? Thinking of this, Lu Wuyo couldn't help but frown. If the Mansion Lord didn't know that the Mansion Lord's son was pursuing her, it would definitely be a lie. However, hadn't the Mansion Lord's son already given up? Or did he plant someone in my city, Lord Mansion, and know that my boy toy has already left? No, he can't be so bored. If he really doesn't mind that I have a boy toy, he can just kill him directly. Lu Wuyo thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason. However, she knew that she definitely had to go. She couldn't refuse, and she didn't want to refuse. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was a good place. Back then, when the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm opened, although she had also entered, she didn't obtain anything good because she was the weakest. The good things were all taken away by the Mansion Lord and the people he brought. This time, her strength was no longer the same as before. Now that she had consolidated her cultivation base as a lower god emperor, she was confident she could obtain some good things in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Whoosh! Lu Wuyo walked out of the mansion and rose into the air. Then, she flew directly to the place the Mansion Lord had mentioned. It was also the place where the entrance to the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was located. Along the way, Lu Wuyo couldn't help but think of her boy toy, Yuanfeng. Of course, it was just a fake boy toy. She, Lu Wuyo, was still a virgin and had never come into contact with any man. The so-called boy toy was just a way to avoid the pursuit of the Mansion Lord Son. He was possessed in the city Lord Mansion. In other words, if I didn't make him my fake boy toy, he wouldn't have suffered such a calamity. Lu Wuyo sighed when she thought of this. Even if she had made him her fake boy toy, she did not feel she had mistreated him. After he entered the city Lord Mansion, He lived a life of luxury and was much better than before. However, now that he had been possessed and his soul had been destroyed, she could not help but feel a little guilty. However, the expert who possessed him had the cultivation base of a high-level divine emperor when he first possessed him. Moreover, he displayed such combat strength when he was only a high-level divine emperor. He was most likely a godly, venerable expert in the past. Although she pitied Yu Wenfeng for being possessed, she did not hate the expert. This was because the world was ruled by the strong. Even she, Lu Wuyo, was not confident she could control her own fate. In this world, only the truly strong could control their own fate. Of course, this was only relative control. If the legendary god of creation really existed, if the god of creation wanted someone dead, even a godly venerable would not be able to escape death. After all, legend had it that this world was created by the god of creation. Mansion Lord. Mansion Lord. Outside the God Emperor Mystery Dimension, opened by Duan Lingtian, the first batch of God Emperors to arrive were all God Emperors under the Mansion Lord Mo Win. There were medium God Emperors and lower God Emperors. Of course, most of them were medium God Emperors. This time, all the medium God Emperors under Mo Win, except for a few city lords, were present. As for the lower God Emperors, they were either directly related to Mo Win or had elders who were strong practitioners by his side. As for the upper God Emperors, they did not appear again. Of course, this was also because there were no upper God Emperors by Mo Win's side. In the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, he was the only upper God Emperor. In fact, in the entire Heaven's Spirit Mansion, there were only a handful of upper God Emperors. Wu Ping. Soon, another upper God Emperor, Wu Ping, also arrived. 2 medium God Emperors came together, and then another medium God Emperor also arrived. He had only called medium God Emperors. It was not that he did not want to call upper God Emperors, but he did not have any upper God Emperor friends. In the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, upper God Emperors were not common. As for Wu Shangqian, he had called upper God Emperor, but he was not from the Wu clan. The Wu clan's representative was an old man, his elder. Like him, he was also a medium God Emperor. In the current generation of the Wu clan, the strongest were only a few medium God Emperors. Originally, Wu Xiangqian had wanted the Wu clan to send 2 medium God Emperors. However, the Wu clan's intention was to give a slot to an upper God Emperor as a favor. This was also the reason why one of the 2 people Wu Xiangqian had called was an upper God Emperor. The Mansion Lord is here too. On Wu Xiangqian's side, the upper God Emperor that the Wu clan had called was a skinny old man. He looked weak, but when he appeared, even the Mansion Lord of the Heaven's Spirit Mansion, Mo Win, had a slightly serious expression. Elder Zhong. Mo Win cupped his hands slightly and bowed to the old man. Chapter 4158. Zhong Bainan was one of the more famous upper God emperors in the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. He usually lived in seclusion, but because of his glorious past, many people knew about him. Of course, some people had already spread the rumor that he had died under the 1,000-year tribulation. That was right. In this world, the 1,000-year tribulation existed too. In addition, Zhong Bainan was already very old, so many people believed that he had died. However, his appearance now had undoubtedly dispelled the thoughts of most of the people present that thought that he had died. It turned out that this old man was still alive. Elder Zhong. Greetings, Elder Zhong. I didn't expect the Wu clan to be so influential that they even invited Elder Zhong. In the eyes of everyone present, the old man in front of them was a living fossil. At the same time, they could guess that he was still alive, so his strength must be much stronger than before. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live until now. Even if he had not broken through to the ultimate God realm, he was definitely close. Everyone who has broken through in the opening of the Emperor God secret realm this time. Zhong Bainan glanced at everyone and asked with a smile, In the next moment, Wu Xiangqian looked at Duan Lingtian and said respectfully to Zhong Bainan, Elder Zhong, this brother has broken through and opened the Emperor God's secret realm. Hearing that, Zhong Bainan glanced at Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile, but did not say anything. His eyes did not linger on Duan Lingtian for long. However, the moment he looked away, he saw disdain, and disdain deep in his eyes. Obviously, this old man was not as kind and open-minded as he looked. At least, until now, among the 3 upper god emperors present, Duan Lingtian had the worst impression of him. This old man, I hope he doesn't provoke me. If he really provokes me, even if I can't defeat him directly, it's not impossible for me to kill him with a sneak attack. He should be a quasi-ultimate god among the upper god emperors. If I really kill him, the rewards will be great. It will definitely be more than what I get for killing a middle god emperor when I'm an upper god emperor. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, a slightly oppressive light flashed in the depths of his eyes at the same time. This world was truly too crazy. Even if he was not a crazy person, he could not help but have crazy thoughts from time to time. Of course, in the depths of Duan Lingtian's heart, he constantly warned himself, in this world, don't trust anyone. Anyone could take his life, not for anything else, but for the rewards of the rules. Even if the 3 high-level god emperors in front of him, even if they killed him, there wouldn't be any rewards. But who knew if they wouldn't act against him, capture him, heavily injure him, and let those people kill him for the sake of their own juniors, the lower-level god emperors under their command, or even the existences with weaker cultivations. After the arrival of the people who had been notified through their communication jades, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. She was one of the only 2 women present. There was also a woman, an old woman. She was found by the old man who had appeared after Wu Xiangqian. She was a middle god emperor, manor lord. Although the city lord of Weo City, Lu Weo, immediately bowed to the manor lord of heaven's spiritual manor, Mo Win, after arriving, there was a mixture of shock and disbelief in the depths of her eyes. What did she see just now? She saw her male pet. No, it should be said that he was a shell of her former puppet male pet who had been controlled by someone else. The other party was actually present. He had broken through to the Emperor God realm, or this time, the God Emperor mystic realm was opened because of his breakthrough? City, Lord Weo. Mo Wen looked at Lu Weo and laughed. This time you can come because of this little brother. It was him who said that he would give you a spot. As Mo Wen spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on Lu Weo's face again. At the same time, he further confirmed that this divine Emperor mystery realm was opened after the person in front of him had broken through. Otherwise, the manor lord of heaven's spiritual manor would not be so polite to him. Lu Weo looked at Duan Lingtian. Just as he opened his mouth, he almost subconsciously called out the name of the previous owner of the body that Duan Lingtian was currently occupying. However, at the critical moment, he changed his words. You have entered the Emperor God realm. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I just entered the Emperor God realm today. The manor lord originally said that he would give me 3 spots. But after thinking about it, I don't have any friends nearby, so I only gave 1 spot to you. Duan Lingtian said it casually, but Lu Weo's heart could not help but palpitate. He did not expect that this big shot, who meant a godly, venerable, strong practitioner, would actually still remember him. Moreover, he had even given him this opportunity. Thank you, my lord. Lu Weo transmitted his thanks to Duan Lingtian. Although the others had the ability to eavesdrop, they were not prepared at this moment. In addition, they were not interested, so no one eavesdropped on Lu Weo's transmission to Duan Lingtian. Now that everyone is here, this divine Emperor mystery realm should also begin. After Lu Weo and the last person arrived, one of the 3 upper god emperors, Wu Ping, spoke at the right time. Duan Lingtian and the others naturally had no objections. After a while, under the situation where the 20 of them channeled their divine power into the entrance of the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. The entrance of the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm finally turned into a ray of light and swept everyone away. In the next moment, the light dissipated, and the tightly shut entrance of the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm was still there, but the handprint on it had disappeared. Duan Lingtian and the other 20 Emperor gods also disappeared together. During this process, Duan Lingtian only saw darkness and light in front of his eyes. When his eyes regained light, he also realized that there were another 19 people beside him. Everyone was arranged in one place. Wu Xiangqian, the old man who came after Wu Xiangqian, and many others who had discovered this, had ugly expressions on their faces. In the God-Darch mystic realm, it was best for those with weak cultivations to be separated immediately after entering. That way, they would not become targets for the experts. Now that everyone was gathered together, the weaker ones would undoubtedly become the targets of the stronger ones. Perhaps the stronger ones would not make a move at the start, but when there was a conflict of interest, the stronger ones would definitely not hold back. Everyone is gathered together. Even Duan Lingtian was a little surprised at this time. Previously, Wu Xiangqian had told him about the situation of the Divine Emperor Mystery Realms, and they were all Divine Emperor Mystery Realms that Wu Xiangqian had entered personally. However, according to Wu Xiangqian, after everyone was sent in, they would be separated. The few times he entered the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, it was the same. Generally speaking, at this time Wu Ping spoke. At this time he frowned slightly. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, where everyone is gathered, is also one of the better ones among the Divine Emperor Mystery Realms. Only a genius who has broken through to the Divine Emperor Realm can open such a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm. After saying this, Wu Ping took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian, as though he wanted to remember this genius completely. There are many resources in such a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, and some of them are even extremely rare. After saying this, Wu Ping paused for a moment. Then he looked at the Heaven's Spirit Mansion's mansion, Lord Mo Win, and the other high-level Divine Emperor, Zhong Bainan, with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Although he was a high-level Divine Emperor, he hoped that the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm he entered would be separated from everyone at the beginning. This way, as long as he did not meet Mo Win or Zhong Bainan, no one would be able to snatch it from him. However, now the worst-case scenario had occurred. Everyone was grouped together. At this moment, while Wu Ping was filled with wariness towards Mo Win and Zhong Bainan, Mo Win and Zhong Bainan looked at each other and saw the wariness in each other's eyes. The 3 high-level Divine Emperors were not afraid of the others. However, right now, they were not the only high-level Divine Emperors here. Of course, regardless of whether it was Mo Win or Zhong Bainan, they were not afraid of Wu Ping. At least, before both of them were injured, they were not afraid of Wu Ping. It was also because of this that once they fought, they had to consider Wu Ping as an unstable factor. Wu Ping might become the Oriole, and they would be the Mantis and Cicada. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could sense the tension between the 3 high-level Divine Emperors. However, he did not take this opportunity to be idle. He looked around for a while and extended his deified soul at the right time. Before Duan Lingtian extended his deified soul, everything was calm and peaceful. However, when his deified soul extended out, the originally calm void shook and swayed. Then, the void shattered and terrifying spatial storms howled out from behind the shattered void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Other than Duan Lingtian and Lu Weio, all the low-level Divine Emperors present who were not ready were instantly engulfed by the spatial storms. Although the group of medium-level Divine Emperors had escaped this calamity, they were all in a somewhat pathetic state. The ones who had it the easiest were naturally the 3 high-level Divine Emperors. There was also Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was dragging Lu Weio and performing a teleportation. Otherwise, just now, even if he did not die, he would definitely be severely injured. As for Lu Wuyo, if he did not make a move, he would definitely die. What are you doing? Zhong Bainan spoke, his voice cold. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. You want to kill us? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he naturally could not help but feel a little awkward. This was because he did not expect that the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm did not allow the use of deified soul. Previously, he had not heard anyone mention this. That was not right. Previously, Wu Xiangqian had told him that after entering the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, one could freely use deified soul to explore the surroundings. Could it be that Wu Xiangqian had lied to him? Or perhaps the rules were different because the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm that Wu Xiangqian had entered was not a Divine Emperor Mystery Realm that was filled with many people. His reaction is faster than a medium-level Divine Emperor. At this moment, the gaze of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Master Mo changed quite a bit when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Chapter 4159. Everyone present was blind. Under such circumstances, the purple-robed young man in front of them was still alive. He even managed to survive with another lower-level God Emperor. This was enough to show how strong he was. He was not as simple as he seemed. Even if he had just stepped into the Emperor God realm, his strength would not be weaker than a middle-level God Emperor. If there was anyone present who was not surprised, it would be Lu Wuyo, who had been saved by Duan Lingtian, and Wu Xiangqian, the middle-level God Emperor from the Wu family of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. Lu Wuyo had seen Duan Lingtian's strength. Back then, Duan Lingtian was only an upper-level God Emperor, and he could easily suppress her, who was already a lower-level God Emperor. Now, Duan Lingtian had stepped into the Emperor God realm. Naturally, he was stronger. Lu Wuyo was not surprised by this. As for Wu Xiangqian, in everyone's eyes, Wu Xiangqian was the first to arrive after the Emperor God secret realm opened. However, only Wu Xiangqian knew that he was not the first to arrive. The first to arrive was another middle-level God Emperor. However, he had been killed by Duan Lingtian. He had provoked Duan Lingtian and offended Duan Lingtian. He had been killed. Humph. The other of the two women present, the old lady, was staring at Duan Lingtian with hostility. She snorted coldly and said, "You, a lower-level God Emperor, are not weaker than a middle-level God Emperor. However, my friend was indirectly killed by you. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" The old lady was a friend of the old lower-level God Emperor who had arrived first after Wu Xiangqian. The old lower-level God Emperor had been killed just like the other lower-level God Emperors. Of course, Duan Lingtian's strength was not ordinary. Otherwise, the old lady would have attacked Duan Lingtian directly. She was very clear that in this situation, other than Lu Wuyo who had been saved by Duan Lingtian, everyone present was eager for someone to attack Duan Lingtian. Facing the old lady's aggression, Duan Lingtian only glanced at her indifferently. "This is my first time entering the Emperor God's secret realm. I don't know the rules. Also, I am the one who opened the Emperor God's secret realm. I did not force your friend to come in, right? Since he came in, he naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. When I activated the attack mechanism, it did not avoid me. I am one of the victims, right? Don't tell me that I'll seek my own death?" The old woman's expression changed drastically when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Ling. Zhong Bainan warned Duan Lingtian after he glanced at Duan Lingtian with an unfriendly gaze. As far as he was concerned, he was just a little frightened. He did not suffer any substantial loss. At this moment, the two people behind Mo, the governor of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion, had a bigger reaction. The two of them looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Just now, the group of inferior God Emperors who were indirectly killed by Duan Lingtian were mostly from Heaven's Spiritual Mansion. They were the ones who had called them over. Mo, the governor of Heaven's Spiritual Mansion, was actually unhappy. However, as the governor of a mansion, and this was the Emperor God's secret realm opened by Duan Lingtian, he did not fall out with him. Of course. In fact, in his opinion, it did not matter whether they fell out or not. Since this person who opened the Emperor God's secret realm appeared here with everyone, he would definitely not be able to escape death in the end, even if his strength was not weaker than an ordinary medium god emperor in the god Dharch mystic realm. As long as the people who entered gathered together, the ones who survived were usually the strongest people, as well as those who the strongest people did not intend to kill. In his eyes, this purple-robed young man was already a dead man. Hence, there was no need to be calculative with him. I planned to separate from them. Are you coming? Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Wuyo, then sent a voice transmission. Because one could not use their deified consciousness here, and the others did not release their deified consciousness, he was not worried that someone would eavesdrop on his voice transmission. Even Lu Wuyo did not know why, but after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, she subconsciously agreed. Now, she still felt that it was a little unrealistic. Just now she had almost died. It was the person in front of her who saved her life. Whoosh! Almost at the same time that Lu Wuyo agreed, Duan Lingtian had already teleported away with her. After the first teleportation, he teleported a second time. In fact, even if it was just one teleportation, he had already left the sight of others. However, after the first teleportation, his aura was still locked on by the 3 upper-level God Emperors. This was also the reason why the 3 upper-level God Emperors were still calm when they realized that Duan Lingtian had left. However, when they realized that Duan Lingtian had teleported a second time, along with Lu Wuyo, and their auras had disappeared together, their expressions changed. Wu Ping's face was filled with shock. Second teleportation? At this moment, even Zhong Bainan and Mo, Wen's faces were more or less filled with shock. Clearly, they had not expected that the lower-level God Emperor had mastered the spatial laws to teleport a second time. No wonder he has such speed and ability. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian had managed to survive with Lu Wuyo becoming the only 2 lower-level God Emperors present, they suddenly understood. If he wants to die, we don't have to stop him. Now, you guys follow me. Zhong Bainan looked at the 2 Wu clan members, including Wu Xiangqian, and said. The 2 of them naturally nodded in agreement. At this moment, both of their faces were filled with helplessness. They never thought that it would be a divine, Dharch, mystic realm that was a gathering place. This also meant that once something good appeared, there would be no share for them. However, they didn't dare to run around, because they all knew that in this kind of God Dharch mystic realm, it was the easiest to die alone. Only when a group of people gathered together and faced the upcoming dangers together would they have a chance to survive. This was also the reason why Zhong Bainan said that Duan Lingtian was seeking death. On the other side, Wu Ping also spoke. He asked the 3 God Emperors he had called over to follow him closely and not leave the vicinity. As for Heaven's Spirit Mansion Manor head Mo Wen, there was no need for him to say anything. The middle-level God Emperors that he had called over had never left his side. Otherwise, with the sudden turn of events and the few lower-level God Emperors who were further away from him, with his strength he could have easily protected them. For a moment, only the middle-level God Emperor old woman that the old man had found didn't look too good. She felt like she had been abandoned. Following this, if she really encountered danger, would those 3 high God Emperors help her? The answer was no. Taking a deep breath, the old woman's gaze changed. Then she looked at Amowin and said, Manor Lord, I will also go and look for my own opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, she fled into the distance. However, halfway through, before she could leave the sight of Amowin and the others, she was suddenly engulfed by a surge of power that appeared in the void. Her aura also disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Even the expressions of the three high-level god emperors present became much more serious. Maybe now that purple-robed youth and Lu Wuyo have already died. A few middle-level god emperors whispered to the people beside them. But had Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo really died? Not far away, two figures were hiding, looking at the place where the old woman had died. Duan Lingtian was the first to send a voice transmission to the person beside him. We seem to be quite lucky. When Lu Wuyo heard this, she rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Don't you know that this kind of gathering mystery realm will only be safe if the person who opens it travels alone? That's why you asked me to leave with you? Lu Wuyo had once obtained an ancient book by chance. In it, there was a record of such a mystery realm. It also recorded some information that many people didn't know about. Among them, there was such a situation. I really didn't know. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly. He had thought that Lu Wuyo had left with him because she trusted him. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. She had left with him because she knew that it was safe to follow him. What he didn't know was, although Lu Wuyo knew this was important, she hadn't considered this when she agreed to his request. She had just subconsciously trusted him. Then, after being led away by him, she remembered this. At this moment, when Lu Wuyo heard Duan Lingtian's words, she only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately teasing her. In her eyes, although the person in front of her was the shell of her former male pet, the soul inside definitely belonged to a former godly venerable expert. She thought it was normal for a godly venerable expert to know this. It would be strange if he didn't know. As for coincidence, she didn't believe it. You want to follow them? Just when Lu Wuyo thought that Duan Lingtian would take her away from the others and search for opportunities alone after watching the show, she realized that Duan Lingtian had followed Mo Win and the others of Heaven's spiritual mansion. At this moment, the three upper-level god emperors were leading the people around them forward. Let's see the situation first. I'm not familiar with this place, Duan Lingtian said. Moreover, if we follow behind them, we might be able to get some benefits. Lu Wuyo was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She couldn't help but advise Duan Lingtian, it's meaningless to do this. Even if they really find something good, we won't get a share. Don't tell me you're thinking of snatching food from the tiger's mouth from the three upper-level god emperors? In her opinion, this was a very unrealistic thing. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he quietly followed the people in front of him. Because the people didn't dare to use their divine consciousness, they didn't notice him and Lu Wuyo, who was following behind him. Lu Wuyo followed behind Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face was filled with helplessness. She didn't want to follow the young man in front of her, but she had no other choice. If she left the young man alone, she would end up like the old woman earlier. Let's follow him first. When he sees that those people have obtained something good and he can't interfere, he won't follow them anymore. Lu Wuyo comforted herself in her heart. Chapter 4160. How much do you know about this kind of emperor god secret realm? Duan Lingtian asked Lu Wuyo, who was beside him. When Lu Wuyo heard this, she thought Duan Lingtian was testing her, so she did not think too much about it. She said in a clear voice, "My lord, I obtained an ancient book by accident and have a certain understanding of the divine emperor's secret zones. I just don't know if what is recorded in the ancient book is the same as what my lord knows." What is recorded in the ancient book? Lu Wuyo said loudly and said what she knew about this kind of emperor-god secret realm in the ancient book. During this process, Duan Lingtian also nodded. This kind of emperor-god secret realm where all the people who entered gathered together was also the best kind of emperor-god secret realm. The so-called output referred to the various kinds of resources and treasures produced in this emperor-god secret realm, which were more than ordinary emperor-god secret realms. Among them, There was no lack of items that even upper-level god emperors dreamed of. It was extremely difficult for upper-level god emperors to enter the ultimate god realm, unless they had some natural treasures to help them. Some rare natural treasures could even help upper-level god emperors who had no chance of entering the ultimate god realm to enter the ultimate god realm in one go. And these rare natural treasures were all things that upper-level god emperors dreamed of. For these natural treasures, upper-level god emperors did not hesitate to fight with people of the same cultivation level. Of course, although these natural treasures have a chance of appearing in this kind of emperor god secret realm, they do not appear every time. It all depends on luck. After hearing this from Lu Wuyo, although Duan Lingtian did not have much hope, it would be a lie to say that there was no ripple in his heart. To him, this kind of thing was also a treasure that he dreamed of. But if such a treasure really appears, it will be difficult to get it. Looking at the three upper-level god emperors in the distance, Duan Lingtian sighed secretly. He was not afraid of the middle-level god emperors present if he went all out. But the upper-level god emperors, other than Wu Ping, he did not have the slightest confidence in defeating the other two. Even if it was Wu Ping, he did not have the confidence to defeat him. At most, he had the confidence to fight him to a draw. My strength is still a little weak, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Along the way, Duan Lingtian witnessed with his own eyes that the group of people in front of him encountered some natural treasures and resources one after another. They even obtained some treasures after passing some tests. However, these treasures were mainly split between Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan. Although Wu Ping also received some, his share was the least. In fact, he didn't even have half of the former two. Even so, Wu Ping did not seem to be dissatisfied. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that perhaps there was dissatisfaction in his heart, but it was not good for him to show it, and he did not dare to show it. However, Wu Ping was usually the one to make a move. Wu Ping was very aware of this. Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan would only make a move when they encountered some tricky challenges. When the two of them made a move, they would usually be able to easily resolve the problem in a short amount of time. He is indeed powerful, especially this Zhong Bainan. I feel that his ability is even stronger than Mo Wen's. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Mo Wen was the heaven's spiritual mansion's mansion lord. Zhong Bainan was a hidden, strong practitioner in the heavens' spiritual mansion. His ability was obviously above Mo Wen's. It was no wonder that Mo Wen was so polite and respectful in front of him. The two people from the Wu clan, including Wu Xiangqian, followed Zhong Bainan and received many benefits. At the very least, the two of them had bright smiles on their faces. Unlike the three people beside Wu Ping, their expressions were not very good. However, since Wu Ping did not say anything, they naturally did not dare to say anything. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the seeds of conflict had already been planted among these three groups of people. They were just waiting for an opportunity to erupt. Duan Lingtian had originally only thought about this opportunity. Who would have thought that it would really come a few days later? Heavenly path fruit! As the void in front of them shook, a medium-sized fruit tree appeared before the three groups of people. Everyone's eyes turned red, including Mo Wen, the heaven's spiritual mansion's mansion lord. The branches of the fruit tree were lush and strong. The leaves were blood red, and vein-like patterns could be vaguely seen on them. It looked very strange. On the top of this ancient tree hung 3 fruits that were shining with blood-red light. They were the size of apples, and the aura they emitted was refreshing even from a distance. Heavenly path fruit! Duan Lingtian heard the exclamations in front of him. At the same time, he also sensed the aura of the 2 fruits on the fruit tree. Just by feeling the aura, he felt the meridians in his body instantly open up, and the divine power in his body seemed to be boiling. Good stuff. Definitely good stuff. Duan Lingtian was sure of this. Heavenly path fruit, At this moment, Lu Wuyo, who was beside Duan Lingtian, was in a daze. This thing actually appeared. This thing is a supreme treasure to become a venerable god. Among all the treasures of heaven and earth that can help an upper divine emperor become a venerable god, it can be ranked in the top 3 supreme treasures. Who would have thought that we would be so lucky to see this heavenly path fruit? It is said that the more talented a person is, the better the treasures inside the divine, the arch-mystic realm will be. Heavenly path fruit and 2 other treasures that can help an upper divine emperor become a venerable god can only appear in the divine, the arch-mystic realm after super genius has broken through. Moreover, I have only heard of one heavenly path fruit appearing in a divine, the arch-mystic realm. I have never heard of a divine, the arch-mystic realm that has 2 supreme treasures like heavenly path fruits. 3. Lu Wuyo muttered to himself and looked at Duan Lingtian again. Other than shock, there was more disbelief in his eyes. How monstrous was this person in front of him to be able to make 3 heavenly path fruits appear in a divine, the arch-mystic realm. At this time, heavy breathing sounds could be heard from afar. At the same time, a person beside Wu Ping exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! How monstrous is that young man to be able to make 3 heavenly path fruits appear in a divine, the arch-mystic realm." These are heavenly path fruits, not ordinary divine fruits. In a divine, the arch-mystic realm, these are considered the most supreme treasures. Only the other 2 divine fruits with similar effects can be compared to them. However, no matter if it is the heavenly path fruit or the other 2 divine fruits, I have only heard of one of the 3 appearing in a divine, the arch-mystic realm. Moreover, it has to be a super genius who has broken through to be able to make such a divine, the arch-mystic realm appear. At the same time, the others regained their senses and were also shocked. Monstrous. Monster. When they thought of the purple-robed young man who had already left, all of them were shocked. 3 heavenly path fruits. If news of this divine, the arch-mystic realm were to spread, it would be enough to shock the entire southern heaven continent, including many divine kingdoms, right? Although there was a distance between them, Duan Lingtian could still hear the shocked voices of the crowd clearly. It seems that the appearance of 3 heavenly path fruits here is due to me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a flickering flame. He thought to himself, 3 heavenly path fruits. Will they share one equally? If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to share with others, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking this, Mo Wen, the Heaven's Spiritual Mansion's Mansion Lord, communicated with Wu Ping through sound transmission. Wu Ping, let's work together to kill Zhong Bainan. Then, of the 3 heavenly path fruits, I will take 2 and you'll take 1. Don't worry. I don't need the 3rd heavenly path fruit to enter the divine venerable realm. If you don't work with me, I'm afraid Zhong Bainan will attack us in order to take the heavenly path fruit for himself, Mo Wen said to Wu Ping through sound transmission. However, Wu Ping was not stupid. Mansion Lord Mo, who knows if you will kill me after we work together to kill Zhong Bainan and take the 3 heavenly path fruits for yourself. I won't get involved in this matter. For Wu Ping to be able to cultivate to his current level, he was naturally not a fool. The next moment, he looked at Zhong Bainan. Elder Zhong, although the heavenly path fruit is good, I have no intention of taking it. So, you don't have to worry about me. As soon as he finished speaking, in order to prove his words, Wu Ping raised his hand and led his 3 friends away to watch from afar. As for Mo Wen, he was naturally dissatisfied with Wu Ping's rejection, especially after seeing Wu Ping's attitude. His face turned even gloomier. This Wu Ping deserves to die. Mo Wen's expression was ugly. Taking a deep breath, Mo Wen looked at Zhong Bainan, who was also looking at him, and smiled. Elder Zhong, with your current cultivation, I'm afraid 1 heavenly path fruit is enough for you to break through. How about this? Let's kill Wu Ping first, and then decide who gets the 3 heavenly path fruits? Otherwise, Wu Ping will be the Oriole behind us and take advantage of us." As soon as Mo Wen said this, Wu Ping's expression changed. Mo Wen, stop trying to drive a wedge between us. However, as soon as his expression changed, Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan attacked at almost the same time, charging towards him. Wu Ping was a newly promoted high-level divine emperor against 2 veteran high-level divine emperors. He was naturally powerless. Even if he used all his strength, he could not last more than 3 breaths. He was killed directly. As for Wu Ping's other 3 friends, the 3 medium god emperors, before they could even react, they were also killed by Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. 1 high-level divine emperor, 3 medium-level divine emperors. They died in the blink of an eye. Zhong Bainan had cooperated with Mo Wen because he was worried that Mo Wen and Wu Ping would team up to deal with him. Hence, Mo Wen's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Seeing 4 divine emperors die in the blink of an eye, the expressions of the 2 Wu clan members beside Zhong Bainan and those beside Mo Wen changed drastically. It was as though the fox mourned the death of the hare. At the same time, a few people glanced at the heavenly path fruits not far away and then looked at Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. Their hearts trembled. It would be good if these 2 could reach an agreement. If they could not reach an agreement in the end, would they kill them before the battle to prevent these medium-level divine emperors from being the Oriole behind them? End of chapter. Chapter 4161. I want 2 of the 3 heavenly Tao fruits. After killing Wu Ping, Zhong Bainan looked at Mo Wen and said in a low voice. His tone left no room for doubt. Sure. What Zhong Bainan had not expected was that upon hearing his words, Mo Wen smiled and nodded his head, agreeing immediately. This caused Zhong Bainan to be stunned involuntarily. The few god emperors beside Mo Wen also had puzzled looks on their faces at this moment. Lord Manor Lord only wanted 1 heavenly Tao fruit? Even though Zhong Bainan had made a name for himself early on, he was not weak now. However, the Manor Lord of the Heaven's spiritual mansion might not be afraid of him, right? Elder Zhong is an elder. Mo Wen smiled and said, "Also, I know that I am no match for Elder Zhong. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid I won't be able to get a single one. Rather than that, I might as well just ask for 1. Speaking of this, Mo Wen paused and said, "I only hope that Elder Zhong is willing to give me 1. After all, with Elder Zhong's ability, I can't do anything if you want to take it all for yourself." Speaking of this, Mo Wen sighed. "Giving you 1 is not a problem," Zhong Bainan said straightforwardly, looking very straightforward. "Thank you, Elder Zhong." Hearing this, Mo Wen thanked him profusely. After thanking him, he smiled and said to Zhong Bainan, "Elder Zhong, shall we kill the demon spirit guarding the heavenly Tao fruit tree and then pluck the heavenly Tao fruit together?" "Sure," Zhong Bainan responded. Then he and Mo Wen flew into the air and approached the heavenly Tao fruit tree. Just as the 2 of them approached, the space in front of the heavenly Tao fruit tree shook. Then a huge python appeared. This python was blood red, no different from the color of the heavenly Tao fruit. Most importantly, its body was huge. When its head and tail straightened, it was at least 100 meters long. At this moment, it was glaring at Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan with a pair of cold eyes. Its forked tongue kept flicking in and out of its mouth. Moreover, every time it flicked its tongue, the force it contained would cause the empty space to tremble. Obviously, it was threatening Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen. "There's a demon spirit guarding it." In the distance, Duan Lingtian watched from afar. Although he didn't extend his divine sense, the aura emitted by the demon spirit still made him feel threatened. This was at least a demon spirit at the upper level god Emperor realm. Demon spirits were creatures that were similar to the demon beasts in the outside world within the trial of divine grounds. Furthermore, there were many demon spirits within the trial of divine grounds. Killing a demon spirit would allow one to obtain a corresponding reward. Just as Duan Ling Tian had this thought in his mind, Zhong Bainan and Amo had already made their moves on the demon spirits. The demon spirit let out a low roar and charged towards Zhong Bainan and Amo. Zhong Bainan and Amo both had cold smiles on their faces, thinking that the demon spirit was seeking death. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the void trembled. Beside Zhong Bainan and Amo, two silhouettes appeared at the same time, as though they had appeared out of thin air. Teleport! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He could tell. The two pythons that had suddenly appeared were of a different color from the previous python. They had used the teleportation technique of the space laws, and they had appeared very suddenly. Before this, Zhong Bainan and Amo had not even been on guard. This was because they had not expected a second and third demon spirit to suddenly appear. Oh no! However, although this had happened suddenly, the two of them hurriedly changed directions in midair. One of them, charged towards the demon spirit pythons that had teleported and appeared beside them. The previous python seemed to have been completely forgotten by the two of them. However, it did not forget the two of them. It continued to charge towards the two of them, joining forces with the other two demon spirit pythons. The three great pythons fought against Zhong Bainan and Amo together. Three high god emperor demon spirits. At this moment, the remaining medium-level god emperors, including the two from the Wu clan, could all see how powerful the three great pythons were. They were all upper-level god emperors. Even when the three great pythons had joined forces, even if Zhong Bainan and Amo had joined forces, they still could not gain any advantage. They were on par with each other. Wang Wei, how dare you! Suddenly, Amo a medium-level god emperor beside the heaven's spiritual mansion lord, suddenly shouted. At the same time, the other medium-level god emperor that Amo had found flew towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree, while Amo and Zhong Bainan were fighting against the three great pythons. This was a middle-aged man. Right now, he was rushing towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree. To be more precise, he was rushing towards the heavenly Dao fruit tree. His eyes were red with excitement. Heavenly Dao fruit. 3 of them. Even if it was only one, it was a priceless treasure. Roar! When the 3 great pythons discovered that someone was taking advantage of the situation to steal the heavenly Dao fruit, they were enraged. However, because they could not leave, they could only be angry and not do anything. Humph! Right at this moment, Zhong Bainan let out a cold snort. Mansion Lord Amo, the person you found is really an idiot. He is indeed an idiot. Not only was Amo not angry, but he even agreed with Zhong Bainan's words. At the same time, he sighed. Elder Zhong, since he wants to die, why don't we grant him his wish? Retreat. Zhong Bainan directly used his actions to agree with Amo Wen's words. As for Amo Wen, he also retreated at almost the same time. In an instant, the 3 great pythons no longer had an opponent. After that, they did not continue to pursue Zhong Bainan and Amo Wen. Instead, they all charged towards the god emperor called Wang Wei. In the blink of an eye, they killed and devoured him. A god emperor did not even have time to react before he was killed directly. Everyone attacked together and killed them. Zhong Bainan spoke, his voice cold. If anyone does not attack, they will die. These words were not only said to the people that Amo Wen had brought with him, but also to the 2 people from the Wu clan. Even if they were from the Wu clan, he did not want them to sit back and reap the benefits. Everyone attack. Amo Wen also spoke. Clearly, he had reached an agreement with Zhong Bainan. Under such circumstances, the remaining god emperors naturally did not dare to be negligent. When Zhong Bainan and Amo attacked the 3 great pythons again, they hurriedly attacked as well. although their abilities were far inferior to those of the upper-level god emperors. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. With their addition, Zhong Bainan and Mo Wen, who were originally in a deadlock with the three great pythons, had a slight advantage. This advantage was constantly increasing. There was an intense battle here. On the other side, Duan Lingtian and Lu Weio were hiding their figures. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was transmitting his voice to Lu Weio. This divine Emperor Mystery Realm was opened by me. If I take advantage of the fact that they're not paying attention and attack directly to snatch the 3 heavenly Dao fruits, can the 3 pythons catch up to me? Yes, Lu Weio said. Some of the treasures in the divine Emperor Mystery Realm, such as the heavenly Dao fruits, can only be obtained after killing the guardian demon spirits. If you don't kill the guardian demon spirits and use tricks to obtain the divine fruits they are guarding, they will continue to pester you until they kill you and take back the divine fruits. Hearing Lu Weio's words, Duan Lingtian completely dispelled the idea of going out to snatch the heavenly Dao fruits now. It was better to wait for the best opportunity. Suddenly, he stared at Duan Lingtian, who was fighting in the distance, and seemed to have noticed something. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. These 2 people are really ruthless. What's wrong? Although they were all lesser god emperors, Duan Lingtian could notice it, but it did not mean that Lu Weio could. You'll know when you continue watching. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I'm afraid that there will only be 2 people left in front of us in a moment. A few breaths after Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhong Bainan, who was originally attacking in the same direction as Wu Xiangqian, suddenly withdrew. In the next instant, Wu Xiangqian was all alone. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that Wu Xiangqian was now facing a demon spirit python alone. Zhong Bainan, you are so ruthless. This was the last roar Wu Xiangqian let out before he died. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness, but more than that, it was filled with the fear of death. Buzz! When Wu Xiangqian was killed, Zhong Bainan swung his saber and killed the demon spirit python in one fell swoop. The first python was injured. The others had just recovered from Wu Xiangqian's death, and their expressions changed drastically. This time, it was not just Zhong Bainan. Even Mo Wen quickly retreated. He and Zhong Bainan had a tacit understanding. Anyone with eyes could see that they had discussed this beforehand. In the next instant, the remaining medium god emperors were killed one after another. They also took advantage of the time when the medium god emperors had fallen to injure the other 2 demon spirit pythons. From now on, all 3 demon spirit pythons were injured. Hiss! Beside Duan Lingtian, Lu Weio inhaled a breath of cold air. She was glad that she had followed Duan Lingtian out. Otherwise, she would not have had a good ending. One had to know that among the people who had fallen, 2 of them were the right-hand men of Heaven's spiritual mansion, Lord Mo Wen. However, just now Mo Wen had given up on them, just to injure them and snatch the heavenly path fruit. It was not difficult for Lu Weio to guess this. It was also because of this that she felt a chill in her heart. However, she was more glad. However, in the field, even if the 3 demon spirit pythons were seriously injured, Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan would not be able to kill them in a short period of time. They continued to be in a stalemate. However, right now they had the upper hand. Of course, although they had the upper hand, they still suffered some injuries in succession. However, their injuries were not serious. After dozens of breaths, the 3 demon spirit pythons were finally killed. There are no rules and rewards. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly and muttered. He had discovered this after Wu Ping and the other 2 had fallen. There were actually no rules and rewards in this divine Emperor Mystery Realm. Beside him, Lu Weio was speechless and mentally tired. Was this person really muddle-headed, or was he faking it? However, she could not help but patiently explain. The Divine Emperor Mystery Realm is different from the outside world. In the outside world, the rules and rewards will come at any time. However, in the Divine Emperor Mystery Realm, the rules and rewards are accumulated and given to the last person who survives. One person goes out and takes it all. Two people go out and split it equally. After saying this, Lu Wio looked at Duan Lingtian again, and her gaze became a little wary. Chapter 4162. Would this expert, who is suspected to be an ultimate god in the past, kill her in order to get more rewards? Lu Wio could not help but feel a chill in her heart when she thought of this. This was also her subconscious thought. From the other party's previous confusion, it was obvious that he did not know about the rules. It did not seem like he was pretending. Would he attack her now that he knew? Although Duan Lingtian did not look at Lu Wio, he could still feel the change in her aura. It was normal at the beginning, but now it was vigilant. He could not help but shake his head and smile. "Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't kill you." Lu Wio was relieved when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She knew very well that with the strength of the person in front of her, he could easily kill her. Since he said so, he would not attack her. At the same time, her eyes lit up when she thought of the fact that so many people had died this time, and that the two upper god emperors would definitely not care about the rewards. It should be known that in a place like the Emperor God Mystic Realm, the rewards would be distributed equally to the people who had left the mystic realm alive. There was no need to distinguish who killed and who assisted in the killing, like the outside world. Previously, she had entered the Emperor God Mystic Realm that she had opened herself. As there were too many people who entered, and there were very few people who killed each other, the strongest demon spirit she had encountered was only a middle god emperor. As a result, there were not many rewards given after leaving the mystic realm. In addition, with so many people sharing, she basically did not get much. However, it was different this time. If the Mansion Master and Zhong Bainan can kill the 3 upper god emperor pythons, then the rewards after leaving this time will definitely be huge. Even if I only get a quarter of it, it will be enough for me to improve. Although he was still a distance away from breaking through to the middle god emperor realm, Lu Wio was satisfied that he could improve in such a short period of time. "Those 3 pythons are going to die," Duan Lingtian said to Lu Wio at the right time. "The Mansion Master of your Heaven's Spirit Mansion is really ruthless. He even schemed against his loyal subordinates." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head. Hearing this, Lu Wio smiled bitterly and said, "To him, the greatest value of his subordinates is if they can help him kill these demon spirit pythons. As for whether they live or die, he doesn't care. This is how the world is. Even if it was me, if I didn't leave with you, even if I only had the cultivation of a lower divine lord, he would still let me take action. He wouldn't let me stand by and watch. After all, he was worried that I would take the opportunity to steal the heavenly Tao fruit. Even though he could have retreated in time, just like how he dealt with that person earlier, the moment all the other middle-level god emperors made a move, and they did not take the opportunity to deal with those 3 pythons, but instead thought of ways to kill me, the other middle-level god emperors would definitely be buried with me. Those pythons would not miss any chance to kill them. When that time comes, their plan of having these god emperors sacrifice their lives to attract the python's attention so that they can wait for an opportunity to severely injure the python will fail. Even if they know that I'm useless, for the sake of their plan to severely injure the python, they wouldn't let me stand by and watch. Lu Wio's analysis was clear and organized. Now, only they think that we have most likely died. Otherwise, they would definitely only attack the 3 pythons after killing us. Now, the 3 pythons are severely injured and are about to be killed by them. The 2 of them will ultimately become the biggest winners of this trip to the Divine Emperor Mystery Dimension. Lu Wio said, "The biggest winners?" Hearing this, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Perhaps. At this moment, after 2 of the 3 demon spirit pythons of the upper-level God Emperor realm were severely injured, even if they joined forces, their strength was much weaker. Under the joint attack of Mo Win and Zhong Bainan, they were forced to retreat. Bang! There was an earth-shattering loud noise. It was Zhong Bainan who raised his hand casually. In his hand, a 4-foot-long saber whizzed out. The saber slashed out sideways. Like a kitchen knife slashing garlic, it carried an extremely strong and terrifying power and directly smashed the head of one of the demon spirit pythons into powder. Seeing that the demon spirit python's body was still moving, he took the opportunity to strike with his spear and shatter its body. Roar! Roar! After the first python was killed, the other 2 pythons went completely crazy. They let out beast-like roars from their mouths. The sound shook the void and waves of sound waves spread out. The sound waves wreaked havoc. Even Duan Lingtian and Lu Wuyo, who were far away, were affected to some extent. However, although they were affected by the shock waves, they were unable to cause any harm to them. No matter what, the 2 of them were still lower-level God Emperors. Could it be that they could be killed by a breath of breath from a higher-level God Emperor? Attack with all your strength and kill them. Zhong Bainan let out an explosive roar. His originally thin and frail body suddenly swelled up, as if he had become vigorous and powerful in an instant. Kill, Emowen said. The aura on his body also suddenly surged. The divine weapon in his hand also released an even more dazzling light. Then he attacked one of the pythons. After a few breaths of stalemate, the 2 of them finally successfully killed their respective targets at the cost of further injuries. They killed the last 2 demon spirit pythons. Elder Zhong, this time it's all thanks to you. After killing the 3 pythons, the 2 of them were not in a hurry to pick the heavenly Dao fruits. Mo Wen looked at Elder Zhong. While panting heavily, he said with lingering fear, "If it was just me alone, I'm afraid I could only run for my life after provoking those 3 demon spirits." At this moment, the aura on Zhong Bainan's body was extremely weak, like a balloon that had been deflated. He glanced at Mo Wen indifferently and said, "Like we agreed before, I will take 2 heavenly Dao fruits, and you will take 1. Let's pick them together." "Okay," Mo Wen nodded. Then, like Zhong Bainan, the 2 of them dragged their heavy bodies toward the heavenly Dao fruit tree, preparing to pick the 3 heavenly Dao fruits on it. The process was calm and peaceful. As for the battle just now, it had completely ended. My lord! Seeing that Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan were seriously injured, Lu Wuyo's eyes flickered. She transmitted her voice to Duan Lingtian. "My lord, they are so seriously injured. If you were to take action, would you be confident? Even if I am not confident of killing them, it would be good if I could get 1 or 2 heavenly Dao fruits." Hearing Lu Wuyo's words, Duan Lingtian was indifferent. "How do you know they are seriously injured?" While Lu Wuyo was in a daze, the sudden change in front of her caused her pupils to shrink rapidly. She saw that the 2 of them who had walked halfway actually burst out with an even stronger aura at almost the same time. The previous exhaustion was no longer there. At this moment, Lu Wuyo realized how naive she was. They only have light injuries. Light injuries were nothing to powerhouses with such cultivation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again. These 2 people did not use their full strength from the beginning. Otherwise, with their strength, even without the help of others, they could have killed the 3 pythons. Of course, without the help of others, they would definitely be seriously injured. And with their serious injuries, they might not be able to make the remaining middle-level God Emperors listen to them. Who knows, they might end up benefiting others. Duan Lingtian had seen through it long ago. The 2 of them were hiding their strength. After breaking through to the God Emperor realm, his vision had become even broader. In addition, he had mastered the way of sword and the way of control. His control of power and vision had improved further. Even from a distance, it was not difficult for him to see through the schemes of the two upper-level god emperors. From the beginning, he had realized that both Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan were slacking off. Both of them were swindlers. Of course, even if Duan Lingtian could not see through this, he could guess the psychological changes in the two of them from the beginning to the end. No matter what, there was another upper-level god emperor present. If he was so stupid as to use his full strength, he would definitely be taken advantage of by the other upper-level god emperor. The strength that they are displaying now is much stronger than before. When the two of them suddenly started fighting fiercely in the distance, Lu Wuyo's pupils shrank rapidly. She was further aware of the cruelty of this world. It was also because she did not have the strength of the people around her. Otherwise, in that instant just now, she might not have been able to resist taking action. After all, just now, the two upper-level god emperors were seriously injured and their auras weak. It turned out that it was all just an act. At this moment, Mo Wen and Zhong Bainan, who had suddenly started fighting fiercely in the middle of the journey, had not spoken since they attacked. Under such circumstances, when they looked at each other, they could tell what the other was thinking. They both wanted to take the 3 heavenly path fruits for themselves. Once they obtained the heavenly path fruits, they did not have to consume them themselves. They could exchange them for other treasures of similar value that would be helpful to them after they broke through to the divine, venerable realm. Buzz! Zhong Bainan's saber was as sharp as ever, and Mo Wen was not weak either. At least until now, he was on par with Zhong Bainan. Zhong Bainan's saber finally found an opportunity to directly cut off one of Mo Wen's arms. Then he wanted to take advantage of the situation and hit Mo Wen's body. At this critical moment, an afterimage flashed in front of Mo Wen. It was his other hand. Like a prophet, it flickered with an aquamarine light and grabbed at Zhong Bainan's saber. He was good at the law of the wood element. His hand grabbed at Zhong Bainan's saber. Although Zhong Bainan's saber was constantly shaking and destroying the power in his hand, the power in his hand was constantly regenerating. Whoosh! And in the instant that the two of them were in a deadlock, Mo Wen suddenly opened his mouth. A sharp plant like a vine instantly broke through the air and swept towards the space between Zhong Bainan's eyebrows. Seeing this, Zhong Bainan's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously wanted to lower his body, but found that he was blocked. In the end, this vine pierced into Zhong Bainan, who had chosen to raise his body helplessly. It pierced right into the side of his heart. Then, with a sudden shake, a huge hole appeared in Zhong Bainan's chest. A hideous and terrifying hole. "You're courting death!" Zhong Bainan roared and exerted force with the saber in his hand again. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.